crisis.
Let's hear you out.
Good. We have the northern sector of Ghana that there's so much sunshine. Right now, the situation there is very hot. Why can't we design solar panels to serve that sector that we have free sunshine that people are using to dry gari, moko, and all that? Why are we not thinking along that sector that it's free for us? So
there's already one at Navrongo which we can replicate in the other part.
We can build those ones around those places and change their grid to solar. Then we have the coastal areas. Free wind. We have the wind wheel. If you go to Germany, that's what they use. Most of the companies in Germany don't even buy power from the national grid. They put on their own wind wheel. Even our home, some people, you see it very long and then it has a 3-bar rolling. So those coastal areas, the wind is free of charge. We don't even sometimes it takes their roofs. Let's put there and serve along those areas, coastal area. And then the national grid will be used to serve those people who are not around the coastal area or the middle belt. This is simple. And then, how do we process it? Look, one time I made mention that if the ECG cannot manage ECG, they should give it to me. I'll manage it very well for them. We are taxing Ghanaians so much. And because we are taxing them so much, people find ways of doing illegal. And because they do a lot of illegal, you are not getting enough revenue from the ECG. In Germany, where I lived, it was very easy. Everybody gets a flat rate.
Of electricity bill.
Electricity bill, flat rate. We pick homes and they are
it doesn't matter the gadgets.
It doesn't matter. Just give them flat rate. Everybody will pay. So this building, you give a flat rate of 500 Ghana cedis. Every building in Ghana, give it a flat rate. Everybody will pay. It doesn't matter whether you have a meter or not. Nobody. They'll pick them according to their house numbers, design it in every community, and give flat rate. I am telling you that the generation, the income we are going to get is 10 times better than what we are getting.
Government response, and for some, there appears to be lack of leadership in resolving this matter because we are not hearing from from the energy ministry, the president, and all those issues.
They should consult me to help them in that aspect. And I'm not joking. I'm very serious about it because you see, we are struggling. In Germany, for instance, what they did was that companies consume more, and they were paying very less. The more you consume, the less you pay.
Even in Ghana, it is the same. There's industrial tariff, which is lower than residential.
Yes, residential. But you see, most people go to work in the morning, and they get back home by 5. So the consumption of high electricity at that time is lower in the residential areas and higher in the offices. So you have to schedule your load shedding in a way that even if you cannot, find a way of making sure that you switch the distribution channel very properly.
Courage, your thoughts on this?
All of this is at the heart of a leadership that is committed to doing things right. You know, whether it is the monopoly of ECG, Cocoa Board, or any other, all of them, all our national institutions or agencies that are having a certain monopoly are struggling. They are not doing well. And that is because mostly the people we put there do not have the requisite expertise and to get things done. And that is because the leaders we have do not have the right commitment to getting things done right. I mean, look at Cocoa Board. If Cocoa Board does not go for a loan, it's unable to buy and sell cocoa. That alone doesn't work. ECG, from JHS, when I became a bit conscious about national issues, transmission losses here and there, it's the same issues, and decades we've not been able to do anything about it. So you need first a leadership that is committed to getting things right, to getting our institutions to be efficient. That is all. When you have that in place, then you look at it. Is it the best? I heard Asantehene make a very important call that we should allow private sector participation in that space. And it's something that Alan has been talking about for years. That, see, private sector has even the capital. I mean, with the way our economy is structured today, we shut ourselves from the international financial market. We shut ourselves from the domestic market because of the domestic debt exchange that we did. So the only opportunity we have is private capital. So open it up. Let private capital come in. And when private money is in anything, they are very much insistent on corporate governance. That makes sure that the decisions that are made are in the best interest of this institution.
Right.
And it will work. It is not rocket science. Flooding.
Just 30 seconds on it because we are running out of time.
Why should it happen that in 2024, after every 30 minutes of rain, the entire place gets flooded? One, lack of enforcement. We have a leadership that's not committed to enforcing any law. Then, poor planning. And so when these two are not taken care of, and what that means is that everything rises and falls on leadership. And that is why for this year's election, Ghanaians must elect the leadership that has the proven capacity and the integrity to do right by Ghana.
All right, thank you very much.
And to that extent, I will throw an invitation to our senior Honorable Yarega to join us. You should come and join the movement.
I think you made it clear, senior.
Senior, of course. So the juniors should join the senior. All right. So,
and then I want him to know one thing.
Right.
It would have been good for Alan if he had formed a party rather than the movement. No, you don't understand why I'm saying this. Because, you see, movement after election, you are gone.
All right.
But if it's a party, the 6 million people who ran out to the MP.
Another forum for that, Mr. Yarega. Thank you so much. Hassan Yarega is the presidential candidate of the APC. And, of course, Courage is head of communication for the deputy head of communication. Another name is Change for Revolutionary. Movement for change.
The election, but the nomenclature for the alliance.
Right. We wish them well.
Of course. Right. So for more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. Doomsor Finance Ministry failed to pay power generators over 1.2 billion under the Cash Water Flow mechanism. That's according to a PLC report. PLC currently in a meeting to respond to ECG. The energy minister is also making news on myjoyonline.com. Visit myjoyonline for these and more. My name is Elton Brobe. We shall meet tomorrow same time between 3 and 4:30 for another exciting edition of The Pulse. Until then, have a good evening and take care.
Elton.
Yes.
Mechamo Yemudu do sen na di enfie du wotwe wo afi 2023 ene afi yo nienti ami bisa kra ne se enche kra no na electoral commission fo no ebue abato adi nkyerɛkyerɛ nkrata ni mu na wa kyerɛkyerɛ omo ana endi enfie du wotwe ni din wo bra etwato a omo ye edi nkyerɛkyerɛ edwumadie no wo afi 2023 ni mu no
meso sa
papa no nanso ekomo mo edi enfie du wotwe e wo afi 2023 nko ana
Bedawase wa wasembisa ne ho. Ma memfansha isi mpanyimfo ne nsa. No momfa nsema ehuhia ne nyina mamo.
Mechiamo madofo. Senya ye nyina ye nim no. December 7, 2024 ebe. Yebeto aba de yi yemra hye bedwafo ne omampanyin. Na se wobeto aba a esese wudi mfie du otwe ne echi. Na wadwene mu nso nda ho. Eno nti ya ye di mfie du otwe wo afi 2023 ne 2024 ntem no. Yebema ye ho kwan se ye ntre edi.
Enti no Electoral Commission for no ye ahosiesie ama abato edi ntwe dwumadie no. Every Benada 7th May 2024 kosi 27th May 2024.
Enti mukura ye di asem. Afi bia mu pese ye tro ye di. Aden.
Ane abre biara no ye wo mmofra omonyi abedru mfie du otwe ne echi. Enu nti Electoral Commission for asede wo mmramu se omobeboaboa sa nipa nyina ho nsema no na omode aka dada no ho.
Esose Commission for no nso ye nhyehyɛ ahoho a ebema na trade ntwe no mu na atumi age mpenimfo foforo a omo nhyehyɛ no so. Ne sam mpenimfo na omo ntumi ankyerɛ omudin se abatofo bra afi 2020 ni 2023 abato dwumadie no course no.
Ne esese a wo ya ne se Ghana card ana wakwantu krata ni bebia wote address na fa Hongikakok district office benwo. Ade foforo a wo hia sɛ wohyɛ no nso ne sɛ afi we di ntwea dwumedie no bɛkɔ so wɔ miamia a wapa wabatoɔ aban sukuu pɔn ahoroɔ a ɛwɔ ɔman no mu nyinaa.
Ɛhɔ no hɔ a ɔmo bɛgye wo nkrataa na ɔmo de aka di ntwea no. Tiawa.
Madam, mini voters ID card any passport bio. Afi na papa mama asase a me si intabodan wo so. Edan kra po me nyensin wie. Me danya address yi bi.
Ɔhawo ni hɔ. Sɛ wokɔ district office na wodi nkɔfoɔ mmienu a ɔmo atwerɛ ɔmo din dada sɛ abatofo nkɔ na ɔmo nyɛ ɔntem gyinafoɔ.
Meba
Openyi.
Me hu me card no. Mahwehwɛ baby ara. Enti mɛyɛ den.
Openyi, ɛma ne haw. Ɔmo a mo card ayera nyinaa no. Hyɛ ne nso sɛ ɛnsɛ sɛ wotwerɛ odin biom. Ɛfiri sɛ free Juada 30th May 2024. Commission for ne besha si card ayera nyina nan mu.
Officers, me a teacheni, me ba han cheye. No krane se, busumi be kwewiye no, na me to abetna ha. Na ede na meye, sa abato ne mreso a, e wo se me sign me chikwana.
Ahobere ni hokra. Abato a omode mane, a ye friend transfer of votes. Any abato a obi gine mu ama a ye friend application for proxy. And so besha si free Juada 30th May 2024. Na ewie fiada 14 June 2024.
Nanso, hyɛne nso sɛ ɛyɛ nsɛmbonidie sɛ ntemgyinafoɔ bi bɛgyina mu ama nipa bɛbrudu mra ɔmo yɛ di nkyerɛ nhyehyɛeɛ no ane sɛ ɔmo kyewa ɔmo bɛtwe waso.
In that case, I've got something written down. Guys, it goes like this. Register to vote, then you respond. Your vote is your future. Can we go? Register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Say, register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
See, register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Listen, ensure free, fair, credible, transparent, peaceful election in Ghana. Free, fair, credible, transparent, peaceful election in Ghana. 1, 2, 3. So register your vote.
Your vote is your future.
So register your vote.
Your vote is your future.
Register your vote.
Your vote is your future.
Listen, drop your gun. Drop your guts. Let's party. Dance as on to make merry. No more violence. No more war. We want peace. We want peace. We want peace. So register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
So register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
So register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Register to vote.
Your vote is your future.
Hello there, you're welcome to Let's Talk Showbiz here on the JoyNews channel. My name is Doreen Avio, and I'm sure one way or the other we've all experienced some rains this morning. At least we are better today. I don't know whether it will continue this evening. Some of us, we love rain, so every time it rains, we're just excited about it. But in all of this, it's always a pleasure to bring you everything in your world of showbiz. Now, I'm sure perhaps you probably saw an award scheme that happened last weekend. It had to do with the Comedy Awards. Lexi the Comic was crowned the overall Comedian of the Year, and today I had the opportunity to speak to him to know how he feels about it, what it meant to him, and moving forward, some of the plans he has in terms of his projects. So I'll share that with you. And also to Nigeria, I saw something on Zakoji. If you recall, some time back we heard he was not well. He's okay now, and actually he granted an interview, so I'll bring you excerpts of that. And also, Ruga has been talking or has been speaking on Afrobeats and live band performances with Burna Boy. My name is Doreen Avio, and the show is Let's Talk Showbiz. Right, if you're just joining me, this is Let's Talk Showbiz. My name is Doreen Avio. With so much excitement, last weekend was the Comedy Awards, and Lexi the Comic actually won 3 awards on the night with the overall Comedian of the Year. So today I caught up with him because he came around just to find out how it felt. You know, this man has been doing so much for himself, working so hard, fighting for comedians and making sure that he gets his shows done. Last year I was at one of his comedy shows, and I enjoyed it so much that I was not surprised he won the Comedian of the Year. So yes, he spoke about that, upcoming projects, and one that is actually coming up this Friday. And well, he had a lot to basically talk about the awards and everything with regards to him. Let's take a listen to Lexi the Comic. Of course, he won the Comedian of the Year, and I know to most of you, maybe you were not surprised, but for me, I've been looking forward to some good news for him. And so, winning this award and 2 others, I believe that, of course, Lexi has a lot to share. Hello, and it's good to see you.
Aww.
Because you know, but you are muscling up a bit. Have you been going to the gym or something?
Yeah. Lately, I do. People are saying I'm adding weight, so I've been trying to like push out, lift some of the weights and all that.
Is it possible you share videos with us when you're in the gym too?
You see, I have about 20 before videos. I never get the after.
Ah, okay.
Because when I start midway, I get tired and I stop gymming. So I don't want to even give myself that hope. I just want to do when I achieve it. Like I'm lately, just as you said, you saw me, you're like, okay, you're adding some muscles in there. That's how I want people to see.
But you look good.
Thank you.
Honestly, you look good.
Thank you.
And I'm happy for you. So let me say, stand-up comedian of the year, comedy special of the year, and then comedian of the year. How does it feel?
Well, I never thought like fooling would give me all these awards because I don't know. I can't even say thank God for bringing me this. But it's an incredible feeling because looking at the kind of people that were nominated in the same category and coming on top, it's an honor. Well, I went to that award show with less expectations because my main focus was to perform and for people to enjoy my performance. I was built actually to perform. Then I think our show on TV and radio won something.
Yeah.
And our comedy club won something. So that was enough for me. I didn't know I was going to grab the ultimate other ones. But my favorite among them all is the comedy special of the year.
Of course. I mean,
last year campaign message was...
Trust, I was there. You know what? I was there. I saw you in your, you tried to be like my countryman, your smoke and all this, but you look good.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing you in different,
characters.
I mean, it was so amazing. It was beautiful.
And it goes a long way to motivate because this year we are trying to do something bigger than what we experienced last year. So this goes a long way to tell me that okay, you are doing something right. Put in more effort, and then the skies beyond the skies. The limit.
So from here, I mean, this is it. I don't know. I think I saw some.
Like
I can imagine.
I felt like I wasn't really big on awards, but when I won it, I'm like,
yo, that's me. I'm there.
Let me take it around because the media doesn't know I've won any award. They need to know that the hustle is really giving me some accolades. So.
No, but I'm happy you're taking this round because for most of us we couldn't make it for the awards. Yeah. So it's good you're coming to us, and also we appreciate the fact that in as much as we've been with you, you also appreciate us to bring it to us and let us know your good works and how far it is taking you. I know recently you started some tour. You're moving from one place to the other. Is it still on?
Yeah, we are still on. This Friday I'm doing it's all in line with the tour. The thank you show. It wasn't supposed to be a thank you show. I was actually doing my random show. It was already planned I would do my random show. But since I have these awards, I feel like okay, why not merge it with the whole thank you thing. So I'll be doing a show on Friday, 26th April. It's called A Fool in April. And I have all my friends also coming through.
I don't know why you always get these unique names or titles for the shows.
A Fool in April. So I have Obi Amponsan, General Entatia, Ojo, SDK, Jerashino, Papayao, I think almost Parrot Mouth. Everybody is coming through. We're just going to have fun. And the rate is just 50 Ghana cedis. The venue is OG Plus. It's around Asylum Down at the back of Happy FM.
Okay.
It's a beautiful lounge. When you come, you see it for yourself. So if you have just a cool 100 Ghana cedis, you can buy a ticket for you and your partner. Come have a good time. And also, we have tables also going for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000. It can only accommodate 5 people. So yeah, come, let's have a good time. And let's thank God for how far He has brought us.
And of course, and thanking God, we can only wish you the best. And we know that this year.
But I'm coming up with another show. It's also part of my tour. Cruise with Lexi, boat cruise with Lexi.
Oh my God, you should take me.
Yeah. It's in July. I'm mobilizing max 300 people. They'll be going in barges. They both can take 150 at a time. So 4 people will we have 4 hours cruise with 150 people for the first set. They will go and have a comedy show on the river. They are going to Akosombo, use the Akosombo through the Black Water and come back. Yes, and the next batch will go. So we are trying to give comedy, but still serve some different experience to it.
Some entertainment,
Yes.
excitement.
And I'll be glad to have you on board.
Of
You
course.
as an MC crowd in India.
It wouldn't be bad at all.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I just pray that I don't bring that other aspect of me. But
That is which one?
I don't know.
Just come and glow. That's
okay.
it.
I will. And congratulations to you, and of course your team as well.
Yeah.
I know you.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Big thank you to Albert Mbonda. He plays a very pivotal role in my camp. Tilekwe Nipa, Della, George Lee. He helped me with the whole scripting and how the show will go.
Okay.
Last year for my campaign message, Roland Amati, Caleb, Yes Lord, Tosca, Eric, and then this guy Alexander Fifia Beckham. So last year what I did was I tried to mobilize some of the finest young brains in the industry, so we can do something huge. And these are the people behind the Lexi brand now. So the next show I'm about to do, definitely they'll be part of I think the young people have something to offer. We can only give ourselves the chances and see how best we can go.
Oh, this is so beautiful to hear, and I'm so happy for you. All the best, and just keep making us laugh. That's your job for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so that was Lexi the comic, and as I said, he has a show coming up this Friday, and well, it's always a pleasure. Let's all go and support the young man. Now, away from that, Zakoji is a veteran Nigerian actor. He's actually featured in a couple of Ghanaian movies as well. He's been doing so well for himself until recently, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere last year, we heard he wasn't well, and I mean, many were calling for support for him. But I chanced on this interesting conversation of him, sharing more about his illness and, you know, how he feels now. And from the look of things, he looks better, and we hope to see him back on our screens very soon. So let's take a listen to Zakoji.
We call another colleague, whom we call Labista. So the two of them lifted me on their shoulders from the second floor to the ground floor, and took me to the National Hospital, and then notified my friend Bala Ahmed that they had taken me to the National Hospital. And then the Minister of Women Affairs stepped in, called my wife, who flew in from Lagos, because all this happened in Abuja. Flew in from Lagos on the 29th of December. Now, met me in the hospital, and on the 1st of January, the first surgery was carried out on me. You can see the mark here by Dr. Biodun Ogungbo. Awesome guy, he's a neurosurgeon. And I kept going for different kinds of scans. About a month thereafter, I went for another scan, and they discovered that there was still some residue of blood clot in my brain. So they had to do a second surgery by the same Dr. Biodun Ogungbo. And they were able to scoop out all the blood clot, and I spent some time recovering and all of that, and it was recommended that I should come to the UK for post-surgery assessment, which is why I'm here. I've been able to see Dr. John Ye on a number of, my last visit was yesterday. The first time when I saw him, he prescribed some tests. There were 4 different samples of blood tests that were done, and some other tests also. So we met yesterday, and he gave me.
Good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry joins calls for a clear and reliable timetable to aid in their planning as a result of the ongoing intermittent power outages. We will be joined by the president of the chamber shortly. Also, this bulletin, implementation of tax on resident Ghanaians earning foreign income expected to start from next week.
We have specifically agreed with GOG, our mother ministry, and the fund to implement a compliance measure on foreign income. Foreign income on resident Ghanaians.
Is it the right time to implement this tax? We shall be finding answers. Plus, government urged to dispose of NIB after a successful restructuring to save the fiscals of the economy as government gets International Monetary Fund blessings to go ahead and recapitalize the bank despite an earlier pushback.
The IMF has given the blessings, but I believe sincerely that corporate governance is the root, is the mother of all troubles of NIB. And it must be looked at, not only the capital.
We have details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your time. I am Pius Kojo Baka. To our very first story, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has joined calls for the release of a timetable to aid their plan as a result of the intermittent power outages. Now, according to them, the frequent power outages have brought businesses to their knees, causing significant loss of productivity, revenue escalating operational costs, and damage to electronic infrastructures. Now, they argue the additional burden of investing in expensive alternative energy sources, such as generators, is also crippling their business financially, leading to both local and multinationals folding up. And the current power crisis, coupled with the country's current economic crisis, is a double blow that businesses cannot sustain. And we've been joined via Zoom by the president of the chamber, Dr. Clement Sayamwakon, for some perspectives on this matter they've raised. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to us here on Business Live. Now, it's been weeks, if not months, of power disruptions. How has the power outages impacted on your operations?
Thank you so much. The power outages have really caused a lot of problem to us as Ghanaians, as a private sector, as individuals. When you are a businessman and you want to go in and produce, and you know very well that it's the industry that drives the economy. So you go to your factory, you start production, and then all of a sudden there's power outages. You are moving with your employees to the site to work. And at the end of the month, you still have to pay them, no matter their power outages, because you cannot lay them off in the short run. We believe that this didn't happen overnight. It started a long time ago when they saw the signs. And I believe that people in charge must be very serious to act in the interest of the economy. When you realize that we are going to have those problems, you need to work against it and prevent it, rather than sitting there and allowing it to happen, and then we are losing most of our earnings. Now, revenues are dwindling. The cost of producing a commodity is very high now, because even if you want to continuously produce, you need to buy some generators, buy fuel. What have we seen now? Recently, fuel costs has also gone up, and transportation costs also going up. Last year, within the last quarter, we saw that unemployment rate had increased about 1.5 million people. And for us as private sector, we are trying very hard to support the government to create wealth. and make sure that we employ them. In this circumstance, when we have high interest rates, even though the government have made some gains that we cannot run over it, we had inflation coming down to 25%, monetary policy rate around 29%. It is still very high relatively to our competitors. And so when we are struggling to put the economy on track, and then you go to work and you cannot even forecast and know how many employees are you sending or what to produce in a day, it's quite frustrating. I believe that the government must take the private sector very serious and make sure that they restore it. In the event of they not being able to do, and in the short run, if they have to put in some modalities, I should be able to walk into my production line in my factory to know that I can produce only today within the first 12 hours. So what kind of employees am I supposed to send? Am I going to run shifts with them so that when the power comes in, they can come to work? We need to plan. But you can't just go in and struggle with that. I think that the government itself is struggling with it because the government will not be comfortable when there are power outages. The individuals go home and they are struggling. Workers are struggling. In this situation of global warming, it is not conducive at all. And I believe that for a nation to grow, to propel us into a developed economy, we need to be serious with how our industry will work and then produce goods and services for the use of everybody.
All right, so clearly you are suffering. Now, in terms of cost, what's been the impact, especially having to rely on generators and other alternative sources of power? How has that affected your production cost?
Generators for this year have started going up because of the power outages. Now, in addition to that, because you are not able to produce in full capacity, it's a cost on its own because you go there, you'll not be able to produce and you have to pay your workers. So that is a cost on its own. Recently, like I told you, there's an increment in fuel. That also means that when you are going to buy fuel to produce a commodity that you use X to produce, now you're going to use Y, which is greater than X. And that alone is not helping us. And we believe that as a country, we must be serious and be progressive. And as a situation where we have come from COVID and the wars all over and that we are struggling, I believe that the government must be able to sit up and restore this electricity program. The power outages that we're experiencing, we cannot allow it to happen. And it must be worked on as soon as possible to allow industry to work hard, to create the revenue for the country to thrive.
And one key thing you are looking forward to seeing is a timetable. Now, what's going to be your next move if this schedule is not given?
In the absence, in the short run, if they could not do it, then the power, the timetable is feasible in that it can help us to plan. You don't go to your office only to find out the light is off. No, you must be able to plan. And like, just as I was telling you, you'll be able to manage your employees and know the kind of production you can do in a day and meet your demand for goods and services. And you can't just go in when you don't know what to do. And then the power outages come in and you'll be running around, employees sit down, and at the end of the month, you pay them. Mind you, we are also producing for the rest of the world. We are in an open economy. We are producing for other countries for which we have to meet certain demands. And if you are not able to do that, they will cut short your supply. And it's a loss of revenue to us. And I believe that this is not something that the government can joke on. If the timetable is coming, it should be very short in the short run. Believe that this is not beyond their strength to restore power to us. Every effort must be put in place to get us to be able to work in full capacity. Thank you.
All right, quickly before you go, Dr. Clement Samuaku, so I'm asking that if this interim you're looking at and you don't find a timetable, what becomes of your operations?
We'll move to government to make sure they do it. They must do it. I don't see the difficulty in coming out with timetable. If really you know the problem. It's only when you don't know the problem, you don't have solution. But they really know where the problem is coming from. They'll be able to tell us that within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we'll have the power. And so we are putting these modalities in place within the shortest possible time to restore power. But if you are not able to do that, it means that they don't have the solution to the problem, for which I don't believe so. So we insist that they go on and do the right thing.
Very well. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Clement Samuaku, President of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are indeed grateful. speaking to us on Business Live. Now, let's move on to some other stories. The tax on resident Ghanaians earning income from abroad is expected to start next week. But the Ghana Revenue Authority has insisted that this will exclude Ghanaians living abroad. This follows special reports or the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program tax that is supposed to target Ghanaians living outside. Now, Julie Isiam is the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
The VAT, the loophole, or not a loophole, but the gap that we find with the VAT on electricity. We have specifically agreed with GOG, our mother ministry, and the fund to implement a compliance measure on foreign income. Foreign income on resident Ghanaians, and I want to emphasize this resident Ghanaians. Yes, okay. It's resident Ghanaians. By definition of the law, anybody who lives in the country for 183 days is classified as a resident Ghanaian. There's been a lot of questions on this measure from foreign nationals meaning Ghanaians who live abroad. This is related or relevant to resident Ghanaians, which is citizens of Ghana, obviously, who are here, and also individuals who currently reside in Ghana. This is not a new measure. This is already in the law through our voluntary disclosure program, etc. But its implementation has not been effective. We needed to put in place specific structures and measures to make sure that this is implemented in an optimal manner. And that is what we've done. We are so grateful and thankful to the OECD who have partnered us to bring this into fruition. We are also very proud to let Ghanaians know that Ghana is one of the only 5 African countries that have been approved by the OECD to actually have exchange of information on resident Ghanaians who have income overseas. So this is an applaud.
Is the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and we've got to interrogate some of the pronouncements she's made. And let's get on Zoom and speak to tax consultant Francis Timoboy to help us understand some of these developments. Thanks so much, Francis, and agreeing to speak to us on Business Live. Now, we are told that the tax policy has been on the books for some years now, but was not implemented. Do you think that the time is right now to implement the policy?
Yes, Pius. If you look at the Income Tax Act, the Act 896 that we passed in 2015, Section 3 specifically says that if you are a tax resident in Ghana, anywhere your income is coming from, whether local or abroad, you are supposed to declare it so that we tax it. And if we say tax resident, we mean you are a citizen and maybe you have a home outside Ghana and you have stayed there for the whole of 365 days, then you are not the people we are looking at here. Or maybe you are not a citizen, but you are physically present in our country for more than 6 months, which is 183 days. Then wherever the income is coming from, you are supposed to, declare it so that we tax it. Over the period, the challenge that we had was, how do you identify the people, and how do you even determine the income that they've earned? So Ghana joined the Global Forum for Tax Transparency, which is about 160 countries, where they exchange information. So you may be in Ghana, and then you are earning income from either business, investment, or employment outside. So because of the exchange of that information, GRA in Ghana can determine whether you have earned some income. So now that that problem has been solved, I think this is the right time, because for me, January this year, the GRA even came out to say that about 70,000 accounts have been exchanged from 40 countries. And the value in those individual accounts alone stood close to $3 billion. And when they examined the information, about $1.6 billion can be collected in the form of taxes. And clearly, this is more than the VAT that we intended to collect from household consumption of electricity. So this is the right time, and I think it's the best alternative for government, better than the VAT on household consumption.
All right, grateful insight there. But some people believe that this new tax policy could affect the desire to earn more. When I say more, in terms of income from abroad by resident Ghanaians, do you think so?
Theoretically, yes, but there's a solution in the law. Normally when people are subjected to double taxation, it discourages even workforce. So you may be earning income from United States. US will normally tax you. If you are coming to Ghana and we say that come and declare for another tax, that may discourage you. However, in the law, it is provided that if you have paid tax outside on that income that you are bringing to Ghana, we make provision for a credit to be given to you for the tax that you have paid outside Ghana. So there's a netting effect. If you have paid tax outside Ghana, we give you a credit. Other than that, I think that it shouldn't discourage you. Everybody's looking for opportunity to earn more. So theoretically, you can say yes, but where we have a solution in the law that you can be granted a tax credit, that should negate the anxiety of not, working more for additional income.
And looking at the eagerness, the revenue authority is willing to embark on this program. Do you think that this tax will rake in the needed revenue government is expecting?
Of course, if you look at the 70,000 accounts that the GRA said they've even exchanged as of January, and from 40 countries alone, it means that if we extend the tenterhooks, we can even get more. And the value of that amount standing in the individual accounts to close to 3 billion, and they can access about $1.6 billion as tax revenue. It doesn't really mean that is the amount that the GRA is going to collect. Now that they have the information, they are examining it. So they'll be inviting people to come and justify or explain the source of that income. If clearly we are able to raise about 1.6 billion, Pius, you know that is even more than the VAT on household consumption. And I think that we just have to work with the international partners like the OECD and the Global Forum for Tax Transparency, whose objective is to fight tax evasion. If we're able to pursue this, it will bring a lot of money. And besides, these people who are already in Ghana and any income from outside or foreign income, they are in the best capacity to pay the taxes. So we don't have a problem there. Mostly they are rich than the average Ghanaian who would normally be buying, electricity using 100 cedis or whatever.
So quickly, how can the GRA differentiate such taxes from remittances?
So Pius, the focus is not on remittance. Okay. It's about either you have earned the income from investment, business, or employment. But even if we look at a remittance normally come from close family members or associates. Granted that it doesn't even come from close associates. Remittances are generally gifts, and another income tax act, gifts are taxable. The problem is that mostly we don't see people going to declare these remittances for tax purposes. So the GRA will get information, they will examine it, and if it is gift and they think that it's taxable under the law, then you have to pay the tax. If it is from close relations and it is therefore not taxable as gift tax, then you go scot-free. But the main mechanism is the exchange of information between one tax authority and then the other. And that's why Madam Essien was saying that they are working with the DOG. So you may have earned the income in the United States. To them, it is an income that you have earned. And if that information is exchanged with the Ghanaian authorities, then that means that income must also be subjected to tax in Ghana. And where you have paid tax in USA or another country, then we give you a credit for that.
Francis Timobo, we are grateful for speaking to us on Business Live. He is a tax consultant. You're still watching Business Live with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We are pausing for a breather. We'll be right back with more.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
In the chest of a woman.
Yes. On the idea where they soon. Yes, I'm there. On the on the send online. No. Hey. Tina the base and Adam free. Town. And I mean so. My sister. Oh, by him, on your bra for about cushion. Hey, and I'm so glad you see the grand say, get it is an address. On my went to me, Jem was meaning, nothing. Now I'm feeling. And I want to change that. On my own, I think that's I'm in a crime. I send me some assembly. Me assembly says, too. What to do there? What's hanging? Anna, over Hatching. Oh, that's how. What do you say? The idea. I was saying 2 and 1 years old. I fell it. Look at my fellow. Hey, who be you? Something that cowboy.
In the chest of a woman.
Hello, welcome back to Business Live. Now, government has secured the blessings of the International Monetary Fund to go ahead and recapitalize the National Investment Bank. Well, this is what Joy Business has picked up from officials of the fund working on Ghana on restructuring of the financial sector. My colleague George Yafe has more.
Joy Business understands that this approval was secured when the IMF team visited Ghana earlier this month as part of the second program review. The decision on the National Investment Bank was part of a broad initiative under the IMF program, where the fund was looking at what can be done to firmly stabilize the financial sector, what measures should be taken to deal with other issues, including the second round impact of the recent financial sector cleanup on government's finances. The IMF officially wanted government to take what has been described as some decisive action on the financial institution, which included an objection to recapitalize the National Investment Bank. However, government was able to make a strong case for this financial intervention because of the role the bank plays in the economy. Joy Business understands that some support has already been advanced to the bank under this recapitalization move. However, some additional measures are being taken to ensure that this fresh level of capital support is able to put the bank on a strong footing whilst working to deal with some underlying issues facing the financial institution.
Meanwhile, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etuahini blames poor corporate governance for the state of the National Investment Bank. According to him, recapitalizing the bank would be futile when there is a weak control system. He therefore urged government to dispose of NIB after a successful restructuring to save the fiscals of the economy.
From my experience, and don't forget, I've worked there for a very long time, and I left the place about 20 years ago. Once upon a time, there was a fantastic corporate governance where the board was very up and doing, where the CEOs were tough, where management team knew what they were doing. Things could not get bad. Once upon a time, let me make a history of NIB. NIB was the first bank in Ghana to have structured letters of credit, cotton deal, $2.3 million. The first in the history of Ghana. No bank in Ghana has done the structured letters of credit for cotton deal. All these things have gone into drain. And I'm saying that as the IMF want to recapitalize it with Bank of Ghana, I urge them that they should strictly look at the corporate governance. Otherwise, no amount of money you put in, and you have a bad board, you have a weak internal control system, you have a poor management practices systems, you're going to have zero return. So I'm very happy that the IMF has given the blessings, but I sincerely believe that corporate governance is the root, is the mother of all troubles of NIB. And it must be looked out, not only the capital. We are still unindustrialized. And I believe that if we can put the structures and the governance system very well, NIB can pursue the industrialization still. But if we want to play the game that we've been playing over the last 13, 14 years, I would urge that once they're able to recapitalize it and it becomes viable and profitable, I think the government have no option just to dispose of it so that we can reduce our physical side of the equation.
Let's stay a while longer in the financial space because the recent financial sector cleanup and the domestic debt exchange program have undermined investor confidence in the banking sector. However, the Chief Executive Officer of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, is suggesting that by re-evaluating policies and investment products, Ghana can rebuild its weakened savings culture, thereby strengthening the financial sector over time. He spoke in an interview with Joy Business on the sidelines of the Money Summit here in Accra. Here's a report.
The Money Summit 2024 was on investing for the future, rethinking investment and savings to drive economic growth and development. In an interview with Joy Business, the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, highlighted the importance of restoring confidence in the financial sector by encouraging customers to adopt a culture of prudent savings.
I am here, assuming I have $1 million sitting at home. The question is, which vehicle will be the best for me to invest in? Whether it's direct investment, is it going to be using one of the banks, invest in the banks? Where do I invest? These are very important questions that we need solutions to. Also, we should consider the fact of the high inflation we have. It is not good for you to put your money down at home, saying that, oh, it is secure at home. You have friends coming to visit you at home and at night, which is not too good. All right, so investing is the best way out. If you leave your money for a month or two, remember the exchange rate will eat away the money. Inflation is also there to eat away the money. So the best bet is to invest it.
The Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Ataya Bojan, encouraged financial sector stakeholders to offer alternative investment products to customers beyond traditional instruments to meet evolving needs.
As investors, we sometimes come across as following the crowd. We all chased one type of investment. We either bought bonds or treasury bills. But the reality is that we also have alternative investments. Alternative investments like real estate, venture capital, and equity investments, where you identify a potential business partner, and that can be a small business that is starting up, and it could be an informal sector, SME.
And that's it for the bulletin. I am Pius Kojobaka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Great stories there. Dumso has brought businesses to their knees. That's according to the GNCCI, expressing frustration at the ongoing crisis. Also on that portal, ASF supports ECG privatization to make its operations efficient. Great stories there. Do visit the portal and get yourselves updated. See you same time tomorrow. I am Pius Kojobaka. Bye.
Our top stories. After months of delay, the British Parliament passes a key bill allowing the government to send some asylum seekers to Rwanda. Now, the bill is designed to deter small boats crossing from France to the UK. And just hours after it became law, 5 people died trying to make that journey. Well, we'll be live in Kigali to see how Rwanda is preparing for the first arrivals due in a few weeks, and what this bill means for the country. And also coming up in the program, African leaders at a security summit in Nigeria call for the creation of a regional standby force to tackle terrorism. But how will that work? And the Virunga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo is famous worldwide. But there are reports that wildlife rangers are being forced to leave their posts after an ultimatum by M23 rebels. Well, many thanks for joining us. You're watching Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. It's taken months, but Britain's parliament has finally passed a bill to deport illegal migrants to Rwanda, a move welcomed by the government in Kigali. The United Nations, however, has urged the UK to rethink this legislation. The bill has been hugely controversial in the UK, with the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, making it a central part of his leadership. The aim is to deter migrants from crossing the channel from France in small boats. Nearly 30,000 people did this last year, but it's not without risk. This is a grim reminder of that. The coast of northern France today, where tragically, just 4 hours after the bill became law, 5 people, including a child, died as they tried to board a boat and head towards Britain. Now, we'll be live in Kigali shortly, but first, let's talk to our political correspondent, Rob Watson. Now, Rob, the UK government and supporters of this bill will no doubt say that this law, controversial though it is intended to deter such tragedies from happening. Do you agree with that?
Well, you're absolutely right, Wahiga, in the way you describe it. And I must say you did a pretty brilliant summary of what the bill is all about. I mean, that is the absolute central argument that the government is making. It says, and Mr. Sunak, the Prime Minister, made it again yesterday, that in order to deter migration to the UK and these boats across the sea from France, you need a deterrent. And he argues that flying people to third country, in this case Rwanda, is the best way of doing it. Indeed, he argued it was the only way. And he also said, this could be a pattern for a global way of dealing with what he called a global migration crisis. The argument against this policy all along, apart from ones that it's expensive, that some people consider it immoral and cruel, the argument against it is that it just won't work, because the argument goes that there's just not going to be flying enough people to Rwanda. I mean, if you think about it, there's something like 30,000 people made the journey last year, 40,000 the year before that. If Rwanda can only take 200 or 300 people a year, obviously your chances of being deported to Rwanda have got to be, like 1 or 2%.
Well, Rob, the bill is now law. What sort of reactions generally are you hearing in the United Kingdom and from international bodies such as the United Nations?
Well, let's deal with the UK first. And actually, the first thing to say is that this is an incredibly significant moment, not just in British politics, but the whole kind of global way of dealing with migration. But to take British politics first, reaction, as you could expect, has divided pretty much along party lines, and those who think this is a good policy and those who think that it just won't work. So the government says it's on track. This shows that it's serious about dealing with its problems. The main opposition party have called it an expensive gimmick. What's been really interesting internationally is the reaction from the High Commissioners, the UN High Commissioners of both the Refugee Agency and human rights, who've both said that they think that this is a backward step for the UK. And interestingly, that it sets what they called a dangerous precedent. And that's why I say this policy is so significant, why this is such an important moment, not just in Britain, but globally, because Britain is trying something that hasn't been tried before. That is the idea of sending people to third countries, asylum seekers, where everything will be done. They won't be sent to Rwanda in order to apply to go back to the UK. This is a one-way flight, and the UN sees this as a dangerous precedent.
Thanks so much, Rob Watson, our political correspondent there. This is a story we are following closely, and we actually want to stay with this story right now because preparations for the first flights to Rwanda are due to begin within days, with planes expected to leave the UK in 10 to 12 weeks. So is the country ready? Well, our correspondent Barbara Pletasha is in the capital, Kigali, and she joins us now. Barbara, good to see you. And you know the question everyone's asking, how prepared is Rwanda to receive the migrants now that the bill has become law?
Well, Rwanda is prepared to receive the first plane load, Wahiga. That, I think, is pretty clear. They've set up here reception centers for the arrivals, and that is where the asylum applications will be processed. The idea is for them to then move to longer-term accommodation, and we understand the government is negotiating with housing estates that offer low-cost housing to the migrants, but also to the locals. That is not set in stone at the moment, and the government has denied reports that one of these estates, which the former Home Secretary visited, has actually sold off most of its houses to locals already. The authorities say no, it hasn't. The number isn't nearly that high. And anyway, they're supposed to be mixed communities. But I think that is a work in progress, that sort of longer-term vision. But certainly in terms of accepting and welcoming the first arrivals, everything seems to be in place, as I found out when I visited one of those reception centers, Hope Hostel. Here is my report.
It's here the migrants will land, Hope Hostel, long poised for this moment. Bedrooms laid out with meticulous care, attention to the needs of guests who've so far failed to arrive. Workers in surreal performance of their daily tasks.
This place has been ready and waiting for nearly 2 years. Now that the bill has passed, the people staffing it may finally have someone to serve. The British government is hoping that these rooms will be filled with asylum seekers in a matter of weeks.
The hostel can house 100 of those Britain plans to send to apply for asylum here. They could also try to go to other countries, but not back to the UK.
If you get the news today,
yes,
you would be able to accept people tomorrow.
Not only tomorrow, even now, even when they are coming now, we are ready to accommodating them for everything.
Rwanda is a beautiful country, nestled in the hills of East Africa. The streets are tidy, safe from crime. There is order. Rwanda works. That's the motto. Some here welcome the idea of the new migrants.
I think it will be good economically for the nation, considering that there is nothing that is better than human capital. I know they will provide human capital. They also produce goods and services.
This man didn't want to identify himself because he's against the deal.
Where are you going to find the jobs for these people? We ourselves are like we've graduated, but we've not yet secured jobs. We are out there searching for jobs.
The culture of fear runs deep here. There are allegations that dissent is suppressed.
2 days.
From people like Victoire Ingibir, an opposition figure once jailed on charges of threatening state security. She thinks the asylum seekers are getting a bad deal.
Because there are people who fled their country because of poverty, because of the war, because of the dictatorship they have in their country. And they will come in a country where they will face the same problems, where they cannot express themselves freely, where they will not have the well-being they are looking in the UK.
Kigali strongly denies this, and its parliament passed a law to address the concerns of Britain's Supreme Court to strengthen protections for asylum seekers.
If they want to hold a protest, can they do it?
Our national laws are very clear about the right to protest. It is protected under specific circumstances, and and if they do wish to protest peacefully within the confines of the law, they're welcome too.
Rwanda has welcomed other migrants, Africans who were stuck in Libya trying to get to Europe. This is a temporary haven for them while they sort out next steps. They could choose to settle in Rwanda. None have. They want opportunities elsewhere. It's all about seeking a better future for those here and those coming. Will Rwanda be a detour, a dead end, or a new home?
Barbara, tell me this. Why had UK courts earlier ruled that Rwanda was not a safe place for refugees to resettle?
But that was largely because the court felt there was a risk that Rwanda could deport the refugees back to the countries from which they fled, especially if their asylum applications were rejected. Now, that is something that Rwanda and the UK have worked on. They signed a treaty dealing with measures that would allow the asylum seekers to stay in the country, even if not as asylum seekers, they could get residence permits. In other words, they would be allowed to stay no matter what. And that has been working its way through the Rwandan system to become law, because you have to change the migration law in order to do that. The court also said, Wahiga, it mentioned anyway, an incident in 2018 when refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo in Rwanda had been protesting because the UN was cutting food rations, and Rwandan police opened fire at that time and killed around 12 people. Now, the government has said that was an isolated incident. It hasn't happened again. The group Human Rights Watch said, no, it probably hasn't, but maybe what's more germane is that people haven't demonstrated again, and that some of those people were arrested and jailed. So that was another thing the court raised, but not as much as the first issue I meant. And then, of course, there's the issue of the climate in the country. That you heard there some people talking about that repression, that dissent is repressed. Now, again, Kigali denies that. But what the UK government has acknowledged, it says, well, there is some restrictions on freedom of expression and freedom of assembly, but it is unlikely that anyone relocated here would be ill-treated. So that's the calculation in London.
I mean, if you can take us back a little bit, why was Rwanda chosen by the United Kingdom? Or why did Rwanda agree to this, is how some would also ask it.
Well, that's the first part of the answer. Rwanda was chosen because Rwanda agreed, and it wasn't that easy to find a third country to take the asylum seekers. Also because Rwanda has a history of being refugees. So many people here have been refugees. It has a history of helping refugees. There are about 130,000 of them in various places from various countries in Rwanda, although it has to be said in those cases it's the UN supporting them, it's not the Rwandan government. And also I think it was chosen because Rwanda works. That's the motto that I mentioned in the piece. And it's kind of the brand, actually. Orderly streets, orderly bureaucracy. The place can function very efficiently, and it's something that Rwanda likes to make sure that it expresses to the world. We have solutions, we can help. So I think that was probably part of the calculation on the Rwandan side. Independent analysts say that this is partly used in order to solidify alliances with Western countries, and then that gives Rwanda diplomatic leverage if it wants to, say, deflect criticism from its human rights record or from its controversial policies in the region. So, for example, its approach to the Democratic Republic of Congo. But that is an analytical view. What the government here says is that we can help, we want to help because of our past, and so that's why we're doing this.
Barbara Pletasha, thank you so much for that update, reporting from Kigali for us on Focus on Africa. Now, still to come on the program, it's reported that rangers in DR Congo's Virunga National Park have been forced to leave the reserve after an ultimatum by M23 rebels. the Terrorism Summit has just concluded. Heads of state from across the continent were there to draw up plans to combat insecurity in Africa. The leaders called for more regional cooperation in fighting terrorism, including creating a possible regional military force. There have been increased attacks by jihadi and insurgent groups in the Central Sahel, which now accounts for over half of all global deaths from terrorism. However, 3 of the countries in the region, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, were absent from the meeting. Burkina Faso recently topped the Global Terrorism Index of nations impacted by terrorism for the first time. Here's what Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu had to say.
Terror cannot coexist in the same space as democracy and good governance. Such a force can stand as a strong deterrent to large-scale and protracted terrorist operations.
Well, our correspondent Chris Ewoko in Abuja has been following the summit and has sent in this report.
It's been a gathering of international and regional security experts led by some heads of government and representatives from some African countries. There appear to be an agreement among the African leaders that the current response to violent extremism is not working in the continent, with several African countries facing deadly attacks by jihadi groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. The leaders are now wanting to adopt a common continental approach that could help to combat the menace of terrorism and violent extremism. Africa Union Chairperson Moussa Faki said that there's an average of 8 attacks a day, causing 44 deaths across the continent. He also mentioned that the insecurity is being exploited as a basis for coups in some countries. Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called for the setting up of a regional force, a regional standby force, to help combat the existing and emerging threats of violent extremism. The outcome of this summit will reflect the significant impact that violent extremism is having in some countries in Africa. It could also help many of the countries to overcome the threats of violent extremism, deadly attacks, and save lives. Chris Ewoko, BBC News, Abuja, Nigeria.
So, has the summit been a success? Well, I'm joined by lawyer and security analyst Mike Geoffrey, who's also in Abuja. Mike, thanks for your time on this. And, you know, in terms of finding out if anything tangible will come out of this, that's how some would gauge the success of this summit, would you say?
Yeah, I think the outcome will. Yes. You know, terrorism is a global threat and initiative involving the United Nations, African Union, and sub-regional level. I think that will achieve a lot of success because if you look at the West African sub-region, we've been having a lot of crises and attacks on terrorism, especially in Nigeria. Even though we are fighting it in the country alone cannot fight this scourge. So there's need for collaboration within the sub-region at sub-national level and at the center at the global level. Don't forget that United Nations, African Union, and ECOWAS were involved in this summit. Even though, like you said in your report, you have Burkina Faso who did not attend because of their suspension from the ECOWAS, even though they have been invited to relaxation of border control within them, but since they didn't attend it, I don't think it's going to have a major effect. The most important thing is that all the countries involved should come multinational joint task force like we have in place before, and that will help achieve a lot of success at the summit. Okay. I mean, I want to talk about some specifics here, if you can hear me. The announcement of that new regional task force, it's not new. What do you think, how different do you think this new force would be if it, is operationalized? Well, I think the major problem we are going to have is that Nigeria having taken the initiative will virtually fund the task force. So funding, I think, will be a major problem. But with Ghana, some meaningful contribution, even not funding, they make in terms of human resources, contributing forces and assisting Nigeria at the center of the whole problem. Don't also forget that Nigeria's position at the global index, terror index, was high, but we're making some progress and we're attaining some good position now. So I think the major challenge I'll see in the summit will be funding of the multinational joint task force.
Okay. Mike Ejiofor, thanks so much for joining us there, lawyer and security analyst, joining us from the capital, Abuja. Now, it's one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, but there are fears for security in the Democratic Republic of Congo's Virunga Park. It's after reports that rangers are leaving their jobs after threats from M23 rebels. The group, which continues to destabilize parts of the DRC, is said to have given the rangers a 48-hour ultimatum to leave the park. Virunga is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but its location within the volatile North Kivu province has left it vulnerable to armed groups, illegal poaching, and logging. I spoke to Adams Kasinga, who's the CEO of Conserve Congo and a wildlife activist. So why have the park rangers been forced to leave was one of the questions I asked him.
I don't think the park rangers in Virunga have any other choice. They're trying to run for dear life, but at the same time, they do not want to have a resistance in the fear of losing more human lives than we have. A park ranger in the Virunga National Park is much more exposed to war and front lines battles than some of the army men we know in Africa and in the world. It's a very dangerous place to be a park ranger. Yet we must say that the Virunga park rangers have really been brave enough to stand against about at least 80 armed groups within the national park alone. So you can imagine each time a park ranger wakes up, he's got no hope of returning home in the evening.
What happens if the park rangers all leave? What are the dangers of that?
Not only the park is in danger as a region, as a geographical zone, but also the fauna and flora is at stake. I'm also afraid for the group of gorillas in there, the herds of elephants, which recently returned from Uganda, gorillas which cross frontiers to get into the three countries. There will be a very huge probability that they never come back, just like it happened a few years ago during the first encounter of these rebels in the Virunga National Park.
And what would you say is the key danger of that? How crucial is the Virunga National Park in the entire ecosystem that it sort of is around?
From research, we all know that Virunga National Park holds one of the most amazing and one of the richest biodiversity on the continent and in the world. Over and above that, the Virunga National Park is the first officially named as a national park in Africa, having been founded in 1925. So as we're talking, we're supposed to be celebrating 99 years of its existence. But as we looking at things now, looks like this is the downfall of the national park, and it is not good news for us to swallow.
I mean, there's been allegations of trafficking of wood by rebels or to neighboring Uganda and Rwanda, as reported by a local civil society group, the Rutshuru Youth Committee, that is. I mean, what's being done to address these allegations?
So these allegations are not new. There has always been allegations, mainly by the local populations, represented mainly by the civil society. And a lot of alarms were raised, especially about the trafficking of timber, as well as the deforestation of this national park. I believe it's been over 90 days already that this alarm was sounded.
Well, that's all from the program. From me, Wahiga Mwara, and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow, and goodbye.
Mrs. President, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
It's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about prostate issues.
One thing I want to say is this, that thankfully I got prostate cancer and survived it.
If you have prostate cancer, that means it's a death sentence. It's not so.
I don't think all the prostate people go through the symptoms. You know, there are symptoms that are sort of like red flags. I didn't really go through any symptoms per se, you know. Okay. I just remember having frequent urination.
I mean, it's a man thing, and they say men have ego, we are alphas and all of that. So all of a sudden, boss, you know, they feel boss.
Masturbation.
The boys are watching you.
And
say what?
Frequent sex is not a risk factor for developing a prostate cancer.
Hello there again, and it's good to be with you on Connect Africa with me, Blessed Suga. Over the next half hour, I will be your host, but first, though, we have news from around the continent.
At least 5 people have died while crossing the English Channel, according to French media, hours after the UK approved the migrant deportation bill. The Voix du Nord newspaper said the bodies were discovered at a beach in northern France. The rescue operation is ongoing and helicopters and boats have been deployed, according to the regional newspaper. About 100 migrants have been rescued and placed aboard a French Navy ship. As Kenya's meteorological department forecasts more heavy rains this week, the number of people impacted by the above-average March to May rains continues to rise. Residents of Macacos County were stranded by floodwater that destroyed their homes and farms. The Kenyan Red Cross team responded to a distress call on Monday evening to save the people marooned by water and trapped in their houses. Nigeria has said it is seeking up to $2.25 billion in World Bank loans in a statement by Finance Minister Wale Edun. Speaking following the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. other weekend, Edun said the Nigerian government is also aiming to issue diaspora bonds later this year to attract foreign exchange into the country.
And it's good to be with you here on the JoyNews channel on Connect Africa. We take you to Nigeria first because the owners of a Chinese supermarket in Abuja have been summoned to appear before the Nigerian Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission over allegations that they deny entry to African shoppers. The Chinese-owned supermarket in Nigeria's capital was actually shut down by the authorities last Monday. They've been updating the public on why this decision was taken based on the reports that were received from some Nigerians. You see now on the screens are some of the pictures of the shutdown of that supermarket, and of course it's a good time now to be crossing over to Nigeria itself to find out what the controversy is all about regarding this very news that we're hearing and of course it's a good time to be crossing over now and hearing from some of the people who've been following these stories for us on the JoyNews channel. I want to bring in now a Nigerian journalist who was there and has been following through on this story. Ayodeji Deboyega is a reporter joining us from Nigeria. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here on Connect Africa. Quite a, buzz it created on social media when it first came out with many reactions to what it is that's been happening there in Nigeria ever since this shop was shut down. But what more are Nigerians saying about this?
Evening. Thank you for having me. Well, Nigerians are not happy about it because it does not sound right. Having another country come to your country to chance you. Let me use that word, because how would you be in Nigeria and then you are allowed to operate in Nigeria and then you are restricting Nigerians from participating, from getting something from you? It's already sound bad. So Nigerians are not having it easy at all. Nigerians have been probing the FCCPC, calling them to close down the building, to close down the business. That is what is going on right now.
Interestingly, you were part of that, of course, force. You were not necessarily responsible for closing the shop, but you were firsthand a witness to what was happening. Do you feel that, the officials indeed had established that this was what was taking place in that shop?
Well, I was there on Monday. I was there with the FCCPC. First, what's it called? The law is they would summon the owners of the supermarket, and that is what they have done. When we got there on Monday, the place was locked. We got to the building because it's an estate, Royal Choice Estate. So the estate had like different, different tenants. One of them is this supermarket lady. And according to the facility manager, he said they rented out the place to the lady as a residential place and then as like a business place. So she stays there with her workers, and then she also run a business there. So the agreement was to get things and then to make life easier for people in that facility and of course outside. Because according to him, there was nothing in the agreement that said Nigerians will not be able to patronize. Nigerians will not be able to get things from that facility. So when we got there, we saw that the gate was locked. But looking at the CCTV footage, we saw that the place was opened earlier. in the morning. I think around 8:30, people were doing their business there. Around 8:30, 2 vehicles left the building. One believing to have the owner inside. The owner go by the name Cindy Bay, I think, we've learned. So since that time, the place has been locked, but the summon has been served. The FCCPC posted the summon on the gate, and then she's expected to show up at the commission by Wednesday, which is tomorrow, 11 a.m. Wednesday tomorrow. And if she doesn't, well, there are sanctions.
I see. The Nigerian, the Chinese business community in Nigeria, they've also been reacting to this. It appears that they're challenging, the narrative that it is the case that this supermarket is involved in some racial segregation, if you want to call it as such.
They have denied it. They said there is nothing of such, but people that it happened to came online, and then there were video evidence that this happened. Even though there were some of the workers that we saw in the estate, Nigerians, they told us that as of last year, people were able to get things from that supermarket. But since January this year, 2024, they've stopped Nigerians from going in to get anything. And that was what happened to the Nigerian. That was what happened to the young man that came online to complain. And after he complained, there were other Nigerians that also went there and got video evidence saying they could not be allowed, they did not allow them entry into that supermarket.
I see. Going forward, what kind of reforms are taking place in Nigeria now after the emergence of the story, and how would you say that will affect, consumer, perception around the Chinese community in Nigeria?
The atmosphere is actually tense right now. For now, I know that the commission is trying to, the FCCPC is trying so hard to write this, because the sanction is, I think if the owner of that supermarket does not appear in the commission by tomorrow 11, I think the sanction should have to pay 20 million naira or go to jail 3 years, or the two of them. So if they are able to correct this, if they are able to bring this up, I think others that are happening, because we've been hearing of a lot of others, other countries coming to Nigeria to treat Nigerians a certain way. So if the commission is able to at least right this particular wrong, or get what exactly is really happening here, I think that would also affect others, and then we'll get the desired results.
And of course, so far, no comments yet, of course, from the Nigerian leadership, I'd say, but except to say that some few politicians have been latching onto this, making a political capital out of it. How is it playing out in terms of politics in Nigeria?
For now, not much of them. I know of Shehu Sani that some of them have asked that the supermarket be brought down, which is just normal. This is just normal. This is just natural, and that's just about it for now.
I see. If the Chinese involved fails to pay, are we certain that prosecution will take place? Is that what the authorities are giving in terms of firm assurances?
Oh, well, let's just believe them on this, because all eyes are on them. Let's believe them on this. All eyes are on them. I don't think Nigerians are ready to allow this life. I doubt if Nigerians are ready to allow this life, because this has been trending for days, and then a lot of people are still going there. Even after some had made videos and then confirming what had happened, some people are still going. So I doubt if the commission is going to even downplay this. I want to believe them on that.
And there are those who are even pointing out that this is very rare in Nigeria, and that it may just be an Abuja problem. Is that the case?
Oh, well, I am in Abuja here, and then this happened in Abuja. But there have been cases in the past, there have been reports in the past of, like I said earlier, other countries coming to establish businesses in Nigeria and then treating Nigerian staff a certain way. So I doubt if it is just an Abuja thing. I cannot also confirm.
Okay, well, we're also keeping our eyes on what may transpire in the next few hours or days. We're grateful for your time, but any final comments to those Nigerians in the diaspora who's also been using social media to react to what's happening?
Well, I wouldn't say, or how do I put it? Well, they should just stay on it. Premium Times, the medium that I report for, we are on it 24/7. Any developments would be updated.
Okay, Ayodeji, I'm grateful that you're connecting with us from Abuja and right now from Accra. We say thank you for spending some time with us. Now, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has announced that the first deportation flights to Rwanda could occur within the next 10 to 12 weeks, aiming to resolve the parliamentary deadlock over a key policy pledge that he made ahead of the anticipated upcoming elections. Now, the House of Commons is scheduled to debate the bill, followed by deliberations in the House of the Lords. Now, Sunak is also urging the unelected House of Lords to cease obstructing the legislation, which will now permit the authorities to deport certain asylum seekers to Rwanda. Well, he aims to fulfill his campaign vow to stop the boats, as he says, and of course we'll be following up on that Rwanda asylum deal. But of course we've also been speaking to the Rwandan High Commissioner here in Ghana, Rosemary Mbabazi, who's also been pointing out how Rwanda is open now for business and is solely focused on economic development. Yes, he's doing transformational leadership, but on the other hand, he's facing criticism for using this remembrance period as a political tool. He's been responding to that himself. How do you convince the world that you're not using this dark part of your history to consolidate the regime of one man?
It's not a regime, it's a government that was elected. He was elected by over 90% of our citizens, so it's not a regime, it's a fully fledged government. And I wouldn't say we are basing so much about the international or the criticism elsewhere. Yeah. Everybody is criticized somewhere. And whenever you're doing something good, someone else is seeing something else. And we don't pay much attention to what others might be seeing in Rwanda. We are focused on our development. And what we focus on is our development. Where do we want to be, irrespective of the opinions of other people, because they will always be there anyway. Even at a personal level, you can imagine whatever you do, someone else is not impressed by that, can say something against it. And for you, you keep focused on track and where you want to go, and you keep on track. So we are a resilient nation. We are looking forward even to do much more, but still challenges are still there. I don't want to say everything, we have achieved it all, and we're still having, that's why we have Vision 2035, Vision 2050, where we want to develop our economy and develop our country and be more resilient and prosperous over years to come. So we don't dwell too much about the criticism. They'll always be there. And we're not doing anything to impress anybody. We're doing it for ourselves.
Economic Commission for Africa, which is now rating Rwanda as amongst the top 20 fastest developing economies around the world. How are you doing this in the midst of what some experts are describing as turbulence for many African countries? Even in Ghana, where we are, of course, with these countries facing their own version of an economic meltdown. What is the Rwandan success story that every other neighboring country or African country should be learning from?
Maybe to start from there, we don't intend to teach any African country. If they feel they want to learn something, we're happy to share. But the objective is only to do what is best for us, and if someone really appreciates it, can join, and we're happy to partner and support. But in terms of economic growth, as you rightly said, we are focused on, and we're one of the fastest growing economy, as you said. It is deliberate. It is not by accident. These are policies, the macroeconomic policies that are put in place, the policies that are put in place to ensure that this happens. As we are an agrarian country based on agriculture, we're trying to diversify. We have coffee, tea, and coffee, tea, and minerals as well that we export, and horticulture that we export as well. But also we diversify and we're adding in a lot of activities that happen in the country, what we call MICE, to promote tourism. Tourism across the value chain of the tourism sector. And MICE is to focus on meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. So we become a center for East Africa and Southern Africa and the entire African continent to be a center for events, conferences, because we have security, because we are green, because we are also secure, as I said, but also we also have technology that is enabling us to implement all this. We also have an airline, Rwanda, that spreads its wing. They say they spread the wings across Africa. They make it much easier to connect to the country. And being safe and secure and easy to connect, we attract more incentives and we attract many conferences happening in Rwanda, and that is already businesses happening in Rwanda, connecting business and creating jobs as well. But also in terms of agriculture, we do agriculture diversification and crop intensification. Though we are not a big country, we also have planned agriculture, where we look at using fertilizers, but also irrigation, mechanization, and as well as looking at one crop and we grow it across. So we do a sharing of land with the community members, and they become outgrowers of a specific product of crop that they are growing for a certain industry that is coming up. So we're encouraging much more diversification, and we do much more in terms of increasing exports so that we can have more export earning. The Continental Free Trade Area has also enabled us.
I was just about going there because
I think I'm reading what
it's part of the criticism, isn't it? The fact that intra-Africa trade is significantly low, below that's below 15%, and yet when you look at what many of the African countries are doing, the exports are much more targeted towards the global north. Why are we not readying ourselves to trade amongst each other? It's taking just about 8 countries now to run what is being called the Guided After Trade Initiative. Rwanda is not part of that, is it?
It's one of the initiators. Rwanda is among the first 8. Actually, they are now 30. And Rwanda started right with Ghana. They were among the first countries. And if you remember this memorial or memoriam, this milestone of signing the Continental Free Trade Area was done in Kigali. So we are among the first that ratified the Continental Free Trade Area, the convention and the protocols. And we are so excited about it because we believe we can share a lot as a continent. We should not lose hope. It's the beginning, and we should not think that we should. It seems we want to expect so much in the fastest, because they started when there are 8 countries. Right now there are 30. So you can imagine how many are remaining. And there's a lot happening already. Of course, there are some non-tariff barriers that are still there, but we believe over time they're going to be resolved because there's a political will. There's a will from the political aspect, from the leadership. There's also a will from the business community that is already trading across. There's also facilitation to make it happen. So I'm always a high believer of the integration on the continent, and I believe it will happen, even when we're still watching. When we're still here and watching the space.
High Commissioner, integration should be happening in an atmosphere of peaceful relations with neighboring countries and sister African nations. So we start off from your region. The East African community has been experiencing some level of tension, isn't it? Even in Rwanda, where your president is raising concerns about the posture of neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo and other issues that are emerging. How are you working to resolve this heightened tension within the East African community?
There's a framework that is already being discussed, and this framework is there's already an ongoing discussion between our heads of state. One of them is the Rwanda processes, which is led by the president of Angola, and there's also Nairobi process, which is also undergoing and being led by the former president Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta. So there's already, everyone knows that we need to do something. And we, as Rwanda, we want to be very peaceful with the neighborhood, as our president always emphasizes. And our wish is to have peaceful environment and peaceful neighborhood. And so the efforts are underway through diplomatic channels, and this is already going on. So let's watch and there's a lot coming up.
I see. And of course, moving that to the framework that we all belong to, of course, as Africans, we belong to other multilateral organizations which is shared generally with the people of Ghana, and that's the Commonwealth. Even before we get to the Commonwealth, I want us to start off by talking about the special relations between Ghana and the people of Rwanda. What's your assessment of that relations so far, and where would you say we are now?
The relationship between Rwanda, that bilateral relation between the two countries is very good and very strong, and it ranges way back in 1994 when the genocide was happening. The Ghanaian contingent at the UN peacekeeping mission stayed with Rwanda when the UN had given them instruction to withdraw. But the Ghanaian contingent stayed, so Ghana stayed with us, and so we are so grateful from that beginning, and we have been strengthening all this relationship over time.
And always be ready to watch a playback of that conversation with Rosemary Babasi on the Joy News channel and all of our social media handles. You're watching Connect Africa here on the Joy News channel. We'll be right back. Please stay.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remained displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, Joy News returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our age and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a Joy News hotline documentary coming soon.
And of course, that's all time will allow us here on Connect Africa with you. But in the meantime, you have a lot of stories making the round here or at myjoyonline.com with a lead story of Nigeria's telecom sector being threatened by economic challenges. That's an article you might want to read about. And also from Africa, it's now moving all the way to Canada, 174 countries as we know it, and now in Ottawa for the Plastic Pollution Summit. You want to read all about that at myjoyonline.com. I'm Lester Soga. I will see you again. This has been Connect Africa. Thanks for your time.
The introduction of STEM education in Ghana by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government has brought about building of state-of-the-art facilities, first of its kind in Ghana. These facilities were built from scratch and equipped for the study of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These schools are scattered across the length and breadth of Ghana. Some includes the Abomusu STEM Senior High School in the Eastern Region, Accra Senior High School in the Greater Accra Region, Bosomtwe Girls in Ashanti Region, Bosomtwe STEM Senior High School, also located in Ashanti Region, and Kwase STEM High School in Bono Region. Pesenkpe in the Mampusi language, which means knock and enter, is in the northeast region of Ghana, in the Mampusi municipality. The school, which began operation in 2022, had its first batch numbering up to 442 students who are currently studying engineering, biomedical, and aviation. The school has 2 V blocks comprising a 24-unit and 29-unit classrooms, ICT labs, science labs which includes physics, chemistry, and biology, dormitories for boys and girls, an assembly hall that can take up to 2,000 students, and an infirmary.
Hello and welcome to the Transformation Agenda series on education. Today we are in the West Mampusi Municipality, Pesenkpe. Behind me is the STEM school that was built by the current administration under the leadership of the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, built from scratch. It's a school for the study of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Today we are here to show you what the school is all about. It's far away from where you are, but it's a place that you love to be. And I'm so excited to be here. I'm here with the headmaster, Mr. Mahmoud Timbila. He's going to take us around and show us what is on this compound.
As you can see, we have our pickup here.
Yeah.
We took this pickup last year. That was in May 2022.
Okay.
And then we also have a very beautiful bus.
Yeah, I can see it.
65-seater bus, photon bus.
Okay.
We also picked this bus last year. That was somewhere June 2022. That we went for this bus from the Ministry of Education.
Okay.
Looking at the location of the school and the fact that the distance to Waliwali is a bit far, about 48 kilometers.
Okay.
Without a vehicle, we can't do anything.
Okay.
So these are the vehicles that we use when we are sending students for programs. We also use the vehicles, for example, when we have a program in Waliwali, like we went for the Energy Commission program.
Okay.
We use the vehicles to go.
Your feeding situation, how is it like here?
Yes, at the beginning it wasn't easy, but I think for now we are getting supplies from the free SHS. And I can say that since we started this school till date, there has never been a single day that we ever told students that there is no food to feed you. For that matter, go home.
What block is this?
This is a staff flats.
Okay.
We call it flat B.
Okay.
It contains a total of 6 apartments.
Okay.
And they are 2-bedroom apartments.
2-bedroom apartment?
Yes, we have a 2 bedrooms,
okay,
a hall, kitchen, toilet, and bath, and a store.
Okay.
And each of the apartments has a master bedroom. And the master bedroom equally has a toilet and bath in it.
Okay.
As you can see, all the rooms and the halls, everything, they are all fixed with air conditioning.
Great.
So those who want to use the air conditioning, they can use them. Aside that, I wish we could go inside for you to see how we'll look at one of them. Government has furnished the place, provided them with sitting room chairs, provided them with dining hall sitting chairs, refrigerator, television, gas burner. Everything has been supplied by government, and it is the same thing for all the apartments.
Wow.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
So we can go inside one of them for us to have a look at what is inside.
Do you have teachers?
Yes.
Occupying it currently?
Yes, teachers are occupying this. Where we are entering currently is the apartment of the senior housemaster.
Okay.
Yes. So this is the senior housemaster's apartment. We have the sitting chairs. So you see there's label there, KSSHS, flat B6.
Okay.
So this is a sitting writing table for the teacher to use. We have a television set there. We have here a television set, and you can see that the apartment there are fire extinguishers.
Okay.
Fixed.
Yeah.
In case of fire outbreak. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fire extinguishers, and it's the same for each of the apartments.
Whoa.
Yes. This is the dining set with the dining table with 6 chairs, all provided by government. This is the kitchen here. This is a burner. The burner provided by the Ministry of Education. Then we have a double-door refrigerator here, also provided by government.
Is this one?
So this is the headmaster's bungalow.
Whoa, that's nice.
Yes. And like I said, just the same as we have in this place here. But the headmaster's bungalow is made up of 4 bedrooms.
Okay.
We have 3 bedrooms inside, and there's an outside room here for visitors. So this is the headmaster's bungalow.
Okay.
The one to my right here is the assistant headmaster administration's bungalow. You look at the staff houses; they are not far from the dormitories. So it is very, very easy to move around to ensure that students move to the classrooms, especially in the night for night studies.
I see water.
Yes. So these are water storage tanks.
Okay.
Now these 6 poly tanks here, they supply water to the 2. I think if you look at from my left here to the right here, all the buildings going up to the assembly hall are supplied by these poly tanks.
Okay.
So this bungalow, the staff apartment, the administration block, assembly hall, the library, the assistant headmaster administration, assistant headmaster academic.
Okay.
These 6 poly tanks here supply water to the place. All those areas.
Great.
This is the girls' dormitory.
Okay.
The girls' dormitory, these are emergency water tanks.
Okay.
That even though normally we have a pump house.
Okay.
So this is one mechanized borehole.
Okay. And you have how many of them on campus?
There are 4. There are supposed to be 4, but currently 3 are being fixed.
Okay.
So the whole school, this is the main water pumping house.
Okay.
So I think
it's connected to all the manholes that you...
All the boreholes.
All the boreholes?
Yes.
Great.
So the boreholes will pump the water here.
Okay.
And then from there, the pump house will also pump the water house out. So in case of lights out, we will spark this generator. So this generator supplies only the pump house.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the dormitory,
okay,
it is attached to a staff accommodation for the house mistress. So this is the house mistress apartment.
Okay. And it's disability friendly?
Yes, please.
Okay. So
it's disability friendly. You can climb
all
up.
the facilities here.
Just like the classroom block.
Great, great.
So these are just beds, excess beds that we have just because we fixed them and kept them here.
Okay.
So that at least to make counting very easy.
Okay. And then in the future they will be used.
They will be used.
Okay.
So this is the girls' place. So this is their washroom. There are 4 washrooms.
Okay.
We have this here. This is one of the washrooms.
Do you supply the mattresses for them or they bring it themselves?
All the students in this school, nobody came with a mattress.
Great.
We supply them with mattresses. And as you can see, the beds are numbered.
Okay.
So it helps us to identify who is on which bed.
Okay.
So you see that we have RO1 N.
Okay.
B10.
Okay.
So that's room 1 north, because this side here is the northern part. So here the girls currently they are occupying 5 rooms.
5 rooms, okay.
Yes, and they are 175 boarders. It's all the students in all.
Okay.
Out of that, 27 of them are D.
Oh, okay. So in total, how many students do you have here?
442.
442.
Yes.
Students. And how many are boys, girls?
The boys are 267.
Okay.
And then the girls are 175.
Okay.
And out of the total number, 66 of them are day students. The rest are all boarders. This building here, that is supposed to be the science block A.
Science block A?
Yes.
Okay.
So this science block A, the first and second floor are laboratories.
Okay.
And then the third and fourth floor are classrooms.
Okay.
This is a water hydrant.
Okay.
In case of a fire outbreak, we spark, water is pumped into these polytanks.
Okay.
So in case of a fire outbreak, we start the generator here.
Okay.
Then it will pump the water into the building there.
Okay.
Into the building. When we go to the back, you see the water hose.
Okay.
So we use that one, and then so that we can use the water to put off any fire.
Any fire.
So these polytanks here are purely, you see that there's water inside.
Okay.
Purely for to serve as a hydrant to protect this building.
Security, CCTV.
Yes, cameras. Yes, there are a number of them fixed around.
Okay.
Then this is the dining hall. Like I said, you can see the gas taps inside there.
Okay.
This is a cylinder here. That supplies gas to the dining hall for cooking.
Okay.
So the whole of this area here is the kitchen.
Okay.
And then the offices for the metro.
For the
So this place here, when the students finish eating, they want to wash their bowls. They come here to wash them. So these are the excess classroom furniture that we have packed here.
How many are they?
We have 1,100 pieces.
Wow.
So if we have so we subtract 442.
Okay.
But that's not all. There are some equally in some of the classrooms that we have packed. The dining hall is very large.
Yeah.
It's very, very large. So these are all excess chairs. This building here is supposed to serve as a maintenance shed.
Okay.
But we looked at it and said, why do we have a maintenance shed when we don't have a place where students can be taken care of in case they are sick? So we decided to convert the whole place into an infirmary.
Okay.
So here is meant for boys.
Okay, and then
this place here, enter here. So this place too is a place for accommodate the girls. The same 4 beds.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This place here, all our refuse in the school and what have you, we bring it here. So all the refuse, we dump the refuse inside there. Then this room here, there is a gas cylinder there.
Okay.
So we go in there, turn on the gas cylinder. Then we will now come here and set fire.
Okay.
Then it will spark.
Okay.
So the blower is supposed to now blow air into the building, into the incinerator, to aid the burning of the rubbish.
So you know how many polytanks you have?
55. It's a standby generator.
And the second one, you have first one.
And the second one,
that
of course, that supplies only the water pump, the pump house. This one here supplies power to the two science blocks, A and B, and the dining hall. This is a physics laboratory. It can take a maximum of 36 students for practicals. And this is a smart board. We've been hearing of smart boards. And this is the first time we also have it here. So the smart board has been installed in all the 12 laboratories. So in the school here, the chemistry laboratories are 4. We have 2 down here and then 2 up. Biology are also 4, and then physics also 4. So that means that the biology laboratory, it can take a total of 4 multiplied by 36 students at a time. So this is the smart board that has been installed, and it's a board that you don't have to come and be looking for markers. Even whatever you write will appear. So you can even just use your fingers. And this is the writing part. You can use your fingers and be writing, and everything. The students will sit down and they'll be viewing everything here. Okay. So this here is where that's for the fire hydrants.
Okay.
And this hose here is about 50 feet.
Okay.
So it can move from here to the end there, and move from here to the end there. Okay. And you see that we have another one at the other side there. So all the floors. So each floor has 2. So in case of a fire outbreak, you only need to come here. After putting the generator on to pump the water, you come here and open it. And then when you turn it this way, then the water will ooze out for you to use it to turn off the fire.
You've taken us around and we've seen, I mean, everything you have here is impressive, it's massive. As a headmaster, how do you feel being the head of such a school?
I feel so excited and so grateful to have been the very first headmaster of this school. Coming to start a school of this nature is a privilege, and I would like to at this point thank first and foremost His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Quoting from a former ruler of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, he said, "Yesterday we failed to change. Today it is too late for us to change. But we can change our tomorrow by what we do today." And that is exactly what I think the president and the ministry has done. They thought of tomorrow. They forgot of yesterday because yesterday is already gone. But they realized that today like this, what they want to achieve cannot be achieved immediately, but it can be achieved tomorrow. So that is the reason why the idea of putting up these STEM schools came to them. And we are so grateful to them for having that foresight.
STEM education seeks to prepare students for a career in a rapidly changing world, solve complex problems, and improve quality of life. The benefits of STEM education includes increasing innovative thinking, encouraging curiosity, inspiring creativity, fostering excellence in communication, building confidence, and preparing students for high-demand careers.
I was just born with all these things, but I did not learn it from anyone. I was just born with it. So I started it just small. So first, when I just started it, I don't have money to buy the materials to be doing it. So like I was using my job money to be buying the materials. So I just want to become like a Suffolk tanker. So I just want to become like him in future. That's why I'm doing all these things. And I know all these things like this, it will help people. If if I also add up to him, if I become someone like him in future, so and I add up to him, I know we can also promote Ghana to go more further. I use carbon to make the body, so and I now use DC motor to make the fans and the distance, the move, the tires, so that it will be moving. And this one, that's milk tin, and I cut it and I used to make the fans. And I use that's laptop battery to be controlling the motors to be moving. And the paint, that's water paint. I just used to paint it, and the black windows and the doors that you see, that's markers that I used to do. So I just want to decorate it small. I just add Ghana flag.
What materials do you need for it to fly?
For example, if like I get drone with its controller, I can remove some things from the drone and fix it inside to fly.
What is this?
Oh, it's an energy generator. I came about it by finding the materials first.
What are the materials?
An electric motor.
Okay.
And a milk tin.
Okay.
And cardboard.
Okay.
And a switch as well.
Okay, so
and this is a Bluetooth board.
Okay.
Just for music.
What does this do?
It generates electricity.
It generates electricity? Tell us how it generates electricity.
By these ones. This one.
So if I want to charge, I can use it in charging something?
Yes.
Say a phone or?
Yes.
Or you can charge?
Yes.
Where does it get the energy from to do the charging?
By this motor.
Okay. So that, what motor is that?
It's DC motor.
Where did you get it from?
You can get it from like electrical cars. This generator that we use to charge the batteries to be able to fly the planes and drive the cars too.
You are a math teacher. We enter your class and we see your students sitting in groups. What is actually going on here?
Okay. Anyway, I think as you have seen it, you are surprised. Most of the classrooms these days, what we do is that people they are seated individually, where the teacher will be in front of them, teaching them. But I have developed this strategy in a sense that it's any lesson that I will introduce. I will do the lesson to them in general, they will all be seated individually. But along the line, I will give examples for them to work, then ask them to work individually. After working it out, I'll go around and see those who are able to actually get the right procedure, the process very well. So when they understand, at least if I'm able to identify 5 or 10 in the class, I've achieved my aim. I then put them into groups with those who are able to understand the concept and they understand it very well as the various group leaders. If they are 10, they are 2. Then I'll give them more assignment to do as group work. I realized that among themselves, they're able to explain the process, the concept to their colleagues very well. And everybody in the class actively taking part in the exercise. And I use this procedure so it will be practical. It shouldn't be only theoretical.
As you can see, I and my colleagues are busy doing mathematics assignments given to us by our mathematics master. And we are kept in groups where we we're finding it easy to share our decisions, or we share things with each other and know how to solve some questions that would be able to help us in our academic studies.
Does everybody get okay with what you do? Do they all understand after you've gone through the group working?
Yes, of course. As you can see, everybody is busy. Like the mathematics is an English assignment, because as we sit together, everybody has the opportunity to share out what he or she have learned from the lesson. Mathematics here is very cheap and easy to understand, because at first we thought mathematics was a kind of subject which everyone should fear. But looking into it as I've come here, I've got to understand that mathematics is a subject which no one have to fear, because we can tackle it in life.
Are you enjoying the study of maths here?
Yes.
What can you say about the study of maths at present?
Yeah, because what we are doing here is good to do the group studies, because when you're doing the group studies, when a person didn't understand it, the group leader can explain how the formula is going, and the person will understand it.
Does the group work help?
Yes, sir.
How does it help?
Help us whenever we do not understand. Ask our group leader to help us. But if we are sitting in individual, even if we don't understand, if the master is asking us, we have nothing to say. We just have to say we understand. But here, we don't have fear.
The ICT is the hallmark for the world today. When we started, some of them even to create folder on a desktop was a problem. But I think as we speak, almost everybody, I can say 99% of them can do that. They can create a folder, they can delete a folder, they can restore a folder from the recycle bin. I think these are the basics that we took them through, and how to launch a Microsoft Word, how to type simple text, align left, align right, center, and those stuff. I think these are the basics they need. So what we are now doing now is the speed of typing.
What are you doing currently?
Like we are trying to create write something like a letter. You go to the start button here. We want to launch it. So you go to search. You type word. And so here is it there.
Okay.
So you press on it like this. So something has come like blank document. So you press on it. And here you are. You can now start your typing.
The academic performance of the school is very positive. Some came and could not construct simple sentences, and others came and simple mathematics was a problem. But for now, there's progress. They can now express themselves. We're running 4 courses. We have engineering, we have biomedical, we have robotics, and aviation. Here we try to use multiple techniques in teaching the lessons. We work hard to raise the bar. The students who complete here should be able to compete internationally, should be able to compete anywhere they go.
I'm teaching biology and the topic is microscope. We are in the classroom and we are using the TV so that I can project the picture of the microscope for the students to have a look at it, have a feel of it, and they will be able to tell the parts and their function. And when we go to the lab, it will be very easy for them to identify the parts and the components, and by then they will know the functions and they will be able to use them. STEM education is very important because the science is done in most schools, but students are not introduced at the early stage to engineering, so they don't have interest in it. So most of the students are not willing to take engineering courses when they go to the university. But if they are introduced to engineering at the early stages, they will have interest in engineering and they will take up courses at the tertiary level.
Biomedical is basically talking about the word bio means life, and science deals with the state of the environment and how it interacts. It's a nice program. If I was young, I would have studied the course. Okay. It's very important. Well, these are our future medical personnel, pharmacologists, medical doctors, dietitians. There are so many programs that you can learn after here.
We are more than elated, impressed, and feel, included. We appreciate the infrastructure, the facility, and its role, its contribution, what it will bring on board the general development of this place and Ghana at large. Talking about the national cake, what I will say about His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, is that he's a visionary president. He is somebody who has shown that he intends to spread development across board.
We just want to thank the government for bringing this project to this rural area, and I'll even thank him the more because looking at the whole northeast, even northern, in both the 3 or 4 northern regions, this is the best school so far. And when they even started this project, people were passing by and thought it was going to be a tertiary. This is what people were aiming at, and even wanted to convince the chief to see the government to make it a tertiary instead of a senior high. Now children are here. This is the first time we are seeing the beginning of a school having more than 400 and something students. Parents are comfortable. When they came here for their first PTA meeting, I think the headmaster took them around and we saw all that was in the school, and we are very amazed for all that the government have done.
I'm 50 years old. I'm doing biomedicals. I'm praying to God to become a medical doctor.
What do you hope to become in future?
Surgical doctor.
A surgeon. A nurse.
Medical doctor.
Medical doctor.
I want to become a midwife.
I want to be a medical doctor in future.
Are you proud being in such a school?
I'm very, very proud. Actually, the school just started this year, and in fact, we are actually enjoying how the teachers engage us in studies.
Thank you,
Education.
The meaning of Pesenkpe is knock and enter. Today we knocked and we have entered. I'm sure that you have seen for yourselves what the government of this country has done for us as a people. And we will say that some of these facilities should have been used for a tertiary institution, but this is a senior high school that is focusing on STEM education. You saw all the things that they have and the quality of education that is happening here at Pesenkpe. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minister for Education, Honorable Dr. Yaw Osei Luchum, I want to say a big thank you.
Good evening and welcome to JoyNews Prime. Now, coming up in this edition, Railways Minister tears into National Democratic Congress for questioning President Akufo-Addo's vision to construct the Tema and Pakadan rail line following recent accident involving a freshly procured train from Poland while on a test run. Also, growing pressure on President Akufo-Addo and his energy minister to act to end the current erratic supply being experienced as a governance expert argues the government has not really worked hard in solving it.
We are lacking leadership on this crisis. We know the feud between GRIDCO, ECG, PURC, and others, and this is the time we have expected the president to take charge.
More from some civil society organizations who are even demanding sacking of both the energy minister and the managing director of ECG. At 8 p.m., I'll hand over to Emma Davis to bring you Prime Business.
Well, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry also joins calls on government to publish a timetable to help businesses in their production schedules.
If the timetable is coming, it should be very short in the short run. Believe that this is not beyond their strength to restore power to us. Every effort must be put in place to get us to be able to work in full capacity.
Later at 8:30, Razak Musbah will bring you Prime Sports.
All African gold medalists Joseph Paul Amoah and Benjamin Azamati
to lead Ghana's Olympic qualification quest in the World Relay slated for next month in Bahamas.
And we are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and all our social media handles, as well as around the world on myjoyonline.com. Thanks for choosing us. Please stay. Now, Railways Minister tears into the National Democratic Congress for questioning President Akufo-Addo's vision to construct the Tema and Pakadan rail line following recent accident involving a freshly procured train from Poland while on a test run. According to the minister, the recent accident cannot take away the effort of the Akufo-Addo-led MPP government in reviving the rail line sector in the country. It will be recalled that former President John Mahama expressed concerns about the safety protocols following the accident involving a newly imported train on a test run along the Tema and Pakadan rail line. Taking to social media platform X, formerly Twitter, Mr. Mahama raised pertinent inquiries about the procedures preceding the test ride. Let's share with you what he really said. Now, on Twitter, he tweeted, or on X, which is formerly Twitter, he tweeted asking that was there a test run, was there some sort of inquiries done on the rail line before the test run was done. He says that if he is as president or he becomes president, he will ask pertinent questions about this particular accident. But speaking on PM Express on Monday, the Railways Development Minister John Peter Amewo disagreed with the former president John Mahama for wading into the controversy that erupted following the accident.
Passenger services on train lines are not, it's not a profitable venture. But what it does is that it has a multiplier effect in terms of its impact on the economy. Workers are sent quicker to their point of destinations. They're able to move to work and do things quickly and return. So diminishing on the intensity of traffic density, the route in terms of the lifespan will be projected. So these are some of the things that you don't see physically. But if you factored it into the gains, then you realize that, it's worth doing it. But you don't really get a return in terms of profit. We did some analysis, for instance, by using, I think, a maximum of about 200 people, running a day for, and it's not much. We're making quite close to about, I think about 500,000, 536,000 a month. But the cost is in excess. The cost is about 700,000. So it means there's still a viability.
Because if you look at it, you have to maintain it.
You have to maintain,
right? And you're not making enough money.
No.
How do you maintain it? Yeah. How do you run this sustainably?
And that is why all over the world, governments get involved in the operation of a passenger train in terms of services. By closing that viability gap. Because this one, we're going to buy fuel.
Absolutely.
We're going to buy fuel. We're going to employ workers. And we have built at least about 8 stations on the line. We're going to put people there.
So guaranteed it will run at a loss?
Definitely, there's not going to be, it's not a profitable venture as I stated it, based on the studies that we've conducted. You're not going to make 1 cedi, for passengers. But when you start running the freight, the expectation is that that gain from the freight will cover this viability gap that we're seeing in the passenger round. A rail track was put ahead. Earlier on in the morning, they went around the whole line to see that there was no obstacle. 30 minutes this time before the takeoff of this DMU, the rail track, the maintenance track, was put ahead. So what is he saying when he said inspection?
This is what he says. How can you conduct a test run on the new railway line without the track inspection? How long had the vehicle been on the track before the test run? If I were president, I'll be asking some serious questions. The second question he asked...
Can I answer that question?
Yes.
I don't think he understood the question himself, his accent. Did he try to find out whether inspection was done as a former president? Did he make an effort before coming out with this. Sometimes some of us just refuse to talk because some of this statements being made by people at higher authority. If I'm a former president, I would never say this type of thing. Did he try? I mean, he knows me well. He could just find out from me from the office. Oh, my minister, my boy. I mean, then we'll tell him the truth. He has not established that fact, and as a president have an intention of coming to lead Ghanaians, and you come out with this sort of statement. I don't know. Surprisingly, this type of I don't know how to describe it, but His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I mean, this is below the belt. I am sorry, I give you all the kind of respect, but I expect you to find out first. This is below the belt.
Well, the NDC is still insisting that the rail line terminating at Mpakadan does not make economic sense unless it is able to help transport goods to the north of the country. Here is the communications director of the party, Sammy James, speaking to Evans Mensah a while ago on Top Story.
The purpose of the Tema Akosombo, now Tema Mpakadan railway line, is not just about the transportation of passengers. If that were the case, then that project would not have been viable from day one, because you cannot just transport passengers from Tema, Asienya, all the way to Mpakadan and be able to repay the loan which we got from the Indian Exim Bank for this project.
Well, he admits that.
The whole essence.
He actually admits that.
So that
he actually admits that it's not going to be financially viable with the way they've started now. But
exactly.
They have a plan
so
to do.
This minister is actually a confused minister, a bundle of contradiction. I heard him attack President Mahama, President Mahama's harmless questions on that unfortunate accident that happened.
And Sammy, just a second, I'll come to John Mahama shortly, but on the substantive matter of the viability, although he admits it's not viable now, he raises questions with your conclusion that the termination at the Akosombo port, which you had argued in your piece, that was the original plan to make it viable because it's going to be transporting goods. He says they are building a port at Mpakadan, and that is the second phase of the project, which will then make it financially viable when they bring in 12 locomotives.
Clearly, this minister doesn't know what he's talking about. Look, I have not raised any issue with the terminal point of this railway line being in Mpakadan. Go through the write-up and tell me where I raise an issue with that, on the terminal point of the railway line they built. The issue I raise has to do with the fact that this Tema Akosombo, now Tema Mpakadan railway line, is supposed to connect the Tema port to the northern parts of Ghana and beyond. That is the original rationale, the strategic consideration for the project. To have a railway line from Tema port to Akosombo or Mpakadan, wherever you want to terminate it, and to have lake transportation from that point to Bute in the northern region of Ghana, so that goods like fuel products, like cement, and what have you, can be transported from the Tema port all the way to the northern parts of the country. You should go and read the Ghana Railways Authority's own policy paper on this project.
Yeah, but Sammy, why
that
you
is the original rationale of the project.
Yeah,
and so if you build a railway line, Evans, let me conclude on this. If you build a railway line that can now, as we speak today, only transport passengers and cannot transport goods to the northern part of the country, what have you done?
Now, away from that, doomsday is simply because there's no money to buy gas. Now, how much do we need to purchase fuel to feed power plant? Isaac Ofieje, lead data and research analyst here at the JoyNews, joins me with more answers. First, let's start with the liquidity constraint, Kofi.
Well, so the liquidity constraint, we've been talking about it here on JoyNews Prime, and this hint was given by the Ghana Energy Commission. Well, according to them, we need that figure on the touch screen, $1.14 billion to buy fuel this year. So we decided to do some sort of computation to look at how much we'll need every month and every day. Well, I mean, you heard Kojopoku on Top Story saying it's not fuel. I mean, but Ghanaians want to know what is actually the problem, because we know the Energy Commission said that plant maintenance costs and fuel restrictions could cause our dependable capacity to fall. And that's what we are facing at the moment. So 1.4 billion, 1.4 billion, that comes down to some $95 million every month, about $3.2 million every day to buy the fuel. Now, we know that because of the current economic, crisis going on, we all know, and you are aware of, the situation with WAPCO and the fact that we get some of the gas or the fuel here, but the ones that we have to depend on N-Gas or the WAP, West African Gas Pipeline, sometimes delays because of the arrears we have. And that we know is one key component causing the current doomsday that we are facing.
Interesting. What are some of these, because look, 1.14 billion is a lot of money. What are some of the sources that we derive funding from to buy fuel to power the plant?
Well, it's actually been absolutely about more than a year since we did the domestic debt exchange program. And I always said that it will cause some sort of problems. And one of the problems it has caused is that it has actually collapsed the local bonds market that we had. And when we declared that we were going to default on most of our debt, we also lost access to the international capital market. So usually, when we have some of these situations, because, the 2024 budget estimates that the total shortfall in the energy sector for 2024 is estimated around more than 23 billion Ghana cedis. If we are very, benevolent and we use $1 to 10 cedis, that's about $2.3 billion. That's the kind of money we need to close that shortfall. Now, usually we were relying on sources like ECG collections. ECG collection is supposed to be the primary source. But we've seen from the various PRC reports that ECG currently is not able to collect, the PRC threshold of 98%. In fact, there was some sort of, period that they were supposed to, collect about, 8 billion Ghana cedis. ECG ended up only collecting 4.9 billion cedis. So that's shortfall who is paying. So if you are relying on ECG for the money for the cash waterfall mechanism, they are not raising enough. And even if they raise enough, exchange rate losses also comes in here. Then another angle is, should we increase tariffs? We already know that the automatic tariff adjustment is in session. And we are already, we are in the second year already, and we've seen the effects. And we've seen that that is still not solving the problem. So the issue about tariff is possibly a no-go area at the moment, because you know what Ghanaians are feeling and all of that. Then government securities. This used to be, a big pool that we could go and get money from the bonds market, from the T-bill market. Let me start from the local bonds market. It's no longer there. It's collapsed. We used to get money from ESLA, Dachi bonds, the GOG bonds. When the government was in trouble, the Bank of Ghana can just come in and bail them out by buying the bonds. But now, they've been asked to sign a 0% financing agreement with the finance ministry. So now the finance ministry needs about 1.4 billion or $1.3 billion to save the energy sector, to pay for the top-ups.
But they can't go to
the Bank of Ghana because of that 0% financing that we have. T-bill markets, this year, that is what we are surviving on. But currently, because the rate has been reduced, it's no longer lucrative or attractive. So we've seen some marginal under subscription there. And the last one being the Eurobond, where we were getting, in the last 5 years or 6 years, we were getting $3 billion almost every year. Now that market is no longer available, and we are really struggling. So the issue has to do with money. And we are not the ones saying it. PRC has said it. Gridco has said it. Mines and Energy Committee, Parliament has said it. And even the ECG said there was a time that they needed money to buy fuel. They told the finance ministry, they said, go ahead and buy, we'll reimburse you. To date, that money has not been paid.
Well, and from our national dialogue, we realized that fund or finance is a major issue of where we are. But let's still stay in the energy sector, because there's increasing pressure on President Akufo-Addo and his energy minister to take decisive steps to end the current erratic power supply being experienced nationwide. Now, large parts of the country continue to be plunged into darkness every single day due to what everyone now know to be inadequate fuel to power the thermal electricity generating plant. Only last week, President Akufo-Addo broke his silence on the situation when he commissioned the Kumasi 1 thermal plant, but did not announce any concrete steps to fix the problem.
Our national electrification rate of 88.8% is one of the highest on the continent, and the goal is to have full electricity access by the end of this year. In the areas of power generation, transmission, and distribution, my government has made and continues to make significant investments towards the provision of reliable and competitively priced electricity to assure economic growth. This is part of our commitment to realizing the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I do acknowledge Regional Minister, Minister for Energy, ladies and gentlemen, and Nananom, the challenges that the people of Ashanti and indeed of other parts of the country have had to endure in very recent times over the supply of power. And I can only thank you for the patience you have exhibited in the face of these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I must perforce thank Otumfuo Asantehene, who graciously intervened with the authorities of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to release a portion of their land for the construction of this power station and gas pipeline infrastructure. And I thank the Vice Chancellor of the university for this important contribution.
Now, civil society organizations and other analysts are turning the heat on the president and his appointees for immediate action. Former UN senior governance advisor, Professor Bafo Ajimandia, believes the president has not taken charge of the crisis. He wants the president to address the nation consistently like he did during COVID-19.
An aspect of good governance, certainly, is the responsiveness of government when citizens express concern about critical issues as we are facing. But so far, I think we are lacking leadership on this crisis. We know the feud between GRIPCO, ECG, PURC, and others, and this is the time we have expected the president to take charge, just as he did successfully during the COVID era, when he was able to brief us periodically on the situation. This current crisis is almost nationwide, and there's a huge public concern expressed through many media, especially on social media. People are very frustrated, and I think it's an occasion for the president to be seen as being in charge. And I wish the president can assemble those players in the energy sector and give them marching orders and assure the nation that serious efforts are underway to rectify the situation. So far, I think we haven't seen much transparency on this matter. We haven't seen a real concern expressed by government, the president on this matter, and therefore the whole nation seems to be just bemoaning and lamenting the crisis without any serious response from government.
Now, energy analyst Kwame Jantor says if the president and his team cannot fix the situation, they must all resign.
I don't understand the situation where we don't want to open up and be transparent about this particular issue. Rather, we tell the Minister of Finance, please find money, find money, find money. How much money are we talking about? How much? We gave you the country to look after, your management to look after, to make sure that it is being run well. If you feel got to a point to do it, get out of the soup. Get out of it, because we cannot continue this way. At least give us a time this will end. And if it's in perpetuity, then we know it's in perpetuity. So we plan. The operative word there amongst this cocktail is finance. That is the operative word. You need finance to be able to buy feedstock. You need finance because gas is a challenge. Apart from that, the other side of the question that makes it even more difficult is the personal interest bit that is in there. And we need to address. Look, I was expecting the president, when he commissioned the K1 in Kumasi, I was expecting him as an opportunity to tell to Ghanaians, yes, we appreciate the patience you've had for us.
Now, away from that, residents of the Upper West region have added their voices, urging government to come out with a timetable to enable them to plan their daily activities. Business persons offering secretarial services, students and workers say the frequent unplanned power outages are having an effect on their businesses. They complain that the power outages have resulted in their gadgets being spoiled and the students are unable to study for their exams. JoyNews' Upper West regional correspondent Rafiq Salam reports from Wa.
Unplanned power outages and punishing high temperatures, making lives uncomfortable for residents of the Upper West region. For several months, businesses have been suffering as a result of the former, making residents struggle for survival. Standby generators are often used, especially by few people, to run their businesses during the power outages. Others who cannot afford the services of a standby generator feel the pinch and pain and sit down like Egyptian mummies seeking for help. Lutfia Yahya is the manager of Ludeness Ventures. They are offering secretarial services, sale of stationaries, and other office equipment.
The first effect of the light outs mostly is it spoils a lot of our machines. That's the first effect, and then sometimes when it's like that and the machine shut off without you following the normal procedure to shut it down, when you want to on it again, there's a code that will come that gives you a lot of problems. You rather will incur a cost of changing part of it or something. And then secondly, when the light went out off like that, we are forced to put on the generator. That is additional cost that we add to our business.
Students of the Simon Diodon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, SDDU, are also not left out in the power outage conundrum. The situation is even worse during the examination week, forcing them to use unconventional ways to study.
My hostel, we are about 7 inside, and imagine if lights up, how we feel the condition there. We are crowded and no light. Some of us are using electrical gadgets to cook. We can't cook. We go through a lot through the dome. So
some students got bitten by snakes and other dangerous reptiles as a result.
If the movement of one place to another, especially from this place to campus, there is no even street light here. And also, we are girls. The girls now, we fear. We are scared. So because of that now, we always come and hang around this place, sit, so waiting for the light to come back. We just sit and refresh ourselves and waiting until the lights come before we get to our hostel because it's always warm inside.
When you start to learn, then the light is out, doom so. You get back inside and then it will come back. So you have to come down again and then go to class. You go to class and then boom, the light is out again. So because of that, people just say, oh, then it's okay, I'm not learning. Let me sleep, let me do this, let me do something else. Let me come out and sit. And now too, because of the weather, the snakes and reptiles are always coming out. So if you don't take care, you can get bitten. The last time one lady got bitten while sitting outside because of doomso. If she was inside, this thing wouldn't have happened.
So what the people in the Upper West region are now talking about is that at least they want a timetable so that they can be able to plan their lives. So they are calling on the government to come to their aid, let them have a timetable for these lights out in the Upper West region so that their businesses, their children's school studies will not be truncated. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam. Wow.
Now, the Education Minister, Dr. Yao Edichum, has admitted there is a serious infrastructure challenge that has plagued the implementation of the Free Senior High School program. This has led to overcrowding in many schools, leading to the implementation of a double track system. While some schools have now ended the shift system, other schools continue to implement it. Now, speaking at an event to tell the Free SHS story, the minister said government will not relent in fixing all the problems facing the program, assuring the public that a double track system will be ended in due course.
The Free Senior High School is nearing a decade of implementation, and according to the Education Minister, Dr. Yawase Edichum, while infrastructure remains a challenge, government is committed to fixing that and eroding double track in all schools. Dr. Edichum says while critics focus on the negatives, he and his team at the Education Ministry are working to make the Free Senior High School an all-round success.
I hear all the time people talking about the Free Senior High School, and they don't tell the story of the children who were here. You have to look at something negative and focus on that. They are not focusing on the story of the children. This is a program that has touched many lives.
In his presentation, Dr. Edichum highlighted that government has not abandoned basic schools as the NDC claims.
But I know there are some who are watching from home and around the world, and they are saying, what about basic schools? Have you abandoned them? So they will say, yeah, we'll give you credit. You've done well with senior high school. But if you abandon basic schools, children are sitting on the trees, and you're talking about drones. To them, I have a response. I look forward to a day when parents will line up in front of our public schools and beg to enroll their children. That is the day. And it will soon come. And it has begun under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Let me move. This is your junior high school.
Meanwhile, some beneficiaries of the Free Senior High School STEM education shared with JoyNews the experience of undertaking a holistic science and technology education.
It was such a thrilling experience. We got to see different kinds of people from different countries. We got to see Nigerians, Chinese, Philippines, and other stuff. And we actually cooperated with them very well. And people of Japan also are welcoming and very nice people. And they also let us in on some of their inventions. They made us see how to cure kidney stones and everything. And also, we interacted with some of their high school kids who are at the same level with us. And then our interactions with them were actually quite impressive. And for our school, we will be inventing an airplane very soon, because we've seen that it's quite an easy mechanism for some aspects of it. So very soon we'll be implementing an airplane and many more. And for sanitation too, we are also developing, with the help of our team, we are also developing various ideas. So very soon you'll hear from us.
The Education Ministry believes in the new policies it continues to put in place in the implementation of the Free Senior High School program, which they say will fix its challenges and deliver on quality education outcomes.
This is still the JoyNews Prime. We will take a short break. We'll be back with more. Please stay. Don't go away.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Electoral Commission be limited voters registration exercise na. Banyili 7th May in time 27th May 2024. Na basana benye enfiku do buruga na bomu da mantan sebe bomu atrna. Ayu EC be district office kama. Konkombe katu akpa ko electoral area. Onko public universities na Ghana ya sebe bomu atre. Onto presidential na parliamentary beka konkonto na abebe 2024 na. Ese kama nafu konkombe katu ayu mu EC be district office. Konkombe katu akonko electoral area. Onko public universities yengini bomu Ghana card. Onko passport. Numu elurpa residential digital address no bata mo katre and dang voters register nato e kama na monko Ghana card nko passport de Ghana ebreba sanyo no bo atretia wo register nato no benyi se eno na asebe mo katre for voters ID banfwe samana sebe fo katre limited voters registration exercise ere bin fara atlata che 7th May ntanyo atani che Monday 27th May 2024 exercise ere bekaman kulongo ku a voters ID munafwe e vote beka transfer na esukubuku to konko ense proxy voting na being fara eligima che Friday 30th May and logo eligima che 14th June 2024. Can you say eno answer basam bang su kudu the besebebo mo atre bedem brasana as a kama na enyi se anon bang sele benye kasoberge voters registration exercise ere le ekwamoneke ben saneke shinten kubuku to ni kayurushi eba wo Ghana beka konkonto tuna sebe fuka tren to konkon fuka konkon to elefe chefuso your vote is your
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Fortune rice. It needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA.
The JoyNews Prime. Now, president of the Diaper Importers Association of Ghana, Nana Bri Asamoah, is accusing the Food and Drugs Authority of deliberately sabotaging local importers of diapers to favor foreign manufacturers in Ghana. He made these allegations at a news conference held here in Accra. There's more in this report.
FDA requested or queried certain importers to provide certain documentations in the system. They provided all those certificates in the system. FDA did not approve. It took them to go further to certain officers who said to them that they should go to the head office to get approval from the CEO. I've never heard of any procedure like this until about a month ago. When you do this, then the impression that is out that certain persons possibly may have contacted FDA in an attempt to get monopoly. Then what we are doing seeks to give credence to what the allegations that people are putting out there.
At the press conference, President Nana disclosed that the association had paid a substantial amount of $7,000 to the FDA for licenses, certificates covering storage, manufacturing, labeling, and training related to their diaper importation business. However, he expressed shock and dismay at the sudden revocation of their license by the FDA.
Diapers, baby diapers, or the banner of the foods. There be Nemum near Yenati, Yensu 2-1 and more, food and drug board 40 and say. A son frustration, I'm for 4 or Ghana honey port 20. I am uncle for the and your money a day, Efra, a journey and 5 borders. And no 19 as a be or be 1 and may be a quackupio baby dear. A frustration on the day and the other, a comment and Nippans with you. I say, Upamufua, Otono, Mema. And this was now when you didn't say any between the affair to go and answer baby, not say Cacreb or the Befem, no, the Abba, no, yeah, 4.
Nana Obria Samoa II appealed to the FDA to reconsider their decision and reinstate their license to enable them continue operating in the industry.
One got some certificate. What the training? Yes, training the crime, what the echo say, my intriska. Diamubeke Mubea, Yetuahuska Mamo. Now, ye the diapers in Swab Brem, ye the standard board. Modia, their common lab. Makoya test Nina, my young son, your money to me to buy a papa. Na famous affection say, Mubeguya Jumadia. Nani omo can I ampa. I ampa, Omaji, I should say, at the Modia, Person Guya Jumano. And yes, let's say, Ubi Betty and Kebiano. On Kebi my Nayagana ma, send a bear, Jumani Bede, a bit me a coso.
Chairman of the Greater Accra chapter of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Nana Pepra, urged the FDA and government to address their concerns promptly to prevent further escalation and discontent within the business community.
One or two things. The whole thing is that we can never say some of the traders should work and then others should not work. The whole thing is that we are all bringing these products to Ghanaian market in order to what? Get something to feed our family. But what I'm calling for is that we have a collaboration with Ghana Food and Drug Board. They have been collaborating with them. They have asked them to do 1 or 2 things. They are doing it. If they think they have to go further and do 1 or 2 other things too, they will do it. But to create enabling environment for a few people to trade, whilst others too, you are just putting them aside, it will create problem.
A member of the Diaper Importers Association shared her personal experience of financial losses incurred due to the recent regulatory actions.
3.7 billion loan kwana mikoje ye edi chia ye na ni omani say na menya woso say na menya woso aden na moma nipa ho nto no si anya Ghana fo a munchire ye kurom ne yenko
Well, in today's filth exhibition, we take you to the Akwatia Line community in the Ashanti region, where residents live in self-created filth-infested neighborhood. My colleague Clinton Yabua sheds light on the alarming situation, highlighting the unsanitary practices that have become the new normal in the area. Here is a report.
This and many more unpleasant-to-eye activities go on here at the Akwatia Line slum. The neighborhood sits between Abuabo, New Zongo, and Asim in the Ashanti region. This enclave has colliding wooden structures serving as home and shelter So when you enter Akwatia Line, specifically the Akwatia Line Zongo, you would realize that many people have turned wood structures and kiosks into homes and shelter. That's not the only thing. The gutters here and open spaces for water have been blocked. Somehow, the people who live around here have managed to turn these gutters and open waterways into dumping sites and defecation hubs. The small paths between hanging structures called homes are full of trash, dirty and messy drains, discarded electronics, food packages, empty plastic bottles and glasses, leaking sewage, rotten food scraps, fruit peels and other biodegradable materials. Twist through the maze of houses. Open defecation, once an abnormal necessity, has become an accepted norm. Residents in the vicinity have expressed growing concerns over the deteriorating sanitation conditions plaguing their neighborhood.
The filth is made by the people who live around here. They sneak through waste in the gutter at night and dawn. They also defecate here. Meanwhile, we have a dumping site just close to the Abuabu station. It is very worrying. When you say it, they will insult you.
Unity oil, medical, and almost from Bababe. A Bababe twice in Ababu station. I show me DB mobile.
Local workers around the area echoed similar sentiments, revealing the challenges they face daily due to lack of proper waste management.
Nti yabo kono obansa ngofo kutokoto asi amuko toilet ewianse wasi a omu bie toilet na namunso inum sa.
We close at 7 p.m. and even before it's dark you can spot people defecating in plain sight. And when we open the gutter, all the waste run through here. The scrap dealers have also turned here into a dump site for their unwanted waste.
Mompano, our banner over Yatumu, your companies are Mukamu video on ma, a Boba 7 Amapon Mikofia, or Koto, Adena on the soil toilet.
Unfortunately, the canker does not end in houses and workplaces. Now, when you walk 3 minutes from the gutter, which has been filled with waste and stagnant waters, you can see a congregation of women here gathered to prepare meals for public consumption. Although most of them have denied interviewed with us, some of them who talked with us are complaining bitterly how this is affecting their business and activities here.
The filth starts from the far end. We have no control over it.
As concerns mount, residents and workers are calling on local authorities to enforce regulations and hold offenders accountable.
But the residents seemed unperturbed. They should set up a task force purposely for this to punish perpetrators.
The Ashanti Regional Fire Commander, ACFO Henry Fatai Giwa, highlighted the security dangers when the condition remains the same for a long time.
Seriously, I don't think when there's any fire outbreak over there, we'll be able to do much. Just because when you look at the materials over there, most of them are highly combustible materials and class A, meaning as soon as the fire starts, it will just spread like that.
Well, when the rains come with strong winds, Accra doesn't only experience flooding. Trees, poles and billboards sometimes are brought down. In the ministry's police station area on Tuesday, the National Disaster Management Organization was called in to assist. Caleb Osei Main Sense report read to you.
Those are workers of the National Disaster Management Organization at work to remove this billboard, which collapsed onto the middle of the road during Tuesday's rainstorm. The road between the Ministry Police Station and the court complex had been blocked for about half an hour when our news team got to the scene. The men at work were determined to get the job done, risking their well-being. Faustina is a hawker along the stretch. She narrates how it all happened. Madame Rebecca Odoy is a commissioner of both other ministries. She believes prompt repair works on such boards would have prevented the incident.
When the billboard fell down, actually I didn't know what really happened, but I was inside. When people were complaining that the way they installed the billboard was not fair, so it can actually lead to a dangerous situation. If they install the billboard, they have to make sure that the billboard is fair. It will not fall down when there's rainy season. Because the wind, many times when the wind is too much, so much, even trees can easily fall down and it will lead to accidents.
At the time of our departure from the scene, the dedicated workers of the National Disaster Management Organization had cleared the road. Caleb Osei Mensah's report for Joy News.
This is still the JoyNews Prime. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with Showbiz with Becky Beggs.
With your last cash left for the month, you decide to get a chicken bucket for the family. So you hop in your car and pay for the petrol to get to the drive-thru. Then you pay for the food. But 20 minutes later, that precious bucket of chicken is now a bucket of bones. Or you pay once right on your phone with the MyGoTV app to keep the whole family smiling for an entire month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment,
ooh, I love this.
There's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Well, welcome back to Showbiz, and oh, she's looking too beautiful.
Thank you. You're out.
Becky Beggs is here. Hi, Becky.
Hello to you.
How are you?
It's me. It's always me. Here.
Hey.
Okay, Brace.
Hey, Becky there.
Let me take you to, your region. Jeduble Ambule.
Simgwaman.
Yeah. He celebrated his 77th birthday over the weekend, and he was joined by Atongo Zimba, a lot of, friends, family, to celebrate him. celebrates the goodness of God upon his life. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with him to find out what's next.
Ambule, if you see what Ambule did when he comes in a different style, and he fused it, and that's why I made him who is him today. And people need to learn from that. You know, people need to learn where he started and how he grows. And he came to Ghana, he settled, put a band together. He's just amazing. You know, and that's what we all have to do. Come home and do something. That's why we are here. You can see Rocky Dawood, I see his wife and everybody here. That's what we are here for.
77 years of blessing us with good music. Congratulations to you. I see that you're in a celebratory mood because of your white. How do you feel?
I feel energetic and I feel 54 years old again. Because when I take a look back, you know, all these years up to 77, and with the energy and with the blessings and everything, I can't do anything but just to say thank you. Thanks the Most High for all the blessings. And we still keep doing it. So the blessings is more. That's why we still keep doing it.
You did mention that you're going back on tour. You're still creating music, 77 years, and you're still doing it. Are you going to ever retire?
Retirement is not going to come from me.
Okay.
Or it's going to come one day Almighty says the door is open, then maybe that's where the retirement is going to come from. But at this time of my age that I'm still touring, that I'm still being invited to go and perform, it means that I've done something that's good. If not, who's going to call me? You know, there are lots of different artists and things like that, but to call JoyNews at 777 for an American tour, you know, going to about 12, 10 different states and things like that, man, it's worthwhile.
I mean, you've had your friends up on stage. A lot of people are gathered here just to celebrate you. Do you feel celebrated enough?
Yeah.
After all these years?
Yeah, because I thank them getting out of their homes to come and be with me. Knowing that JoyNews is celebrating in 77, and they all came and be with me and things like that. There's nothing like that, you know, because if they don't love you, they don't like you, they're not going to come. The whole place was full because they all wanted to celebrate with me and make my 77 years worthwhile.
Happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best. Before I let you go, sir, are you fulfilled? It's been how many years, how many decades of giving us quality music? You're still doing music. You're still going on tours. You're still, you know, getting us that simugwa feel and all of that.
The vibration, yeah.
The vibration.
Yeah.
I mean, are you fulfilled with, you know, how far you've come, and, you know, what are the plans for the next probably 20 days?
The fulfillment is coming from the children.
Right.
Because most of the children, the one I made my music, they weren't born. But they've grown up to see and hear the name JoyNews. They see me in the streets, they call me about a bullfruit, about a quadrants, and say, hey man, you weren't born when I made that music. So for you to able to come and recognize that, and at the back of your mind, you see me call me, I think the blessing comes from the Most High. Because most of my colleagues, nobody's remembering them. So if JoyNews is being remembered, it means that I have to just give thanks, that's all.
Thank you. Happy birthday, sir. We wish him all the best. He's going back on tour. We wish him all the best.
Exactly.
You know Erin Logan, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, she got,
I think she was in a group with...
Ifya. There were two. She got married.
Oh.
Congratulations to her. I have a beautiful video of her dancing together with her husband. Now, Irene is a Mrs. Before we go, veteran Nollywood actor Zach Orji has revealed that before undergoing surgery, he has amnesia. Recall that the actor recently underwent 2 brain surgeries after he slumped in the bathroom. Speaking in an interview with Channels TV on Sunday, Orji said he was in a coma for 5.5 hours.
Strong and healthy, man of a sound mind too.
Oh, you're
80s. Before the surgery, immediately before the surgery, I couldn't recognize people. Yeah.
That was one of the symptoms?
Yes. Some of the people who came to the hospital to see me, I didn't even know that even though they came and we were talking, but I couldn't remember them. It was my wife who told me that this person came, this person came, this person came. But immediately after the surgery, when they brought me out, the first question I asked was, what day are we today? And my wife said, New Year Day, and I started wishing everybody Happy New Year. And so she said that's when she knew that
you're back.
That's right.
Zach Orji there. But Brace, remember to brush your teeth before you go to bed this evening and tomorrow morning when you wake up. Use Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, Pepsodent Charcoal, Pepsodent Herbal, or Pepsodent Triple Protection, because with Pepsodent, every smile matters. That'll be all for the news this evening. We're so grateful to join us. Brace, why are you smiling?
Oh, nothing.
I took your job. It's just signing up. Well, see, you can do it anytime. I can do it anytime.
I get it.
Thank you so much. Please log on to myjohnline.com. That's where you find all the news. Log on to myjohnline.com for the news. Check out the entertainment stories out there. eVibes is always on your screens, on your channels. What else do we have on the channel? We have a lot of
Emma Davis is up next with Prime Business.
We love you, Emma.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we want to tear out. They are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. We invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters, APSA.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hello, welcome to Prime Business. I am Emma Davis. Tonight, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has appealed to government to publish a load shedding timetable to help businesses plan their production schedules. It laments that businesses are unable to produce at full capacity, but are paying for labor even though there is no power to produce goods and services. Speaking to Joy Business, the president of the chamber, Clement Osei Amoako, said a timetable will enable employers plan a roster for their staff.
The timetable is feasible in that it can help us to plan. You don't go to your office only to find out the light is off. No, you must be able to plan. And like just as I was telling you, to be able to manage your employees and know the kind of production you can do in a day and meet your demand for goods and services. And you can't just go in when you don't know what to do. And then the power outages come in and you'll be running around, employees sit down, and at the end of the month you pay them. Mind you, we are also producing for the rest of the world. We are in an open economy. We are producing for other countries for which we have to meet certain demands. And if you are not able to do that, they will cut short your supply. And it's a loss of revenue to us. And I believe that this is not something that the government can joke on. If the timetable is coming, it should be very short in the short run. I believe that this is not beyond their strength to restore power to us. Every effort must be put in place to get us to be able to work in full capacity. I don't see the difficulty in coming out with timetable if really you know the problem. It's only when you don't know the problem, you don't have solution. But if they really know where the problem is coming from, they'll be able to tell us that within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we'll have the power. And so we are putting these modalities in place within the shortest possible time to restore power. But if you are not able to do that, it means that they don't have the solution to the problem, for which I don't believe so. So we insist that they go on and do the right thing.
Away from power crisis, tax analyst Francis Timoboy is supporting the Ghana Revenue Authority's move to tax resident Ghanaians earning foreign income. According to her, the initiative has the potential to rake in the needed revenue to shore up Ghana's revenue deficit. Speaking to Joy Business, he stated that the perfect implementation of the initiative will improve Ghana's fiscal standings.
If you look at the 70,000 accounts that the GRA said they've even exchanged as of January, and from 40 countries alone, it means that if we extend the tenterhooks, we can even get more. And the value of that amount standing in the individual accounts to close to 3 billion, and they can access about $1.6 billion as tax revenue. It doesn't really mean that that is the amount that the GRA is going to collect. Now that they have the information, they are examining it. So they'll be inviting people to come and justify or explain the source of that income. If clearly we are able to raise about 1.6 billion, Pius, you know that that is even more than the VAT on household consumption. And I think that we just have to work with the international partners like the OECD and the Global Forum for Tax Transparency, whose objective is to fight tax evasion. If we're able to pursue this, it will bring a lot of money. And besides, these people who are already in Ghana and any income from outside or foreign income, they are in the best capacity to pay the taxes. So we don't have a problem there. Mostly they are rich than the average Ghanaian who would normally be buying, electricity using 100 cedis or whatever.
President Akufo-Addo says his government has taken steps to enhance accountability and transparency in the management of state-owned enterprises and also to make them profitable. For years, many public enterprises have grappled with breaking even. However, in a bid to promote accountability and efficiency in state agencies, President Akufo-Addo has issued a new policy document that provides a strict framework that will govern the activities of boards and state-owned enterprises. The following report has more.
A new dawn for corporate governance in state-owned enterprises. That is the aim of the new Code of Corporate Governance for specified entities, which has been outlawed by President Akufo-Addo at the 2024 Policy and Governance Forum. According to the State's Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, this will help improve efficiency in the public sector, a vision which has enjoyed the support of the Public Enterprises Minister.
Today marks a significant opportunity for us to engage in comprehensive discussions regarding our achievements, areas of improvement, and strategize for advancement. It is fitting, therefore, that we not only unveil pivotal documents, but also engage in meaningful deliberations aimed at exchanging and implementing effective measures in corporate governance across our respective entities.
For the first time in the history of this country, Mr. President, the structure we had, State Enterprises Commission, which would manage, and when an enterprise collapsed, we pass it on to Diversity Implementation Committee to dispose of it, which became the trend. Your presidency has halted that, and you put in place all the structures that are needed to ensure that they continue to stay and operate profitably to contribute to national development. These two documents, Mr. President, complete it all.
President Akufo-Addo, who also joined stakeholders at this forum, intimated that he was unwavering in seeing to the profitability of state-owned enterprises.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of the ambitious goal I set for our public enterprises sector, and that is for it to contribute 30% of our GDP. I'm pleased to report that I see considerable strides towards this target. Though impressive, there's still a long way to go from here. It is heartwarming to observe that by 2021, specified entities have significantly increased their total revenue to 121.8 billion cedis, compared to some 34.8 billion cedis in 2016.
For many years, state-owned enterprises have grappled with the challenge of remaining profitable. However, the 2024 Policy and Governance Forum is bringing together stakeholders to maximize the benefits of state ownership through effective corporate governance.
I'm happy to announce that 5 years after its establishment, today we are here to celebrate the success story of how these bodies are complying, how SOEs are complying, and it is having expression in the books of the companies that the state owns. I'm talking about the institution I manage. We made profit.
The Ghana Free Zones Authority is actually one of the most compliant organizations and will comply even further. So if something is supposed to be done in April, we would then endeavor to even do it in March.
This is Sugan reporting for JoyNews. Kempinski, Accra.
The recent financial sector cleanup and the domestic debt exchange program have undermined investor confidence in the banking sector. However, the CEO of Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, suggests that by re-evaluating policies and investment products, Ghana can rebuild its weakened savings culture, thereby strengthening the financial sector over time. Here's more.
The Money Summit 2024 was on investing for the future, rethinking investment and savings to drive economic growth and development. In an interview with Joy Business, the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, highlighted the importance of restoring confidence in the financial sector by encouraging customers to adopt a culture of prudent savings.
I am here, assuming I have $1 million sitting at home. The question is, which vehicle will be the best for me to invest in? Whether it's direct investment, is it going to be using one of the banks, invest in the banks? Where do I invest? These are very important questions that we need solutions to. Also, we should consider the fact of the high inflation we have. It is not good for you to put your money down at home, saying that, oh, it is secure at home. You have friends coming to visit you at home and at night, which is not too good. All right, so investing is the best way out. If you leave your money for a month or two, remember the exchange rate will eat away the money. inflation is also there to eat away the money. So the best bet is to invest it.
The Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Ataya Bojan, encouraged financial sector stakeholders to offer alternative investment products to customers beyond traditional instruments to meet evolving needs.
As investors, we sometimes come across as following the crowd. We all chased one type of investment. We either bought bonds or treasury bills. But the reality is that we also have alternative investments. Alternative investments like real estate, venture capital, and equity investments, where you identify a potential business partner, and that can be a small business that is starting up, and it could be an informal sector, SME, micro business, or a fintech, and invest directly in that startup. Alternatives that will have real impact on the sustainable and more enduring development of our nation.
The summit brought together key players across the financial sector and fostering collaborative efforts to reshape the industry.
In the dynamic world of manufacturing, local manufacturers have been urged to pay critical attention to branding, labeling, and packaging of their products in order to thrive in the export market. According to the CEO of Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Dr. Ifua Asabia Asari, it has become imperative to sustain and grow the manufacturing sector through the production of quality and excellent products. There's more in the following report.
As Ghana strives to become the leading supplier to West Africa for consumer packaging, pioneering the way to supplying quality, sustainable packaging to the region's manufacturers, Propac Ghana has launched the 2024 Propac Innovation Summit to provide a platform for suppliers and service providers in the manufacturing sector to display the latest technologies and service offerings to both local and international markets. Speaking at the opening of the three-day summit, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Dr. Ifua Asabia Asari, underscored the importance for manufacturers to focus on branding, labeling and packaging of their products in order to remain relevant in the export market.
Indeed, strong branding is the cornerstone upon which businesses build their identity and reputation. A strong brand not only differentiates a product in the market, but also holds trust and loyalty among consumers. As we gather here, we are presented with an ideal opportunity as innovators and business owners to learn about the best practices that can set our products apart in an often crowded and noisy marketplace.
Managing Director, Montgomery Group, Alexander Agnus, stated that the three-day summit will provide local manufacturers the opportunity to come up with cutting-edge products that will help them compete favorably on the international market.
Ultimately, we want our exhibitors, both the local and international exhibitors, to connect with new and existing customers, predominantly Ghanaian visitors who are looking to source new products and services for their products. But we want to make connections. We want to make connections that matter, connections that can help exhibitors achieve their commercial goals and visitors to achieve their business solutions.
On his part, Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Ghana Industries, Seth Chuma Kwabwa, said, although there's been significant improvement in packaging, there's still more that needs to be done to tighten the loose end of the manufacturing value chain.
Packaging is very critical when it comes to the competitiveness of your products. We are not only looking at the Ghanaian market, we're also looking at the export market. And if you're exporting your product and your product doesn't have the right packaging in terms of quality, in terms of the aesthetics of it, the beauty and everything, you are not likely to be competitive in those markets. Even the Ghanaian market, years ago, people were complaining about the quality of made in Ghana products. And we said, no, we think the quality is good. And with time, we've proved that indeed the content, the quality is good. But then there were complaints about the packaging. And if you look at it, if you monitor the environment, you will see that there's also been significant improvement in the packaging of made in Ghana products. But we still have a long way to go.
Montgomery Group's Propac portfolio in Africa has grown into the leading packaging, processing, plastics and printing group of events serving the African continent. For Joy Business, Pius Kojobaka.
As part of its corporate social responsibility, the insurance industry, led by the National Insurance Commission, has donated over 2,200 units of blood to the National Blood Service of Ghana. The gesture is part of the industry's annual CSR campaign, which focuses on mobilizing blood units to support hospitals. Here's a report.
Climax of the 2023 blood donation campaign by the insurance industry, spearheaded by the National Insurance Commission, witnessed a donation of 40 packs of cesarean section packs to the maternity ward of the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. The donation was led by the Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Michael Kofi Andor, together with representation from various insurance associations. Together, the industry successfully mobilized 2,203 units of blood, representing over 200 units more than what was achieved in 2022. Michael Kofi Andor is the acting commissioner of insurance.
As the slogan goes, if you do it for someone, you are doing it for yourself. You never know when it will be your turn. You never know when it will be your loved one. And so as a nation, it is our responsibility to ensure that our blood banks are well stocked. Blood is one thing that we cannot import. We cannot buy from anywhere. We have to donate them. That is the only source we get them. And so we will put in all the effort and the resources that are needed to increase. It's really beyond my expectation. Every insurance company, every broking company, everybody who could donate actually went ahead and donated. So the response has been overwhelming.
The outgoing director of the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Dr. Emmanuel Shrofenyo, was full of praise for the gesture, but was quick to appeal for more.
From the statistics that has been given, we can say that it went very well. We got in a total of 2,203 pints of blood. Well, this is a significant amount of blood. But the national need for blood annually, I have just checked, and that is about 300,000 pints of blood. That is the amount of blood that the country needs every year. And so as we see, this is a very great achievement. There is still more room for improvement, not only for the National Insurance Commission, but for all individuals in Ghana. We need to come together and work hard to make sure that we're raking this amount of blood that the nation needs to save lives.
The campaign is spearheaded by the National Insurance Commission with support from the Insurance Brokers Association, IBAG, Chartered Insurance Institute of Ghana, CIIG, Ghana Insurance Association, GIA, Women in Insurance Network of Ghana, and the ECOWAS Brown Card Insurance Scheme.
The Dean of the College of Agriculture and Bioresources at the University of Saskatchewan, Professor Mary Burr, is calling for enhanced agribusiness practices to boost agricultural value chain. According to her, building capacity of agripreneurs as well as the mechanization and automation of agric processes will positively change the outlook of the sector. She spoke to Joy Business at a workshop organized by to inspire female agribusiness initiatives.
The workshop, organized by the University of Saskatchewan Global Community Service Fund in collaboration with the Technical Education Development for Modernized Agriculture in Ghana, seeks to address gender disparities and encourage female agribusiness initiatives. The participants were selected from various agri-colleges of education and other tertiary institutions. The pilot phase of the program trained 12 females, 10 from various colleges of agriculture and 2 from the University of Ghana. Dean at the University of Saskatchewan, Professor Mary Burr, noted that with enough support, agri-entrepreneurs can scale up and create jobs for others.
Ghana has enormous potential and is really ready to take up and make things better for themselves. I see that there's a problem. It's difficult to mechanize, but our young people, our Ghanaian young people, are very keen on learning new ways of doing things.
Professor George Odro Nkansa is the board chair of the Agri-Colleges Incubation Hub and shares some of the benefits.
And in the end, we become bigger enterprises, and then we also share the job creation activities. So then they create jobs, they become sustainable, sufficient, and then everyone are happy in society. So then it's part of the nation.
From agriculture, Ghana lost about 2,055 of its workforce in 2022 to breast cancer. In an attempt to ensure early detection of the disease, Kasona Global Imaging Limited has partnered Medical Scientific to provide affordable mammograms for the Ghanaian populace. According to the chief executive of the company, John Chibu, the partnership will help address the challenge by assisting medical facilities to access quality and affordable healthcare that will stand the test of time.
The partnership between Kasona Global Imaging Limited and Medical Scientific aims to weed out substandard medical equipment on the market and help ensure early detection and treatment of breast cancer to protect the country's human resource. According to the chief executive of Kasona Global Imaging Limited, John Chibu, it has become necessary to improve the fight against the disease through the use of quality equipment.
The medical landscape has remained that we have foreign companies, expensive companies come in here, and then they sell equipment to us, Ghanaians. 2-3 months down the road, those equipments break down. If you go around Ghana, you're going to find that there are so many equipments that are sitting in hospitals. None of them is working. What happens, in fact, is it costs a lot more money to maintain these equipment. So when the manufacturers drop it with us and they leave, 2 months later we do not have any equipment. What we came here to do and what we're trying to do is to change that. There is no reason why you spend money buying an equipment, but that equipment is not working anymore. That's a drain, both on your capital and of course it's a pressure on the patients that cannot get the services.
Project manager at Medical Scientific, Stanley Sonkin, added that the partnership will break barriers and help improve the fight against the disease.
In Ghana, like many other developing nations, access to mammograms has been limited due to various constraints. However, with this partnership, we will break down barriers and ensure that every woman, regardless of their socio-economic background, has access to crucial screening services. Mammograms are one of the most effective tools we have in detecting breast cancer at its earliest and most treatable stages. By providing affordable mammograms, we are empowering the most important women in our society, mothers, grandmothers, wives, daughters, to take control of their health and well-being.
The company promises to make available Ghanaian-trained engineers that would ensure the equipment are continuously fit for purpose.
That's it for Prime Business Tonight. I am Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. Have a good evening. I leave you with international business.
it's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about prostate issues.
One thing I want to say is this, that thankfully I got prostate cancer and survived it.
If you have prostate cancer, that means it's a death sentence. It's not so.
I don't think all the prostate people go through the symptoms. You know, there are symptoms that are sort of like red flags. I didn't really go through any symptoms per se, you know. Okay. I just remember having frequent urination.
I mean, it's a man thing, and they say men have ego, we are alphas and all of that. So all of a sudden, boss, you know, they feel boss.
Masturbation.
The boys are watching.
And
say what?
Frequent sex is not a risk factor for developing a prostate cancer.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the baller inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao. Now tonight, the 2023 Africa Games 200 meters gold medalist Joseph Paul Amwa, as well as national 100 meters record holder Benjamin Azamati, will lead Ghana's quest for Olympic qualification at the World Relays slated for Bahamas next month. They will be complemented by African Games 200 meters finalists Ibrahim Fuseni, West Texas A&M's Isaac Bocho, and Edwin Gadayi, member of the silver medal winning quartet in Accra from a month ago. Well, we have more for you in the following report.
With about 90 days to the start of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, no Ghanaian athlete has yet confirmed qualification to the event. However, the 4x100 relay team represents the country's brightest chance of qualifying for the multi-sport event when they participate in the World Relays in Bahamas next month. Slated for May 4th to 5th, the World Relays will determine 14 of the 16 relay spots in Paris. Ghana has assembled a team of 5 experienced and promising athletes with the hope of securing one of the 14 places up for grabs in Bahamas. Joseph Paul Amoah has been a member of the Ghana Relay Quartet for the past 5 years, helping the team claim gold and silver at the African Games in 2019 and 2024, respectively. The 200-meter African Games champion is looking to make back-to-back Olympic 4x100 relay appearances for Ghana after the team's historic performance in Tokyo last time out. Edwin Gadayi was part of Ghana's relay team for the African Games that narrowly lost out to Nigeria in Accra last month. This competition serves as a huge opportunity for him to compete on the global stage in the relays for the first time after previous near misses. Gadayi has a personal best of 10.55 seconds in the 100 meters, which came in 2019 back in Abidjan. Ibrahim Fuseni is another who will be with Ghana's relay team on the global stage for the first time. The 21-year-old has an impressive season's best of 10.24 seconds in the 100 meters and narrowly missed out on a medal in the men's 200-meter events at the Africa Games in Accra, finishing 4th in a race that was won by compatriot Joseph Paul Amoah. Promising sprint star Isaac Botio forms part of Ghana's contingent, having missed out on the African Games in Accra. The 24-year-old ran a blistering 9.90 seconds earlier this year in West Texas, topping the 10.05 seconds he ran a month prior and will be crucial to Ghana's quartet. Benjamin Azamati, Ghana's poster boy for athletics, completes the team. With previous impressive outings with the team, like the African Games gold medal in 2019 and the Olympic Games final qualification in 2021, a lot will be riding on his shoulders. However, his form this season hasn't been too impressive. His season's best of 10.41 seconds pales in comparison to his national record of 9.90 seconds set in 2022. The 2 top teams in each heat on day 1 will automatically qualify for the final, which in turn books a straight slot to the Olympics. The remaining teams will be given another opportunity to qualify on day 2, with the top 2 teams in each of the 3 additional races booking the remaining 6 slots to the Olympics. Ghana famously qualified for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics after an impressive showing during the World Relays in Silesia 2021.
Coming through, does he get it on the dip? It's very tight indeed. Ukraine in 3rd place.
Now let's do some football now, and let's head to the CAF Confederations Cup, because Dreams SC Football Club, they are 1 game away from advancing to the finals of that competition. They are playing this competition for the very first time in the history of the club. Now they have a 2nd leg game against Zamalek after securing a goalless draw in the 1st leg played in Egypt. Now the team will host the Egyptian Giants at the Barbara Sports Stadium on Sunday. And ahead of that, the team have announced free gates for the popular stand and center line for that semi-final 2nd leg against Zamalek. Now, the club says tickets for the VIP and VVIP stands shall be sold for 20 and 30 cedis respectively to satisfy safety and security requirement. The club is also calling all football fans to gather in large numbers at the Barbara Sports Stadium to support the team as they strive to achieve a historic qualification for the final of the Confederations Cup. Now, the game is scheduled for the Barbara Sports Stadium 4 p.m. on Sunday, and all football lovers can converge at the Barbara Sports Stadium to enjoy that. But joining us on phone is the media officer of the club. We understand the team has arrived in Ghana and undergoing some training sessions here in Accra, preparing for that crucial game. And Joseph Efifa Safo is the media officer, and he joins us on phone to bring us some update on the team's preparation ahead of that crucial game. Joseph, thank you for making time with us tonight on Prime Sports. Can you just help us, have a sense of the mood in the camp at the moment? It's just about 4 days or 5 days to that crucial game against Zamalek. What's the mood in camp at the moment?
Okay, thank you, my brother. Now, the mood in camp is, but the boys are focused. Everybody is cheered up for the game on Sunday. Now, the team did their first training and coming back from Egypt. Training was successful. No injuries that come as of now. So the boys, the camp is cheered up. We are very, very, very focused for the Sunday game because it's an open game. Because Zamalek is a big club. Going to get a draw away is a privilege for the club. So we are trying our possible best to stay focused till Sunday.
Great. We understand you are holding some training sessions in Accra before you finally move to Kumasi. When will this happen?
The team trained today, resume training today. Tomorrow they'll be training as well. So the team gets to Kumasi.
So the team will move to Kumasi tomorrow. Now, just help us understand the rationale behind the decision to open the gate for free. Why have you decided to do that? Is this because of what you experienced at the Cairo International Stadium?
Well, we could say yes, because the support or the fan base as to when we went to Cairo was massive. Now, we want to try and do the same thing in Ghana so that we'll get our fans and number 12 man to cheer our boys up so that at the end of the day, we'll try and get a victory that we want, then Ghana football also, so that we'll make it to the grand finale. Because, as you said, we are just one step away to the final. So hopefully, we want everyone should come. Because when you see where Babaya asked us, the noise making or the fans are at where the center line and the popular stands are. So we want everyone to come with their numbers to cheer the boys up as well. So that might be the motive behind the free gate and the VIP for 20 cities and the VVIP for 50 cities.
Are there any special activities you intend to embark on to at least get the fans into the stadium, especially now that it has been made free?
Well, as to now, we are still arranging things in order. We are still putting things in order. So, as to any activities, we'll make sure our Ghanaian fans or everybody will get to know as soon as possible.
Very well there. Joseph, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, we'll keep in touch with you throughout the week as you prepare for that crucial game against Zamalek at the Babara Sports Stadium. Dreams FC, the Ghanaian MTN FA Cup current champions. They are leading the charge in the CAF Confederations Cup for Ghana, and we are all supporting them. But let's turn to some youth national team update now, because the Ghana Football Association has made some appointments to the Ghana under-23, under-21, the new under-20, under-19, the new under-16, and the new under-15 teams. Some of the technical teams for the respective national teams, youth teams, have been reconstituted, and we have some of them to share with you. Let's start with the under-23 side, because former Black Stars assistant coach and the current head coach from Inson Chaman, he has been appointed as the head coach of Ghana's under-23 side. You can see that's Maxwell Konedu. He's the current coach of Inson Chaman, and he's been appointed as the head coach of the Ghana under-23 side, the Black Meteors, and the appointment of the vastly experienced Konedu, who is currently head coach of Inson Chaman, as I mentioned, is key, according to the Ghana Football Association, to its strategy of taking players through structured and consistently tracked developmental pathway and ultimately preparing them for high performance at a senior level. Now, Maxwell Konedu, of course, brings exceptional experience to his new role, having coached teams within Ghana's developmental age groups, including the under-17 and the under-20 side. He's been through all of those ranks, and the Ghana Football Association is hoping that he can, be able to help the under-23 side to do well. Now, the other appointment that was made by the association is Abdul Karim Zito. Now, he's the current head coach of Dreams FC, and he's led Dreams FC in this CAF Confederations Cup with a sterling performance thus far. Now, he has been appointed as the head coach of the newly formed national under-19 male team, and it's in a bid to fortify Ghana's youth football infrastructure. Now, Zito's appointment as the head coach of the under-19 team, according to the association, represents a natural progression in his illustrious coaching career. Having previously served as the head coach of the national under-15 and under-17 teams, Zito is well-versed in the intricacies of youth football development. And under Zito's tutelage, Ghana under-19 team is poised to undergo a transformative journey, one that prioritizes the holistic development of young footballers, which are key component of Ghana Football Association philosophy. Now, the other appointment that was made is Yao Preko. Now, Yao Preko has been appointed as the head coach of the national under-15 boys team with immediate effect. Now, the former Ghana international has been moved up to take up the substantive role following the decision to move Abdul Karim Zito to the under-19 team. Now, he has significant coaching experience, having worked as head coach of the Ghana under-20 team and also serving as national under-17 assistant coach. He will be deputized by Awudu Isaka and Mubarak Gado, respectively. Now, the other appointment is Amadou Nuruddin. He's also been appointed the head coach of the new under-16 side. He's the current head coach of FC Samatex. They are top of the Ghana Premier League at the moment, and the Ghana Football Association is hoping that he will bring his expertise to help this new under-16 side. Now, the final one is Godwin Atram. Godwin Atram will be the one to take charge of Ghana under-21 side. There's a new national team that has been put together now, and he is going to be the first coach of this new national team, the under-21 side. And Godwin Atram, of course, has worked at the various youth national teams in Ghana and will be looking to use his experience, especially when it comes to handling with youth teams in the country. Now, Daniel Kranting is our colleague on the Joy Sports Desk, and he joins me via Zoom to help, further understand exactly what the Ghana Football Association is trying to do, especially, first of all, with the introduction of these new national teams. Now, we have an under-21 side, under-19 side, under-16 side, and under-15 side. So what is the Ghana Football Association trying to do? Daniel, thanks for joining me tonight. Just help us appreciate what is the plan here by the Ghana Football Association with these new, youth sides?
And basically just to streamline youth development. There's sort of a gap between the under-17 and under-20. That's a 3-year gap, and another 3-year gap between the under-20 and under-23. So the Ghana Football Association just basically wants to put in sort of structures to properly streamline it so that in the space of 1 year or 2 years, you have a certain group of players moving up age brackets all the way to the Black Stars. So you look at under-15, in basically a year, they are moving up to under-16, another year, they are moving up to under-17, and then it goes on like that up to under-23 and eventually the Black Stars. And that's basically to streamline the development of the national teams. They pointed out the fact that between under-17 and under-20, so many things can happen in a player's career that will take them off the path of growth, and then you now have to sort of look again and try and find. But when you have these groups a bit closer to each other, it's a bit better, and it helps the guys at the top there to properly monitor and then streamline their progression as footballers.
Let's talk about the coaches that have been appointed, of course, particularly with the new national sides, the under-21 side. You have Godwin Atram there. Now, you have quite a good relationship with Godwin Atram, and you've monitored his career as far as the management of the youth players is concerned. I mean, what will he bring to the table in preparing, players at under-21? Because you could tell that they will be looking to feed them in the under-23 side. What does Godwin Atram bring it to this very role that he's been appointed to? And then you look at Karim Zito, who's been taken up to under-19, and you have Amadou Nuruddin, who's now taking up the under-16 side. These three coaches, what do you think is unique about them, and why do you think the appointment is in the right direction?
And first of all, what we need to consider is the fact that the GFA are looking to implement the Ghana football DNA, bringing up the youth talent. So we saw what the under-20 side did at the African Games, and their head coach just want to confirm that that philosophy is guided by what we have in the Ghana football DNA. So that is what the GFA wants to see being implemented across these age groups. Now, if you go to the individual personalities, you mentioned Godwin Atram. Now, coaching at youth level is very different from coaching at the highest level. And you need coaches who are experienced at the youth level, and Godwin Atram has that experience over the course of his career. So that makes a lot of sense. When you look at some of the teams that he's managed at this level, you look at the style of football that they play, there are elements of that in the Ghana football DNA, so that makes a bit of sense. For me, my only worry is the appointment of Karim Zito at under 19 level. He's a fantastic coach. He's a winner. But when you look at his football philosophy, it doesn't quite marry what we see in the Ghana football DNA. And for me, when it comes to youth development, that's where the worry could be. Notwithstanding his class at the top level, he's done remarkably well. In fact, the last major competition for the Ghana under-20s, but played a very different brand of football. When you look at the already established teams as it stands, the under-17 team with Ryan Kingston, played a very nice, expansive brand of football. What the GFA to implement in our football as it stands. You look at under-20 who play a very similar style. You would understand the appointments of the likes of Atram and Nuruddin and Cook. Or when you look at Karim Zito, there's a bit of a friction there in terms of football styles. But I'm sure they know what they are doing. Again, he's a proven winner at youth level. So maybe they are trying to blend a couple of things together and hoping to achieve that collective goal, that huge goal with us when they reach the Black Stars level. But in terms of the individuals and what they bring to the fore, you really can't look past their CVs and how impressive their CVs are. You look at somebody like Maxwell Kunedu, who on the local scene has been absolutely brilliant. He won the WAF competition with the Black Stars B team back in 2018, playing an exciting brand of football. He is sort of a pragmatic coach, but can adapt to what you find in the Ghana football DNA. So for me, looking at individuals who have been appointed into these jobs in terms of competence at that level, I think it makes some sense. But of course, when you look at the Karim Zito factor in terms of his philosophy, that's the only worry there. But I don't think it's too much of a big deal.
Daniel, thank you very much for joining us. That's Daniel Kranti, my colleague on the Joy Sports Desk. Well, let's head to Germany now and connect with my man Chris Harrington with DWTV, joining us all the way from Berlin, Germany. Chris, good to have you again. Just a little review of the weekend action, though. Well, there's a lot to celebrate with the Bundesliga success in Europe. Bayern Munich, Dortmund, and Bayer Leverkusen, they've all reached the semi-finals, and I can imagine that has attracted some great excitement in Germany. What's your thought on that?
Okay, so yeah, of course, there's a lot to celebrate in terms of the Bundesliga this season because of the success in Europe. Bayern, Dortmund, and Leverkusen all kick off at the end of the month and the beginning of next month. You know, Bayern have Real Madrid. The last time these two sides met was 2019. You know, Bayern have no title to play for, no German Cup to play for. Their coach is on the way out of the door. What better way to add to your resume than a Champions League title? That's what Thomas Tuchel is after. There's no doubt about that. Now, the interesting situation with Bayern Munich is that they prepare for reaching their 8th Champions League semifinal with Madrid, you know, but the reality is they're without a win in their last 6 meetings. And that doesn't look good because clearly Bayern want to leave this season with something in their hands because this has been a horrible season, you know, with their coach out of the door. In 2019, there's a lot of time between now and then, so it's hard to call this particular fixture. One thing I can say is Jude Bellingham has been outstanding for Real Madrid. We all know that. In terms of the other fixture, Dortmund and PSG, that's interesting because there's some history there. The two sides faced off during the group stage. You know, PSG got the better of them, but Dortmund ended that with a draw, which is a huge thing. PSG have the leading scorer of the tournament in Kylian Mbappe. You know, but Dortmund, you know, look good. Dortmund have a lot of key players. You know, they're stepping things up. They looked exceptional even to get to the point of this competition. And Dortmund in a situation similar to Bayern Munich, nothing else to play for but success in the Champions League. I do think the history between the two sides add in Dortmund's favor a bit because they improved the second time they met. If they continue to improve, you know, we might see a victory. You know, in terms of the Bundesliga title holders, Leverkusen, they have Roma. You know, Leverkusen will be looking for their first victory in their last 5 meetings against Roma. Leverkusen still in top form, coming off an impressive draw with Dortmund. They looked headed for defeat, their first defeat all season long, but Leverkusen held strong. Stanisic, 97th minute equalizer, saved the unbeaten record for Xabi Alonso and company. I think that momentum is working in their favor. I'm pulling for Leverkusen to walk away with the treble this season. I think they are more than capable of doing so.
Well, Chris, let's talk about the replacement for Thomas Tuchel, because we understand that Zinedine Zidane was one man who was top of the list, but at the moment, it doesn't look like he's completely out of it. Now, even for Unai Emery, who was also top of the list, he's signed a contract extension with Aston Villa, but he was being considered. Not sure if they're willing to buy him out of his contract, but De Zerbi is another one they are also interested in. So the question is, who is Bayern Munich likely to settle on to replace Thomas Tuchel?
Well, Zinedine Zidane has been ruled out. That are the latest reports. That's interesting because we all know what he's won. We all know that he garners a particular level of respect. But latest reports have different names in the mix. Unai Emery, Aston Villa's coach. We all know him from his success at Sevilla in Europe. And Robert De Zerbi, Brighton's coach. These are the two favorites. They seem to be. Max Eberl, the sporting director of Bayern Munich, is a fan of both coaches. But I do think there are doubts with the latter, De Zerbi, because he hasn't coached at a top club yet. But it remains to be seen. It's really interesting and a precarious situation for Bayern Munich to be put in, because all the eggs are in one basket. They have everything they're playing for this season, and there's a huge question mark after the conclusion of the Champions League.
Chris, thanks very much. That's Chris Harrington. He joined us all the way from Berlin, Germany. And that's all we got for you on Prime Sports tonight with Razak Musbat. We've got more stories for you on myjoyonline.com. Please have a wonderful evening.
The economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement, and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on? Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on Joy News. Joy News, your election headquarters.
This is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugam. Welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with it?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on ECOWAS to act on their behalf.
There is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the
So there's a controversy right now that has erupted over how government is managing your pension funds. And that has led to an ultimatum by the workers to the government as far as the pension funds are concerned. We are talking about some 700,000 workers who are currently agitating that government is mismanaging their pension funds. But is that really the case? This is a significant number of workers indeed. We're talking about all workers in the public sector coming together to make the point. So we wanted to pause for a second and re-examine in quite some great detail what really is the problem or is the challenge with the pension funds that government deducts from your salaries at the end of the month. That's why we're having this conversation. This is about your future and mine as well. Is everything okay? Is your money safe? Is a question we're going to be asking tonight. Now, I also want to show you this June 2023 issue, which is the ultimatum that has been put forth by the workers, ending on Friday. And it's been absolutely clear that if by this particular date that the government had not paid back to them what they owed in terms of the contributions that they've done, the workers say they were going to be advising themselves. And this ultimatum is just 2 days away, by the way. So this is important. If you're talking about 700,000 workers all laying down their tools by Friday or post that, because they'll have to reconvene, that means
we're possibly going to grind this country to a halt. And that is why this conversation must be had. And let's unpack a few of the things. What really are their issues? And why are they very unhappy with what is happening? Because government is already, as you know, deducting some 5% from their salaries every month. And that amount of money goes into the government accounts that then it's then used to, in essence, put together for the workers when they retire. They tap into that, and you can now go home and retire in peace. And this is how it's supposed to work. You have the money that is then deducted. The GOG takes a 5% of that. It's supposed to now be going to the privately managed trustees account. The funds are then invested on behalf of the workers, which the workers say, so we know it's been invested. If it has been invested, where is the money right now? And there's a fundamental question the workers are asking. So where is the money? Where are the funds that have been invested? If you look really at the data that we've seen from the National Pension Regulatory Authority, it tells a very interesting story. And this is just opening up the pensions conversation beyond just the tier 2. We're now talking about also the SNCC pensions that we talk about. And this is a comparison, right? What you see above there, the line from 84% to 55% is the tier 2 pensions. And we're talking about tier 2 pensions now, by the way. The blue line is what you see with SNCC. And the National Pensions Regulatory Authority tells us that the tier 2 pensions are performing far better in terms of the investment, but also most people, 55% of all the pensions that we have is in there, right? And so this is important. This is why that huge chunk of money and the workers are demanding they give us accountability for it. And the National Pension Regulatory Authority explains why you see that the SNCC line trending downwards and the line that has to do with tier 2 investments trending upwards, because there's a bit more in terms of its ability to yield, but its performance as far as a pensions investment is doing way better. And they tell us a few things, that the SNCC pensions isn't performing as well because of indebtedness by private entities. Of course, as you know, some entities aren't paying their contributions, and the public employees also, they're not paying the contributions. So that is limiting the pool available to SNCC. And you look at also the rise in payment of benefits over the period. You're paying a lot of benefits now, so there's little money in the pool. You talk about the unfavorable investment outcomes that we've seen SNCC put their money into some investments that have not yielded much when it comes to the end of it all. But then you also look at this metric here. I found it very interesting. For every 1 cedi that SNCC has to pay out, this metric is measuring how much more cedis do they have to cover that, assuming they are not getting new contributions, right? And the more cedis they have to pay the 1 cedi that they have to pay out, the better SNCC is performing. And if you look at that metric there, it's been trending downwards. It went up just in 2021 to 2 cedis 74 pesos, but came back down to 2 cedis 46 pesos. That tells you that the money saved so far from all the investments isn't at the threshold yet, that the closer you are to, say, 5 cedis, the better it is. You must have far more money available to pay our pensions, assuming you're not getting new contributions in, and that is a comparison there that the NPRA is telling us. And so, again, you begin to see the comparisons here. And of course, 477 million is yet to be recovered. So everything isn't well with the pension sector. When you look at the tier 1 and tier 2, to be very specific. Tier 2 is where the workers are complaining about, but even the tier 1, 2, there are key questions there to look at. And these are the total number of private pension schemes available that obviously are doing quite a bit of work with the monies that the government deducts on behalf of the workers that is then invested. And if you look at that trend going up, the informal sector is beginning to contribute a bit more when it comes to pensions, which is what you see in the consistent rise in the number of informal workers putting their money into pensions, all the way now up to 538,000 workers doing so. So this growth, how do you sustain it? But if you want to sustain this, then people must trust
that when they take monies from the salaries and they put it down and they're ready to retire, they can go for the money because it's their money, by the way. And that is fundamentally is the fight that the workers are having with government tonight. Let's sit with them and let's have a conversation. I'll also be talking to those who understand the sector so we can break this down a bit more. Stay with me.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has two of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent. Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has two of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent. Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Thanks for staying with us. We're talking about your pensions, and it's something that I'm really looking forward to learning a bit more about, considering the controversy that has erupted between government and workers on the subject of Tier 2 pensions. PMSS is always brought to you by Syntex Tanks. It is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters has experienced greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission and Pepsodent. Every smile matters. And if you're looking for a tank to store water, you don't need to look any further because it's Syntex Tank. They have the first record indeed when it comes to the introduction of the double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tanks is first to introduce you to the white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now they introduce you to the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of preference. Call them. They are across the country. They have 7 years warranty to 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tanks are you're stronger, you're tough. Also, Pepsodent, they have the Pro-Fluoride and microcalcium ingredients sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent cavity comes in 175G, family pack, all the way down to 12G sachets, so you can always get what you can afford at any time. That's Pepsodent. Every smile matters. My guest joining me tonight for a conversation is Angel Kabono. He's the president of the National Association of Graduate Teachers. He spoke at the press conference that laid out that ultimatum. Dr. Kwabena Nyako, too, is the director of research and policy at the TUC, that's the Trade Union Congress. He also joins us. Franklin Kujo is the founding president of Imani Center for Policy and Education. And I'm looking forward to hearing Franklin's thoughts on this because if you check through the archives, and I did, Imani has written quite extensively about the Tier 2 pensions. There are many alerts that I've seen telling us about everything that could go wrong. And I really wonder whether things have come full circle. They seem to be prophets sometimes, Imani. We'll tap into that when I get to hear from Franklin. Abdullah Mashoud, Executive Director of the Africa Center for Retirement Research, is with me also in the studio. The man that does all the research when it comes to retirement is here, and so he knows a thing or two about this sector. And I invited him to join me. There's only one place to start, it's Angel Kabono. Mr. Kabono, so first of all, what is the issue with your Tier 2 pensions?
Well, thank you very much and good evening, Evans. Every month, the Controller and Accountant General's Department does deduction from workers' salaries into third-party destinations. The third-party destinations the following: SNCs, our Tier 2 funds, and also the dues that are collected for the various units. Unfortunately, when these deductions are made, they are not transmitted immediately to their destination institutions. So, for example, with the Tier 2 funds, the last time government paid the Tier 2 funds was in June 2023. With the issues to do with our monthly dues that we use to run the union office, the last time the government transmitted funds was in December 2023. And I'm sure the situation is worse with our Tier 1, which is the SNCs mandatory contributions. So members are left vulnerable because if somebody retires, let's say today, and that person needs his invested funds, that person will collect his invested funds minus the money that is supposed to be collected from July 2023 to date. What it also means is that those monies have not been invested. So the worker does not get value for the contribution he or she makes, and the mandatory deductions that ought to be made on behalf of the worker or paid on behalf of the worker by the government of Ghana. So this is left the various schemes vulnerable because they are not getting the resources that they are supposed to get timeously, and their mandate is also being tempered with because they are not investing the money the way they are supposed to invest the money. And then the member on retirement is also going to be shortchanged because the months that are in arrears are money lost to the member. Now, secondly, if you collect the dues that unions use in running the various unions, collect the dues, you don't pay the dues to the unions, how do you expect the unions to even run? So let us be true to facts. When government deducts people's monies for whatever purpose it is intended for, government should transmit the money immediately. This attitude of our government in this country, where statutory payments are not done on time, payment to third party is not done on time, and the government keeps deceiving itself as if the economy is balanced, is absolutely something that cannot be accepted. So we're giving them ultimatum to pay all monies that they have deducted or face the liquidity of workers in this country.
Okay, and we'll try and rectify that audio because it keeps fading in and out. But he makes the point clearly that monies have been deducted, yes, but have not been paid to the private fund managers. So where's the money? And I want to get some clarity on that. And if the TUC maybe can give us an idea as to how much you're talking about here, the quantum involved. We have the head of research joining me on this. Do we know at all how much we are talking about here? When you're talking about Tier 2, Angel Kabonu says from June, that's the last time monies were paid. Are the TUC, as far as you're concerned at the research level, do you have any idea how much is involved for 700,000 workers?
Okay, thank you. Before I answer that question, let me add something briefly to what Kabonu said. You see, the Tier 2 pension is what we call defined pension scheme. What you get at the end of your retirement is exactly how much you contributed plus interest. If you compare that to the SNET pension scheme, it's defined contribution. So what you get out of it is actually defined in law. And sometimes it doesn't depend so much on how much it was invested. Okay. For Tier 2, what you get out of it is so dependent on your contribution plus investment. And if you know, it is just 5.5% of your basic pay. And that 5.5% is actually on this public sector pay, which we all know averagely is about 2,200. So it isn't that much. What it means is that for Tier 2 pension, the actual benefit is in its ability to be able to invest long-term on behalf of the worker. Now, if that investment is not coming because government is not paying, then you get into a situation where, as we see today, those retiring under the new pension scheme are receiving lower lump sum benefit compared to if they had retired under the old law. And remember that we reform pension basically assuring workers that this reform will lead to a higher, better retirement income security for workers. Through no fault of theirs, 10 years down the line when people begin to retire, they are now receiving lower pension than we had promised them. Did we go or did we come?
You mean lower pensions than what they would have received under the old legal regime?
Yes, than if they had retired, the lower lump sum. So if you remember, we've made a lot of agitations about this. And somewhere in 2020, the president promised that workers that have received lower lump sum will receive a top-up from government. I think that was in November 2020. And we are in 2024. That money, that promise had not been delivered. So I just wanted to add that. So once you are not paying and the funds are not being invested, then we can foresee a situation where this shortfall in lump sum under the current law compared to the old law will persist longer than we had anticipated because the monies are not being paid and they are not being invested on behalf of workers. Now, you're talking about the quantum.
How much is involved?
I cannot give you the exact amount, but you can be sure that for 700,000 workers, and if you look at the trajectory of the growth as you showed in your graphs, these are into millions, several millions of Ghana cedis on a monthly basis. So if it's from June up to the present, we are talking about several millions of Ghana cedis. I'm not able to give you the exact figure. But then the question is, where is the money? The money is with government. Government is government controller, a government agency, a department under the Ministry of Finance that actually deducted the money. So they should tell us exactly where the money is.
And I'm curious, at the TUC level, have you engaged at all to find out from government, but you've collected the monies, you've taken the fund from my salaries, you haven't paid. What are you doing with it?
We have engaged.
And what did they tell you?
So the thing is that anytime you engage, we are working on it. And then there's a promise that it will be paid into the various accounts. And as my senior comrade, Kabono mentioned, it is not just even the tier 2. It is also even the union dues that is supposed to be used in running the unions. You understand? Which have also not been paid. But anytime you engage, government says that they are working on it and they will actually pay the money into the account. That is why at this point in time, the TUC has also lent its support to the declaration by Forum, and that if by the May 2nd, the monies have not been paid, in fact, if by May 30th, April 30th, the money has not been paid, then we will advise ourselves. Government will do an industrial action starting on May 2nd. Okay.
Let me clarify that again, because Angel Kabonu talked about Friday being the deadline, I think, but you mentioned 30th. But just to reconcile that for me quickly. Angel, what date is the ultimatum?
No, we will join hands with all labor unions at the end of the month, and we will not want to disturb the May day. So the 2nd of May, as my comrade Dr. Kwabena is saying, is correct, is very right. We will join hands together with all labor unions in the action.
Okay. Franklin, what is really happening? Imani, you've been studying this for a while. You wrote about it copiously. What's happening?
Well, if you know, our part of the story essentially was that, many people fought alongside us, but we essentially liberated the second tier onto the various private fund managers right now. So we have a stake in this particular enterprise called pensions. But I'm surprised. In fact, I thought we've moved on, because what Angel and my good friend Otu are talking about were things that we, how many years ago was this? When my good friend, the former ambassador, High Commissioner to India, some PLE was the MPRA boss, really. To think that this matters are still playing out is quite sad, really. But you see, it is because it's government, and government typically reaps where it does not sow. A lot of these monies are possibly used for all kinds of things that are not even warranted. These are statutory funds. Once you take them, you remit, you make sure you remit to the various schemes of what's it called? The various pools of funds that are supposed to do. What I think Angel and Kwabena should be asking for is that they should also be asking for penalties. But there's a penalty fee that is supposed to be paid for delayed transmission of these funds. Section 64 of the Pensions Act 766 clearly states that if whoever is supposed to contribute, whoever is supposed to, if your contributions delay, as in it not being remitted to the very particular scheme, delays, what it means is that whoever is at fault is supposed to pay 3% of the per month of the actual sum that was supposed to be remitted on your behalf. So they should not just be asking for the lump sum that has been delayed. So from June 2023 up to now, or is it from August 2023 up to now, whatever the figures are, they should ensure that they are getting the penalty, or what I call the interest, added to the original sums as well. So clearly the answer to your question is simple. Government decides that because these are its own workers, it can just treat them anyhow. And that's the problem. So they must have used the money for other things. The worry is that the MPRA is supposed to prevent these kinds of things anyway. The MPRA is not necessarily possibly doing its work properly. Of course, they can only back, but I think clearly there should be some conversations with the government And especially workers who see that private workers, private employees are doing better on other schemes, on private schemes, whereas the government scheme is just taking their money and then taking them for a ride.
Well, what do you make of the TUC assessment? Dr. Otto makes a point that workers are increasingly now earning less under this new arrangement, compared to what it used to be there. Is there something fundamentally wrong with the current pensions architecture?
I think we were moving forward. I would not really want to say that the previous one was better. I think the challenge here is that once your contributions are delayed and not remitted to the requisite funds that are supposed to generate interest, once it delays, it means you really, as Governor suggested or said, once it delays, it means you're going to get lower contributions or benefits. That's plain and simple. That's what it is. If you're not lucky and you are living in the current economic conditions where your money's worth would have been decimated by inflation, then it means clearly that what Governor is saying is that, look, once your employer delays remitting the various schemes these sums, it means your interest gets delayed. The interest on your sums actually get delayed. And if you're not lucky, as I said, if you live in an economy where there's debt exchange and there's inflation and there's currency fluctuation, then clearly you're in trouble. So that's the like us to look at it, really.
Abdullah, let's look at the big picture for a second here. Give me your assessment, because you obviously you at the Africa Center for Retirement Research. How is the Ghanaian worker performing when it comes to his ability to enjoy his pensions, considering all the tiers that we now put in place? Are they better off now, or are they worse off?
Okay, so thank you. I think the subject we are dealing with right now is just a tip of the iceberg. And we need to broaden the discussion a little bit. The Social Security in Ghana has gone through a number of reforms. You can talk about the Pension Ordinance of 1946. We had the Compulsory Savings Scheme of 1960. Then we had the Social Security Act of 1965. We had the National Redemption Council Decree in 1971. Then we had the PNDC Law 247. We're now running on the three-tier pension system under Act 76. Senate actually came into the picture through the through the NRDC, that is the National Redemption Council Decree in 1971. And so from that point all the way up to this point, the period that Senate was administering the scheme was characterized by a lot of agitations. Workers were basically not happy with the way the scheme was administered. They were not happy with the level of benefits. So they called for liberalization and breaking the monopoly of Senate. I think somewhere in 2004, President Kufuor decided that it's about time I listened to the Ghanaian public, Ghanaian workers. So he set up a pension reform commission in July 2004. The commission submitted its report in March 2006. He issued a white paper in August 2006. He signed it into law in December 2008. The law actually became operational in December 2010. But there were just two objectives of the reforms. Workers were complaining that they were not happy with the way Senate administered the scheme. They were not happy. Benefits were not adequate. That was their concern. So the objective of the reform was to establish uniform rules and regulations for the administration and payment of benefits. It was also to improve retirement income security to Ghanaian workers. After 13 years since the implementation of the Act in 2010, where are we as a country?
That's what we are assessing today, on the back of the consent.
Yeah, so people actually began retiring on the Act 760, that is the new Pension Act in 2020. When we evaluated the impact, the social economic impact of those who retired in that particular year, we found that about 81% had benefit shortfalls. Benefit shortfalls means what they would have been receiving under the old law was far, far more than what they were actually receiving under the new law.
And why was that?
It's a lot of factors. Regulatory lapses, benefit processing, inefficiencies. We had, delays in investment income, as they have mentioned. As far as the Tier 2 is concerned, it's a defined contribution scheme. So the accumulated benefit at the point of exit is made up of the worker's contribution plus the investment income. So if the investment income does not come in on time, definitely there won't be enough time for contribution to be invested. So definitely it's going to result in low, accumulated benefit. So that is what has resulted in, what do they call it, shortfalls in benefits for those who retired. And of course, we are talking about public sector and private sector workers. If you pick 81 of those who retired in 2020 had benefit shortfalls, you come to 2020, 2021, those who retired, you realize that 62% of them had benefit shortfall. And up to this point, people are still recording benefit shortfalls. Now, if you look at it carefully, you realize that it's a combination of factors that I didn't mention. We had, regulatory lapses. The National Pension Regulatory Authority has to do a lot in terms of their regulation.
But Franklin mentions that. But also considering that the government is taking the money, the MPRA is another government agency, you really can expect it to really be effective in checking government.
Exactly. Section 3.3 and Section 3.9 of the Act stipulates that once the employer takes the contribution, he has within up to 14 days in the ensuing month to meet the contribution to the worker.
But they're talking about the fact that it's the last time they paid, for example, was June for Tier 2.
Yeah, that is a clear violation of the Social Security Act. And I have mentioned that Section 3.3 and Section 3.9 stipulates that once the contributions are collected, you take 5.5% from the worker's salary, add 13%, making 18.5%. Take 5%, give it to the Tier 2. Within 14 days, in the next month. That is what the law stipulates. So anything short of that, you are going to shortchange, the worker, because the contribution is not given to the corporate trustee for him to invest, to accumulate enough. So if that is not done, definitely we are going to have the benefit shortfall that we are talking about. And if you look at the social security space in Ghana, there is just so much. It's not just about those who are retiring. Of course, if you are an active worker, you pass on. Benefit is supposed to be gotten from SNIT. It's supposed to be taken, beneficiaries are supposed to take money from, from the corporate trustee. That is the second tier. In our evaluation, we found that about 98% of beneficiaries, that is from disease workers, 98% of beneficiaries did not get the money from the Tier 2.
Why?
They didn't know. About 94% at least recorded that they were not aware there is anything like Tier 2. So that is why I'm mentioning that the pension regulator has a lot of work in deepening the provisions of the Social Security. Social Security education in Ghana is very, 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 very low.
It's low. What about the private sector? We were talking about the 700,000 public sector workers. What about the private sector there?
You mean 700,000 workers are agitating that?
Yes, that's the concern we are discussing already, only because the public sector workers are agitating. But in your assessment, how is this impacting the private sector, for example?
Of course, I did mention that the 81% that had benefit shortfalls, about 90% of them were coming from the public sector.
Yes.
And it is due to government delay.
Okay, so that's why they
exactly. That is why
they're most affected.
Exactly. But in the private sector, somehow, compliance rate is very, very high. The employer takes the contribution, he goes and invests it without any delay. So definitely there will be enough time for them to accumulate benefits for somebody working in it.
Interesting. Angel Kabonu, you've heard already from Franklin making the point that don't just ask them to pay the money, but also demand the penalty that the law clearly prescribes. Is that part of your demand at all?
Yes. At the last meeting we held at the conference room of the Ministry of Labour, that demand was made, that they pay the monies with the penalties prescribed by law. And also make sure that they put in a regime where we don't get back to this situation. Promises were made, but as to whether the promises will be adhered to, it's a different story altogether. But all said and done, we don't think that our government takes the pensions of these people seriously. And maybe we workers are also because we've also not hammered strongly issues on our pension. Can you imagine a situation like this happening in a place like France and what the workers were going to do on the streets? if a situation like this arises in a place.
Yeah, and in France, even the mere mention, attempt by the government to change the retirement age became one that led to protests, led to civil unrest.
Absolutely. That is why I'm also putting some of the blame on our leadership in Labour, that it is high time we take both public and private sector pension issues very, very seriously in this country, because if there is a private sector organization that's also not paying on time or paying timeously and adequately, it affects the whole pension regime and the whole pension portfolio. But on this one, let us state very clearly that we are very serious on this matter. Because you see, when the haircuts occurred, some of the funds that were affected were funds invested by the various schemes. So already investment is affected in areas that definitely is going to affect our people. So we are not relenting on this matter. We will not renege on our responsibilities. Government ought to take us seriously on this matter, because the future, you see, when you are on pension, you become very vulnerable. When you are on pension, it is as if you've been left on the in the ledge, you know, and you feel like you do not have people to talk for you, to protect you. So if somebody messes up with your pension, then please, the NPRA should start behaving as an independent authority and to apply the rules. The fact that the boss of NPRA is appointed by the president doesn't mean that he is an appendage of government in power. The NPRA is supposed to start waking up from his slumber and perform his duties guaranteed to it by law, and to be applying the sanctions that is proposed in it by law. Other than that, we are getting nowhere.
I mean, frankly, so if you look at this, how do you begin to resolve this challenge? And clearly, this is not the first time it's happened. We've seen the delay. It's as simple as saying, government, collect and pay. However, government collects and does not pay. There must be something fundamentally wrong somewhere, why this keeps happening.
Well, as you know, governments are in the habit of just behaving like teenagers with car keys and whiskey with money. Essentially, that's what they do. And so they do not really think about the long-term benefits of these workers anyway. You know, what saddens me really is that we are actually having this conversation again. I've told, and I think my recommendations should also, in addition to the recommendations I've made about asking for penalties to be paid or interest to be paid, I think the workers should also go for lawyers. And I think, yes, they should be able to sue the government to make sure that these monies are paid immediately they are received. It's very important. Because you see, if you're a private actor and you fail to pay your Senate contributions, the speed with which you are taken through the court, that's 30-day court, you'll be jailed right now if you don't take care, right? So why should the government be the one actually misbehaving? It's not the best. The other thing I think I need to ask Angel and Kabana to do, if the regulator is not doing, is to ensure that the competence of the managers of Senate must also be properly assessed. You see, if the managers of Senate are not competent, it will affect your investment, but they may not be able to make proper investment decisions that will affect your investment rate. As I speak, I'm told, in fact, we are beginning to pick indications that some of the deputies that are being appointed do not have the requisite qualifications at all. But one just was a local, service, Ghana Health Service post. I think she must have been a former DC or something somewhere. Totally clueless, and she's likely to be made a third deputy deputy director general for operations. That's a huge post. So you need competence, you need competent people to manage that. So they should ask for the competence of everybody working at SNIT right now, the top management, and then ask themselves whether these persons can actually make proper investments on their behalf. So it's not just a question of they sitting and looking on and the government just taking the money. But even whatever they receive, how they invest it is actually very important.
So on top of not paying the funds, you're saying there is a management problem here, of the funds once collected?
Because if you look at the management, and you should be able to tell. Look, I don't want to bring personalities into this conversation, but I deal with a private fund guys, and I mean these guys, I've known them from day one, and they are competent. Anytime I meet them, you could tell they are making decisions based on science and data, right? I could mention their name if they wish me to do so. Access Pensions, by the way, exceedingly great professionals. I can't say the same of maybe the current structure as we speak, but we should be able to find out what they are actually doing as SNIT, especially the current crop that are there. We should find out their competencies, whatever they've done before in terms of investing people's money, and then get to know that, because it's also a function of how much you can get. So when Kabna is saying that, well, today whatever they receive is lower than the previous, I thought that the point really is that we are going forward, and I think people benefit a lot more, even though the economic conditions may be a little better. But on top of that, is the quality of the investment. If the persons there are not qualified, and I'm calling on the view, the Evans, to go and ask for the competence of especially the Deputy Director Generals. Another insidious thing that we have seen in the law, Act 7766, is that I think Section 45, I think, talks about the appointment of limitless numbers of deputy generals. And these deputy generals, deputy director generals, positions don't come cheap at all. They take a humongous sums of money. If the person is not qualified, it means it's a drain on the purse, and it's a drain on worker contributions. And it's important that we question the value addition to workers' pensions if they are so remitted that way, that much. These are all functions of how much you get at the end of the day. So it's not just a question of they not getting their due or the government not paying. Even whatever is paid, the way they invest it, the person investing on your behalf, you must also find out whether they are competent to do so. And we should put a limit to that number. I think it was Mama who started appointing 3 deputies. All of a sudden, it's maintained. I'm sure the next guy will appoint 4 or 5 or 10 deputies. And it's there, Section 45, I can read it to you. It says, well, I mean, the president may choose to appoint many deputy generals as he deems fit. Why should you do that when you are using workers' money? Why do you have to appoint limitless persons, and on top of them, they are not even qualified? What is this?
Let me bring in Dr. Otu on that point. Dr. Otu, does the TUC share the same concerns about how the SNIT is managing the pensions? That, of course, comes from you. And just put it in the context, just recently, we've seen that there's been a change at the top at SNIT. The chief executive, whether he was fired, he was resigned, he was removed. A new one is currently in place, a deputy who was used to be there. Are you happy with the way this whole thing has been managed and the current crop of individuals heading that institution?
Of course, the TUC cannot be happy with the way SNIT has been managed over the years. And now, if you are not personalizing it, we have seen many of the investments that have gone wrong. Check all the SNIT buildings around Ridge area. Some of them built with workers' funds, money. They are now empty. Nobody is even renting them. So it means our investment money has gone wrong. All those that took those decisions, they have really let down workers. And these are decisions by SNIT. So when you see the current happenings in SNIT, it doesn't give you comfort. We are likely to repeat and even get worse some of the decisions we have taken over the years. So we are really not happy. In fact, at some point, the TUC itself has even questioned why the appointment of Director General should be made by the President in the first place.
Who do you want to make that appointment? Who do you want to make that appointment?
The organized labor should have a role to play, because these are workers' money, and the person superintending over the management of that money, we should have a say in who that person is, his competencies and the things we want that person to do. So we have actually made recommendation in that regard, and it's informed by the fact that we are not happy with the way appointments are made, regardless of people's competencies. And then also, it introduces political meddling in the decisions that are supposed to be purely financial and supposed to purely secure the interest of Ghanaian workers. We don't see it that way. But let me talk about a few other things Kabono and the other panelists have said. If you take, for example, the private pension, the private sector, and its contribution to the Tier 2, Abdullah Mashoud mentioned the evaluation he has done. In fact, he did it with the TUC. We actually commissioned that evaluation. One of the things we realize is that if you take the private sector, today, most of them are actually remitting SNIT without remitting the second tier. Part of the reason is that SNIT has a mechanism for enforcing. So SNIT can take you to court. But NPRA, who is supposed to enforce the Tier 2 pension, is actually not enforcing it. So many people, the private sector in particular, are not actually remitting at all. So again, it reinforces the fact that we are likely to have benefit shortfalls longer into the future than we had actually anticipated. Now, he mentions the fact that many people retire, they take the small pension from SNIT, and particularly those in the private sector, they don't go to their Tier 2 to take the pension, particularly for the survivors. If the main contributor has died, the survivors don't go because they are not aware. And he's mentioned the fact that many people, we have not educated many people. In fact, the evaluation report he presented shows that part of the growth of the private Tier 2 pension is attributed to the fact that many of the people that are supposed to claim have not claimed, and is actually adding to the growth of the Tier 2 pension. It means that we need a lot of education. And I come back to the point Kabono makes. For many of our members grappling with daily challenges of high inflation, high prices, pension and retirement is a distant variable for them. It's up to us, the unions, who have taken their dues and who are working on their behalf to take up this mantle and make sure that the right things are done. We should use our representation on the Senate board. We should use our representation on the NPRA board to good effect. But at the end of the day, we should be able to be on the neck of government, and we have to be on the street for 3 days like they do in Paris or France. We should be able to do that, all in the interest of Ghanaian workers. Finally, as I conclude, Franklin mentioned the fact that if you don't pay your contribution, you are charged with a percentage. In fact, I want to read the law, section 64 of the law. It says that if a contribution is not paid within the specified period, a sum equal to 3% per month of the contribution payable shall be added to the contribution as a penalty. We've never applied this. And in fact, for government, if all the 700,000 contributions from June to date, we are applying the percentage, they will see the effect.
And this is going to be part of the demand now.
It should be the part of the demand. In fact, Kabono explained that it is part of
the demand. Yeah.
I think we should insist on it. Insisting on it does two things. It makes sure that the workers' contribution, we just don't pay the contribution because it has to be invested. So we claw back those investments using that 3%. But it also serves as a punishment to government that the next time they deduct the money, if they don't want to pay the charge, they will remit it accordingly. And probably we should also extend it to the union dues.
Yeah, but to do that, Franklin suggests you need to get your lawyers involved.
Of course, exactly, we will do that. But sometimes it's not just the lawyers, we also need to hit the street if you have to do that to back our demands. You do what you need.
Angel, are we going to see you hitting the streets?
Absolutely, if they renege on their responsibility, if they fail us on the promise they made to us that they are going to pay the monies, if the 2nd of May comes and we realize that they have just given us a red herring, then they should expect us to take a very serious action on behalf of our workers and the future of our workers. We are not going to compromise on this at all. And this misbehavior should stop in our country, where statutory monies are collected and they are not remitted to the designated institutions. It's affected GET Fund, it's affected health funds, it's affected District Assembly Common Fund. I mean, every dedicated fund is affected by this behavior of the politician, and we cannot allow this to continue.
Okay. So, Abdullah, as we wrap up, though, there's a lot have been said about management of the pension schemes yourself, and then what your own data showed. How much of what you found is attributable to the poor management of the scheme?
Okay, so the biggest risk facing social security in Ghana and the Ghanaian retiree is political risk.
Okay.
There is so much interference within the space. Most of the government actions is not inuring to the benefit of the Ghanaian retiree. And I like the call from the other panelists talking about the assessment of those who are appointed into such positions. Social security is a serious business, and that is how it is handled in other parts of the world. But when you come here in Africa and in Ghana, you realize that they just pick anybody. Once the person contributed to the success of the party, they just throw the person into the free, regardless whether the person has a requisite background or not. I think recently we saw the Buhari Hasnate, where the Director General was sacked or,
Yep.
I had a lot of comments from the public space, from civil society organizations, but we left out the most important ones.
Which is what?
You have to look at, how much, there are indicators you have to look at. You have to look at the investment policy guidelines and the investment outcomes of the social security. You have to look at income expenditure dynamics, and in that case, you are looking at the reserves. You are looking at the growth of various indicators. Those are some of the areas we need to be looking at when we are really assessing the performance of a particular Director General.
If you look at it, what's your conclusion?
Yes, if you ask me, based on social security indicators, you're talking about investment outcomes, you are talking about income expenditure, you are looking at administrative costs, I'll give the past Director General 5 out of 10. And
that's average?
Yes. If we are going to look at the data.
Okay.
Now, of course, every 3 years, we have to get external actuaries to come into the country and assess the health of the scheme. In 2014, when the actuarial valuation was done, we were made to understand that the SNP scheme is unable to pay benefits fully and on time by 2042. 3 years later, in 2017, another actuarial valuation done by ILO, they came into the country, did another actuarial valuation, and did indicate to policymakers and government that, look, remember we warned you in 2014, the scheme will not be able to pay benefit by 2042 in 2014. Now in 2017, it came down to 2037.
2037?
2037. Mm-hmm. That is 5 years down. As we speak, another actuarial valuation was put out in January this year, and the figure has come down to 2036.
So wait a minute. So this actuarial study says that by 2036,
yes,
SNP will not be able to pay contributions.
It will not be able to pay benefits fully and on time. The reserves would have...
Okay, it's not able to pay benefits fully and on time.
It is because the reserves would have depleted. That is, if nothing is done. And they have made a lot of recommendations in the actual evaluation report. The Director General has the mandate to drive the provisions or the recommendations of the actual evaluation report. We haven't seen anything like that. Even while, across the world, people are reforming pensions in order to, to improve the long-term sustainability of schemes, we are sleeping here in Africa and in Ghana. I have a recommendation that whenever actual valuation is put out, Parliament needs to be very, very interested. The Director General by law...
Are these published documents that are available?
It's one of the documents that is clearly hidden from the public.
Okay. But shouldn't it be published? Shouldn't the workers have a copy?
You mean workers in Senate or...
No, I mean stakeholders, like the workers, like the Angel Kabonu and the
exactly.
TUC.
They are supposed to have copies, but I doubt if they have copies.
Let me ask Dr. Otu, do you have a copy of this latest actual study that was done?
I don't have the copy, and that is the point I said, that we should utilize our membership on the Senate board.
Yeah, but it's shocking, isn't it? You have members on the Senate board. An actual study has been done, and you don't have it. Angel Kabonu, have you seen a copy?
Absolutely not. They did not even announce whether
they were doing it.
And this says by 2036, they will be struggling to pay full benefits.
Exactly. If nothing is done. And they have made recommendations.
Sorry, Franklin.
It's not rocket science. I mean, if clearly speaking, government is not paying already, that's half of your contribution is gone anyway. And secondly, if the options to invest in ones you are receiving are also limited, and they are not doing proper investments because the politician is also interfering. Clearly, it tells you that the funds will dwindle anyway. So even without seeing the actual work, it's clear that by 2030, probably even 2030, we will not be able to do a proper social security networking. And I think they need to go and learn what happened in, was it Peru? When people, I mean, there's pension experts who have managed that country's pensions very, very, very well.
And see, I need to quickly ask the workers. Kabunu, 30 seconds. Are you going to demand for this study? Because that tells you where your pensions are and what they are going to be, what's going to happen to them. Are you going to demand that?
We have to demand it and make it public.
Dr. Otu?
Absolutely. I mean, it says something about our representation on these institutions. You understand? So we definitely have to get hold of these actuarial studies. But as Franklin said, it's really not rocket science. Government is not remitting, and the investments are not doing well. If you read SNET annual report and their investment portfolios, you realize that sometimes they can go as low as a 2% return on their investment.
Wow.
In a country where interest rate is that much high.
Well,
okay. The risk-free rate.
And time is up on this. Give me one quick 30 seconds. What do you want to see from everything you know now?
Okay, so so much has happened in the space.
What is the single most important thing that must change tonight? If anything must change at all?
Regulation.
Okay. Strengthen it.
Strengthen the
and give the MPRA bite.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Listen, this is a conversation we have to revisit, and we are going to be chasing that actuarial study ourselves, trying to understand what's happening with my funds, with yours as well. And good rest of the evening.
...2024 is here. We thank God for life. Come swing with me again for autism. This year's tournament is going to be on the 23rd to 25th of August at the Achimota Golf Course. That's my home course as I learned golf. Let's have a fantastic 2024 play with Stephen. It's going to be a super experience for everyone. Come join me as we swing for autism.
It has been a long-standing feud between farmers and herders. I am talking about the farmer-herder conflict that has cost properties and lives. It is happening in the Ashanti region, up north, and even across the West African sub-region. In today's episode here on The Food Chain, we'll be interacting with the various stakeholders in this particular conflict to find out possible solutions to end this menace. Join me, Emmanuel Bright-Kweku, on today's episode. Stay with us.
Asante Achimagogo, Setre, Afram Plains, and its adjoining districts have over the years been the grounds for long-standing feud between farmers and herders, instigated by inadequate access to resources like land, water and pasture for livestock. The conflict has claimed innocent human lives and destroyed properties including cattle and farms. The clashes threatened education in the area with the abrupt shutdown of local community schools. Kontihine of Agogo, Nana Kwame Intim says the herders' behavior had far-reaching consequences, insisting their abhorrence to transhumans.
Na nantwi o ma yede ekona beef o ma nkwose obi abibiada ti wo mu ba yen de se ye bo wo mu so ba biara emo fulani ni epra aguguni wo ka che protein ni o si fulani ni de hefa no kokun no agudi ko fulani ni dia o ba ko che aguguni ti ma fulani fo no etiri o mu de wa agugu asase so pa agudi kuare ani ya dwuma kese kese se ni chukoro si ya pe se ya kase ye kwa obi ani kromo ko hwe ensu ade amanfo etwegu fom ade o muntos na ba ye ntosi na odi na ntwie aba wi asenza ayefa nyeke bi wo.
Municipal Chief Executive for Asante Achim North, Francis Otiboateng, agrees.
This farm, they don't have land. They buy only 1 acre and they take care of about 5,000, 10,000 cattle. We cannot tolerate that. And it's unacceptable because once you decide to rear animals, you should make sure you buy feed for them. That's all. The reason why we said we can't entertain them in Asante Achim North. Secondly, they also, because of this, the practice that they are doing, which is not even legal, I think we should get a law that will prohibit free range of animal rearing in Ghana. And because they have also been crashing with the farmers, there has been a lot of long-standing tension between the farmers and the herders. So, with the electoral provocation, it results to conflict.
The conflicts are not only peculiar in these communities in Ghana. They are old-age feuds spanning the entire West African sub-region. National President of Cattle Farmers, Imam Hanafi Sunde, admits challenges in the industry.
We know the causes of the conflicts. We know them. We as well know the implications. We have also gone beyond that to, look into how it could be solved. To bring out solutions. The only issue has to do with our own way of, our own practices, of the cattle, farming system is the issue within the sub-Saharan Africa. If you travel to advanced countries or developed countries, that's where you see thousands of animals are confined and are, intensively breed. You understand what I'm saying? They are fed in, they develop pastures to feed them. Most of the time people ask, Chairman, what is happening with you people? Don't you see what is happening in America? Don't you see what is happening in Canada, in Europe, in this and that? Why can't you replicate? Why can't you do the same here? 100 animals that are into milking. 100 animals. It means you are getting 50 liters. So where are you getting the money to be able to feed these animals? You cannot. Definitely, you have no option than going to the open grazing system. You have no option because you can't feed these animals. We graze our animals. We do animal farming for life sustainers, to sustain life. We do crop farming to sustain life. So if in this process to sustain life, we are killing the same life we have to sustain, it doesn't make sense. So it simply means that we are like trying to go forward, meanwhile, we are going back. If you look at the benefit derived from the livestock industry, you cannot count from the owners to the butchers, their families, to the traders, to the catchers, to the veterinary service. The income generation is very big. But where someone is dying, you will not see any benefit there.
These clashes have been primarily fueled by the changing climate, which has since forced many nomadic herdsmen to travel down south following severe desertification up north. Natural resources like water and fodder for the animals are heavily depleting as many of these herders continue to keep a large number of flocks. Their inaccessibility to fertile land down south has been the bone of contention between the factions. Vincent Kusiche is with the Department of Forest and Silviculture Management, KNUST.
Indigents, their access or land right use is vested into the
the allotted title of the land, because they are indigenous of the place, by law or through inheritance, they have land that they can use, which they don't rent or they don't buy from anybody. But if you're a settler, they use the authority at the same time, but they go and see the landowners and then ask permission to get access to the land, and then they are allocated land. When it comes to the pastoralists, the settled pastoralists also get land allocated to them by the traditional authorities or the paramountcy. But the transhumans also get land to graze their cattle, whereby they are issued what the term or we revealed that was revealed as grazing permit. Now, how does these things create the conflict? So you realize that if a farmer is given a land with a boundary showing a jurisdiction where his farm is located, he knows the boundaries of his farm from another. But when you look at the permit that is given to the grazers or the cattle owners, it tells them that they can graze the cattle on the stool land. But the question I ask is where and which locality. So this creates the conflict. So it's possible you go to the ground and you see one farm, another cattle or group of cattle also grazing. And in conclusion, my research says that there is a multiple and overlapping access mechanism within the area. And for that matter, it creates the conflict.
The conflict is threatening food security, as studies found out the cattle value chain has been heavily impacted. Abdul Wahab Raouf is with the University of Development Studies.
Because the herders find it difficult getting feeds for their cattle, you realize the cattle will not get much meat. So the butchers will not get to buy a good cattle. In literally, they will not get to buy a good cattle. As in, the cattle is somehow small. So once it's small, it affects the nutritional content of the butcher.
So what would be your recommendation?
I think recommendation, as far as my study area is concerned, is to ban herding cattle in the night. Yes, is to ban herding cattle in the night. It's one of my biggest recommendations as far as this cattle value chain is concerned.
It's deepened poverty as many farmers struggle to make ends meet. Professor Tre Boateng is the coordinator of the Access Authority Nexus in Farmer Header Project, which conducted a 5-year investigation into the issue.
Unregulated access to land is happening over there, and therefore the landowner himself is not fully aware of who is there and who is where. Okay, so that is a major source of the conflict. We also investigated its effects on livelihoods, and we found out that all the actors, the various segments of people in the area, are experiencing increased poverty because of the conflict, with the exception of the herders who migrate from elsewhere to that area. And their poverty didn't get worse because the area where they used to come from, or where they normally migrate, is severer in terms of climatic effect. And so they lose a lot of animals if they don't migrate. And when they come here, despite the conflict, despite the fact that some animals are killed, at least they're able to save some animals. And that is the difference.
To bounce back from their losses, studies have found out that many farmers in Agogo and Setua farm plains are switching to charcoal production, which is heavily depleting the once virgin forest and fertile lands in the area. Mike Sefabwachi is with the KNUST.
Their income levels were reduced drastically from the time they were displaced to the current moment. But also the interesting thing about the resilience is most of the farmers have switched to charcoal production as an alternative way to make a living. And others have also developed other farming and herding practices like planting early in the raining season and harvesting before the dry season occurs. The herdsmen, most of them were burning pasture land so that they can have the regrowth of grasses to be able to contain their cattle within those areas, as well as other eccentric behaviors which are negative, but they perceived it as a resilient strategy. I'm talking of the socio-psychological effects of it. Some of the herders thought that the use of drugs were building their confidence and they were able to move into markets to buy things, but it also have negative implications of their health. From the farmers, about 90% of the farmers I interviewed were either doing charcoal as an additional livelihood to their farming, or they switched totally to farming. Others have moved in trading, but also charcoal production. So we noticed that charcoal is driving deforestation in the area, as well as the burning of pasture lands by herders. They were driving deforestation in the area. So this is a huge challenge. We also have to look at it from the environmental perspective as well. Normally, the majority of them were plantain farmers. We have plantain, we have maize, so they were crop farmers. And most of them had to switch because they have lost access to their lands and they can no more farm. But with charcoal production, cattle cannot be destructive to charcoal. So most of them had to switch to charcoal production to make a living.
The government in 2018 introduced the Operation Cowleg in the community to drive out herders in the area. It also established the Ghana cattle ranching system to confine the animals to an intensive farming practice. Although tensions have calmed within the last year, both local and traditional authorities have vowed not to allow invasion of the herders. But there are possible solutions to be adopted to ensure harmony between the herdsmen and farmers following the series of research and recommendations made.
One thing that you can do is, because of the number of cattle one herder can keep, if it is possible, we can reduce the number, acquire a piece of land, and then can house the animals in this particular land where they can also graze their own pastures to feed them. Or there is a possibility of also getting feedstock from other areas and then bringing them to feed them. And when we do this, we can find solutions to the conflict that we are engaging ourselves.
In every conflict situation, probably the most important step, first step, is to get people to talk, to discuss, and let each one see the other's opinion, and then through that, reach a consensus, find common grounds as to what can be done. Okay, so probably we are still where we are because we haven't had that process well managed. In fact, until we started the project, so far as we know, there was no dialogue at all. And it was the project that initiated this. And from what people said at the workshop, and also in the documentary that we've showed, you see that even already they are beginning to see some differences in terms of people's behavior, in terms of attitude and utterances. So I will suggest that going forward, the dialogue is something that we should take very serious. Okay, and also now there are no regulations, and therefore people do what they think is good to them. But through the project, we are supporting the assemblies to get bylaws, and the bylaws will stipulate clearly what each party responsibilities are, and that we believe will also reduce the conflict.
Stakeholders are suggesting the enactment of stringent laws to make provisions for the gradual adoption of an intensive cattle farming system.
Government policy, and yet a juma or mayimu. About policy, and yet juma, it will be a year or pay. Sanka and run a year juma, dear. I can hear Kenya, a man and yajuma, a rubber should be a
President of the cattle breeders, Imam Sunday, wants all profit solutions, including sensitization and policies, implemented.
We have 3 good solutions. The first one has to do with education, awareness creation, sensitization, general public sensitization. For you and I to understand that I have no any other option than what I have for now, though we may gradually adopt as we are planning with the ministry now. But for now, this is the system we have. Now, I will do as much as possible to prevent the animals. But as long as we have a common grazing ground and the same place is where we are farming, 1 or 2 times the animals will stray into the farms. But the issue is what happens when it comes that way. That is where we need to have the bylaws, which you see being mentioned here. We need to set up a kind of committee at the district level. So the number of animals are identified. They are in various communities. You know, the number of crowds there, their owners, their common grazing grounds, and whatever. You also know the farmers, the number of farmers, their grazing grounds. And should in case there is a problem, how do we solve it? We need to have this committee established, comprising the landowners, the chiefs, comprising the reps of the district assembly, comprising the rep of the cattle farmers, the rep of the crop farmers, the assemblymen, the security agencies. All these people come in, and you know the committee is being formed. So when something happened, since we know that Mr. A, B, C, D are located here, and their common grazing ground is here, and those people who are also farming within that common grazing ground are here. So if you come and just tell me that your farm has been destroyed, the only thing is I click the name of your area, and I know who and who grazes that area. We bring these people on board, give them maybe 1 week, go and consult and get us whose animal destroyed the farm. If you are able to get the person and the person, accept responsibility, what do? We get the officer, what do we call the agric officer, to go and do the valuation and whatever, bring the cost for the person to pay. You understand? If this one say yes, this one say no, I'm not agreeing, the farmer will not forgo. Because most of the farmers will say, if in the morning I'll visit my farm has been destroyed. I'll go to Alaji A, he will say it's not my cattle. I go to Alaji B, he said it's not my cattle. Meanwhile, my farm has been destroyed. What do? I cannot forgo. So what will come into his mind is that let me just look for some local gun. Go and lie down there. If I see any animal, I shoot to be able to know who animals are. Though it's not lawful, but it's logical. It's not lawful to shoot the animal, but it's somehow logical because you want to know whose animals are the animals. So that is why sometimes they say these are the reasons why they can shoot or they can do whatever to know. So if the farmer comes to know that whether they are able to identify the one who destroyed or not, they will be compensated. So if none of the people there accept responsibility, what is done is that every farmer there will contribute for the compensation of that farmer. The second solution is that the government, all stakeholders, especially the landowners, the district assemblies, need to establish what we call grazing reserves. We need grazing reserves. So in each region or district, there should be a designated areas for livestock. So this area is area being demarcated for livestock farmers. So crop people don't venture there. These are areas for crop. The farmers, animal farmers, should not also venture there. So there is a demarcation, clear demarcation. If you enter into here, you have a problem. You also so we have grazing reserves, we have corridors. The corridor will lead you to the grazing reserve. If you are relocating from relocation A to B, the district assembly, the committee set up will be aware, give you a permission, and then the other people will receive you, give you all documentation, they know where you are moving, they know where you are going, so they monitor the movement of the animals. Now, after that one too, as time goes on, the land will continue to be degrading. And as well as developmental, project will be coming and they will be chopping the land gradually. So what do? Somebody will say, oh, I want to build my house, and that man you are saying there are grazing reserves. My own land, I want to go and build the house. I want to do this. So now, the final one, which is the final solution and the holistic, is the gradual adoption of the intensive system. So how is that also done? That is what we just proposed to the Minister of Food and Agriculture, that we should establish centers, 3 good centers, one located in the northern sector, the northern belt, middle belt, and the southern belt. We set up a demonstration capacity building center where we bring experts outside to support the Ministry of Food and Agriculture here to do what we all come and practice artificial insemination. We get the semen from the big animals there, because there you get animals giving you 20 liters per day, 30 liters per day, 15 liters per day, one animal. So if there is a crossbreed, if we didn't get at all, one animal will get 10 liters per day. Simply means if I get 10 animals, I'm having 100 liters per day. If I have 50, I'm getting 500 liters. Why should I go for plenty animals when I can get 500 liters per day with 50 animals? And from it, 30% can feed the animals. The 70% is for me. I don't have to suffer. So this is actually the gradual way of solving this problem. So I think the problem can be solved especially when the entire stakeholder, for example, what came out of this research, what the Ghana Cattle Ranching Committee has done, what other researchers has done, what is coming from our outfit, what is coming from other ECOWAS, this can all be bring together. We bring all together. And now we bring them as one comprehensive document. And then now we deliberate over it and then, emerge it. Now we implement it at the national level and then it is passed as a law and then we adopt it.
With these profit solutions, the various stakeholders are hoping that the government of Ghana and even those across the West African sub-region would adopt them to end this menace. I hope you enjoyed today's discussion here on the food chain. Join us same time next week for another exciting episode. My name is Emmanuel Bright Creek.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Just to have a beautiful view of the paragliding event, but there's traffic in town and all that, but I hope to give you guys like extensive coverage of the place.
Perched atop the grandeur of Ajanima Mountain, this annual event is a mesmerizing blend of adrenaline and natural beauty. I have the pleasure of speaking with Kofi Atakakra, the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at Ghana Tourism Authority, who threw light on the event.
That's right. We are here for the 2024 Easter Paragliding Festival. Yeah. And we say experience Ghana, share Ghana. Of course, just as it is, we are here. Come, let's fly. Just 1,000 Ghana. And you are 1,000 Ghana per. Who was center of the air.
Of the spirited 21-year-old Kwewu native who took his first solo flight at the 2024 Kwewu Paragliding Festival.
I'm feeling very excited and very happy right now. Yeah, it was really good. And then indeed, I was very scared at the moment, but then the moment I took off, everything was very slow. And then, I'm really happy. I'm very, very excited. I'm wishing to do it again and many, many, many more. I have been a pilot assistant since 2010 up to date.
Wow, that's a long time. That's like 14 years.
Yeah.
And how did you always wanted to do this?
Yeah, sure. I always wanted to do that. So I keep on pushing much pressure and then keeping training, keeping updates with them, learning much, and then going to the beach, doing inflation and stuff. It's a lot.
You're the first indigent from here because we've never had anyone coming from Kwewu to be a pilot. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel very proud because this is my home, and then I really wanted to, put it up so that people will go and believe that we can make it, because a lot of people used to say Ghanaians couldn't make it.
From distant lands across the globe, thrill seekers have also converged in Kwewu to experience the thrill of paragliding. Voices from different countries share their reasons for traveling thousands of miles for this unique experience.
I feel good. I'm very glad to fly. Yes, it's the first time for me.
Okay, how are you feeling about that?
Excited.
You're not scared at all?
No, not at all.
Some of us are scared, like for the heights.
No, not at all.
Okay, but this is your first time in Africa?
Yes.
And Ghana, what made you choose Ghana?
because I have a son-in-law, and he wanted to show us the land and the country and the family. Yes.
But so far, you've been here for a couple of hours. How do you see the place?
The place is very nice. The sun is shining. The weather is good, and I feel good. But we didn't see a lot of Ghana.
You haven't seen. Oh, okay, but are you expecting to see other places before you leave?
Yes.
I'm excited. It looks fun. It looks fine. Yeah. You're not scared of it?
No, I'm not. Great scenery, I guess, and like, I don't know, a nice view. The nature is amazing, like so green, so windy, and the weather is super nice. Yeah.
Are you coming back next year for the Easter?
Yeah.
So good back home, you know. So every year I'm quite in Kwewu for the celebration of Easter. For the past 7-8 years, I'm always home.
Wow.
For the Easter
what is the
celebration.
thousand for that?
Feel the vibe, because I love it here. You meet different people, you meet new people, you make some friends, new friends. Also the food, also the carnival and the jams is also very perfect.
Basically, this is like my best experience ever in life, because it's an experience that...
Tourism Authority, if you want to paraglide, all you have to do is just go onto their website, visit Ghana, and you do a pre-bookings, which usually the price is slashed. But just as we heard from Kofi Atakakra earlier, paragliding in Kwewu during the Easter as of 2024 is 1,000 Ghana cedis. Let me know what you think about the price for the paragliding event in Ghana.
The Easter 2024 inside Muchianima Mountain ride at a TPA Kwewu. Right here, and patrons have been gathered here, and there's so much excitement every year. I think for the last 4 years, consistently, anytime I pass through Kwewu for the Easter, I'm right here. I'm enjoying the weather. I don't know what Easter is in Kwewu without being on top here.
Incident unfolded as the pilot and a female passenger prepared for paragliding. Just as they approached the cliff, she stumbled, just as you can see here, prompting nearby security personnel to step forward. Everyone started to shout. Some were scared because they thought they had fallen. Everyone waited in suspense to see if they would proceed with the flight, and they eventually did.
Do some running, then it picks you, force of gravity will pick you airborne. So down there we are on the height here, about 2,500 feet up here. Then it picks you.
But there's no way you're going to fall though.
No, not at all. We have everything in place. Just everything in place. Ambulance is there, the NADMO is there, security services, they are ready on standby, just in case. But there's no way you're going to tie the cloth here. That
it's a kite.
Sure, like a kite.
That's the same thing. But just that when we're doing kites, we're not running or up on cliffs.
Yeah, you just move. So when you're learning how to do the paragliding, you'll be running on just places like this.
Okay, so this is the Ghanaian.
It's not going well.
It's not going.
It has to, the wind.
The wind.
Yeah, so it has to come back and start it all over. Make sure that the wind, the glider gathers the wind. So you see, look at the way it is. You have to do some running. So the glider is heavy. So this is the way you be running. As you are running, to be cooling you, but once you get just closer, it picks you up, then you are airborne.
That's the voice of Jones Aruna Nelson. He's the Director of Corporate Affairs at Ghana Tourism Authority.
So it means all the solo ones that we see, they are all like people who are like learning how to. Should I know? Is it like they're learning how to?
Become a tandem.
Oh, okay.
Pilot, learning how to carry passengers.
Oh, okay. And that's what you call what, a tandem?
Tandem pilot. And then the solo is a single. You fly your own self. But tandem, you carry passengers. Tandem pilot. These are called strings. And then this one's gliding. Okay. It's about 44 feet. 44 feet long. The glider. And then the strings. And then we have the harness.
Yeah.
So you hook his harness to the passenger's harness. Look at what he's doing now. He's hooking it together.
Oh, okay.
So it means that you, the passenger, you rely on the pilot, even though you are leading.
You just have to rely on
the pilot.
Regardless.
Yeah, he will take the controls and all of that.
Okay. I see.
So he hook it first before he moves. This one is already getting ready to take off. He has already hooked the passenger to his passenger's harness to his harness. Yeah.
All they are waiting for right now is a signal.
Sure. It keeps watching.
Fluctuating.
Yeah, it keeps watching. Yes.
Yeah.
It means that they have to be.
It's not easy.
Yes.
It's like manual.
Sure, it's a manual stuff. Yeah. Okay. So you see, some can go as high as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even with that one, is the air that is giving you direction.
It's the air. No, so you have to do the controls.
Oh, okay.
You have the controls.
Oh, okay.
So the string, the glider, they control the harness. You sit in, and then you control. When you press, it gives you. There's a brake. When you are braking, when you are sloping, so you need to hold your brakes gradually, just like the moving vehicle.
Yeah.
She has to run, and then when he presses down, you see.
Yeah.
They will go. They will go. So they are airborne now. That's it. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Sometimes the passengers feel like, hey, where am I going? Am I going to fall down? Then
earlier on, before Quay, the other lady, I think she felt scared when they were going down there, so she had to. She nearly tripped over there, but then they came back and they went up. I think sometimes the fear from the passengers,
Yes, fear. Sometimes when they see the open air, we are on a height. So when they get closer, when you have not moved, it's height.
Yeah.
So he's also waiting for the signal. It keeps turning. So when it becomes full, stable, then it can move. So they are also ready, even though there's.
It's full.
It's full.
It's full. Okay.
They are airborne. They are airborne. That's all.
That's a Ghanaian pilot right there.
Ghanaian pilot, Jonathan Quay. He's now a tandem pilot. It means that.
Since when did he become a tandem pilot?
I think like 2 years now. Since 2 years. The second year. 2 years plus.
As the sun begins its descent behind the mountains, casting its golden glow over the landscape, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the beauty of all this. The Kro Paragliding Festival is more than just an event. It's a celebration of courage and the unyielding spirit of adventure. Next time you pass through Ku, to be specific, Atibie, make sure you pass by the Ojanima Mountain to have a feel.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At Joy News, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at Joy News is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Joy News. Independent, credible, and fearless.
The market size of insurance sector in Ghana is being projected to reach almost 2.69 billion cedis in 2024. Now, and this is according to Statista.com. The insurance sector in our part of the world had been experiencing quite a number of issues. We're having issues with coverage, we're having issues with penetration, some are having issues with claim payments and all that. And the insurance sector itself seems to be progressing, or there have been some progressive growth when it comes to our insurance sector in Ghana. So we are here currently at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle to engage the informal sector players to know what they make of insurance, their experience so far with respect to insurance. So follow me as we do more on this particular insurance bit.
Priscilla signed up for an insurance package with the expectation of getting her money after an unforeseen circumstance, but tells me she was shortchanged.
I don't fancy insurance again because I was saving with one of the banks, and one of the tellers said that I should do insurance because I'm always come to the bank, and it's okay, fine. So they did hospital policy for me. So they pay me through that bank. So every month they will just deduct 50 cedis from my pay for 2 months with some 6 months or something. So that the 2 months reached, I went to the bank to ask for my money. They said that unless I've been admitted at the hospital with receipts and those things. So I told my boss not to pay me through that bank again. So now I don't fancy that insurance, and I don't believe in that because it's a scam.
I'm coming. You spoke about it being a scam. When you're going to sign up onto that insurance package, what were some of the information being given to you?
Actually, I'll blame the person who did it for me because maybe she wants clients. So she didn't explain it into deep for me, but if she did, I'll not do it. I'll never do it because if they said in case if I'm sick and I've been to the government hospital before, they'll give me my money, like, I won't do it.
So what do you make of insurance general based on your experience?
Oh, it's a scam.
But there are other people too who also end up benefiting from insurance.
On the policy the person is doing, and it will depend on the person who wants to fill the forms for you and do everything for you. Because if they want more clients, they will explain it into deep for you to choose what you want. Yes.
So based on what you're saying, you are not going to sign up on it?
No. I will not.
Even if you know you have certain benefits?
I will not. It's a scam because they want customers, so they will not explain everything into details for you, and you just join and they'll just get their money.
So what do you think the National Insurance Commissioner to do, at least to sensitize the system?
Okay, if anything, they should explain all the policy into details to the individuals, and they'll choose what they want. So if you not explain everything to the individual and she chose what she wants, and later on she wants her money, and you people say that like she can't get it due to 1 or 2 reasons, it's a scam. Yeah, because you can't, like, they can't pay you through the bank, and every month they'll just deduct an amount from your money. Then if the 2 months reach, then they'll tell you that this and this and this and this. So it's a scam. I don't believe in it. And I have 2 of my friends to they face the same challenge. Yeah, so we don't believe in it.
No matter how the education, you are not interested?
No. I'm not interested in it.
The National Insurance Commission has admitted that low education on insurance is partly to be blamed for the country's low insurance coverage. This is because many individuals lack the knowledge of the need to insure or invest in insurance.
Insurance dwells a lot on education, and people tend to buy or spend their monies on what they appreciate and what they understand and what gives value to them. And so the need to educate the public on education is always very relevant. And the NIC, together with the industry, is doing a lot to do the education. There is the Insurance Awareness Coordinators Group, the IACG, you must have heard of, that the industry put together to lead this public education on insurance. We know that we have different segments of the population, and so strategies or methods, plans have been made for the various segments of the population to be able to reach out to them, the market women, the artisans, the school children. So there are various programs for all these segments of the population to help them to begin to have some basic knowledge on insurance. There are some planned programs that are run, and wherever the opportunity also comes up, we visit the school children. These are primary, JHS, SHS, university students. There are insurance fairs that we have on various campuses to, again, educate them. In terms of the traders and the artisans, we have something we call the micro and business clinics, which we do in the market, basically to draw the attention of these traders and artisans.
For national service personnel like Linda, want more to be done to improve the sector.
Oh yes, I have. Master Wealth something, I've actually forgotten the name, but then it was Master Wealth something some years back.
But was it an educational insurance, life insurance?
I actually went to the bank to create an account so I could be paying my school fees, and then I was approached over there. I don't know if it was an educational but I think I was told that every month I think 100 cedis will be deducted from my account, and then after 3 years or 4 years I could withdraw or something like that.
But you've not followed up?
I've not followed up, and no one is following up, so I don't even know what happened to my money.
But based on your experience, do you think in our part of the world we are doing insurance right?
Well, I think that, majority of us are not educated with regards to that. So I think that, even if you approach me and I say yes, you should do a follow-up, be sending text messages, oh, this is what's going on, your account, or like something, just be engaging us. I think that should help.
Thomas Labi, a car rental dealer, commended the sector players, but calls for more streamlined activities of the sector.
I'm using so many cars, and the insurance, when you do the comprehensive, it helps you a lot. Because when you have an accident, the insurance will come in to make sure that the fault is not from you or the fault is from the person. And we have a third party. Now, in the third party, that is where a lot of people have problems over there. Because when the third party, when the accident is not minor, and the insurance has to come in, the third person has to bring another money to add to do your car for you. But sometimes that is where the problem is. So if you have the money and you can do the comprehensive, then I think it's good. It's better to do the comprehensive.
You're talking about car insurance, but aside that, have you been involved in life insurance, education insurance?
Yes, education. I did education insurance for my kid. I think it helps me a lot when they are going to university. It helps me a lot over there. So when you do the education, it's very good for your children. Yeah.
There have been some concerns when it comes to claims payment. That is where a lot of people seem to have an issue with. From what you've done so far, the experiences you've had so far, how is it like when you want to go or make a claim for any payment to be done? How is it like so far?
Okay, one, I think if you are paying the insurance for education and along the line you stop paying, when you are going to claim it, I think it's very difficult. There's an issue about it. So that's the experience that a lot of people has been telling me. Yeah.
What are some of these issues?
Like when you want to claim it, then they have to force you to pay the arrests before they can pay your insurance for you. Yes. The education is very good, that it can help you a lot. When you don't have money to pay your child's school fees, so you can use it, or when you have a SNET, you can use the SNET to pay some of your children's school fees. Because I have twins, they have finished university. They finished university almost 2 years ago. They have done their national service now. I'm just looking at a job for them.
Meanwhile, the Ghana Insurance Association has revealed that the inconsistent exchange rate regime has affected the payment of some claims to customers.
We have this mindset to say it's like susu we are doing. But here's a situation where we are taking fractions and paying out whole numbers. So it's a very challenging situation. I don't want to even talk about the economic circumstances. We all do motor vehicles. If you think, first of all, about motor vehicle, most parts of the world, the motor vehicle actually, once you take it out of the showroom, it depreciates. After 1 year, it's going down in value. In this country, vehicles that are bought 10 years ago could actually be sold at the value at which they bought now. So in this country, vehicles never lose value. They rather appreciate in value. We have challenge with that, which are economic circumstances where you are not in control, depreciation of the CD. And mind you, I'll focus again on motor. If you look at the component parts of a vehicle, it's way more expensive than the whole. So if you go and buy a fender and then a tire and you want to put together, you might be buying it for 3 times the price. That's what we are faced with by constantly having to pay for those parts at the places that we are. So it's challenging. We need to continue engaging people. I'm sure that we've actually improved as an industry. But then, once again, it has to do with the situation where somebody comes to sit before you that you want to engage the person to say that this is the options we have and this is the best opportunity. Maybe if you paid 100 cedis more, you're going to get a lot more benefit. The person say, oh, when I was coming, this is all the money I have. And then they will never, until it gets to a claim, and then that same person will tell you that, oh, you never told me at inception.
Mr. Klasi, I'll come back to you to find.
Osei, a taxi driver, has been driving for over 30 years now. He's pleased with the state of insurance in Ghana. Meanwhile, he's calling on the sector players to fish out fraudulent persons within the sector.
Insurance, me feel say yeah. Na yen drivers no, yen ma insurance companies no, enyom. If say unya accident, unko for claims, usi omi ameye. Why sir, who so utia insurance? I say BBC uko report mom. Most of the drivers ni enko. Into there be a man insurance firm no omu geni e free drivers. Me say no. My drive over 40 something years. Me nya accident, me demand insurance. Any claims no sumeji. If you say me the one day any chia insurance. It means me nya accident, me sure such within 3 months no. Me claims.
Ebinu we can say insurance infaso bi eniso. What do you make of that?
Infaso insurance. Infaso insurance papa. Me e ka me nko insurance upa. Jimmy 1,000 Ghana. Event. Metua. Visa means me say me nya trouble ameba amochia. Me more insurance bidi. My claims twice for one insurance. Me nya accident.
Spring flowers, pets, eggs. All seemingly harmless, But if you suffer from allergies, they can make life miserable. What are the causes? Why are more and more people developing them? How can they be prevented? Everything you need to know about allergies coming up on In Good Shape.
An allergy is basically just a small malfunction in an otherwise excellent immune system. Think of it like the police accidentally releasing the wrong wanted poster.
Professor Torsten Zuberbier is one of the world's leading experts in allergy research. The immune system of allergy sufferers is unusually sensitive to foreign substances, leading to symptoms such as runny noses, itchy eyes, skin rashes, and breathing issues. Triggers include pollen and dust mites that can lurk in mattresses. Animal fur can also trigger the body's allergic response. Here's what happens. The immune system detects something that's actually harmless, like cat fur, as a danger. It launches a series of responses to get rid of the threat and causes an overreaction. And that leads to the typical allergy symptoms. Tree pollens are some of the worst allergens. A birch tree, for example, can release about 22 billion pollen grains per season, a nightmare for allergy sufferers. Their immune system mistakes the pollen for a dangerous invader and overreacts, sending out a whole army of antibodies. They then trigger the release of histamine, which boosts blood flow to the area and causes inflammation. Histamine also docks to special receptors in the body and causes symptoms like itching, sneezing, and a rash. The World Health Organization says about 1.7 billion people worldwide suffer from allergic rhinitis and 300 million from asthma. The numbers have risen in recent decades.
In Asia, in tropical regions, dust mites and mold are the main allergens. In Singapore, 60% of the population is now allergic to dust mites. The main one in northern regions is pollen from birch trees. In North America, it's ragweed ambrosia pollen. And in South America, it's dust mites or mold, or depending on the climate zone, grass pollen.
Climate change is one reason for the increasing number of people suffering from allergies. Northern regions are becoming warmer, extending the pollen season, and air pollution in urban areas is another factor.
To the immune system, certain substances, such as pollen, have become more irritating when they're coated with soot, for example. Our modern indoor lifestyle also exposes us to other pollutants that trigger an immune response. That's how dust mites can end up as targets for our immune system.
Children are especially prone to allergies. The tendency towards allergies can also be inherited. That's why many parents wonder what they can do to prevent them.
Smoking during pregnancy should be avoided. Infants shouldn't be exposed to cigarette smoke and should be introduced to solid foods early. In the past, the thinking was that certain foods should be avoided. We now know the opposite is true. Children should have as varied a diet as possible from the beginning.
What else can allergy sufferers do? City dwellers should only open their windows between 6 and 8 a.m. and then keep them shut. Take off and store dirty clothes in the bathroom. Take a shower and see a doctor. Affordable allergy medicines and treatments are widely available.
Unfortunately, allergies are often played down. I often hear someone say, "It's just sneezing and a runny nose, no big deal." But a child with an untreated rhinitis is 40% more likely to see their grades suffer. It affects performance, even for adults at work. There's no need to live with these symptoms. We have very good treatment options that have very few side effects.
Researchers have found that children from the countryside are less likely to suffer from allergies. That's because of their gut microbiome, which develops in the first year of life and acts like a protective shield. It appears that spending time on a farm, and especially in a cow barn, could play a role. Scientists are now figuring out how these findings can be used to help protect city kids too.
We have two ideas for how we might prevent asthma and allergies. First, drinking minimally processed cow's milk could help. And second, we're looking into developing a nose spray made with substances from farm environments, which could also offer protection.
But until that's widely available, there's plenty that parents in both rural and urban environments can do to reduce their child's risk of developing allergies. Pollen, animal fur and dust mites are among the common allergens. But around 20,000 allergens have been identified to date, like fragrance substances in perfume and detergents. Foods such as apples and nuts, including anything that contains them. Proteins in milk and grains. And also insect venom, bites and stings can cause very serious reactions. But there are other rare allergies. A paper allergy can cause rashes and breathing difficulties. Anyone with an alcohol allergy needs to avoid mouthwash and certain cleaning products. Sperm allergy symptoms include itching and a burning sensation. And then there's neurodermatitis, which is also called atopic eczema. It's a skin condition characterized by chronic itching or scaling. It often goes hand in hand with allergies, so it's important that it's properly treated.
An emergency doctor sent us here because it was so bad. His skin was completely infected and he had open, weeping wounds. It wasn't just separate patches, they all kind of merged. And he had open wounds on his face as well. We were admitted straight away and they first had to find out what was wrong. That's why the first stay lasted a good 3 weeks.
At this allergy center, doctors from different disciplines have been working together to help Ruben. His neurodermatitis, also called atopic eczema, was so severe that it affected his growth.
The treatment was so intense that we brought the dermatologists on board quite quickly.
This is a great example of the importance of interdisciplinary work. What was initially a skin problem ended up causing a long list of pediatric issues. His skin was affected, which led to itching and loss of sleep. And that led to low food intake and weight loss, symptoms of nutritional deficiency.
The problem with Ruben was that as soon as he ate anything, he started drooling. That's very common at that age. But when seriously inflamed skin comes into contact with saliva, it causes even more redness and itching. And so he didn't want to eat anything. And that, combined with poor sleep, was what led to his failure to thrive.
The doctors first tried giving him antibiotics, ointments, creams, and a special diet, but Ruben had to come back just a few weeks later.
I couldn't go shopping with him on my own or drive into town with him in the car. When he was sitting in the car seat in the back, he'd scratch his skin so badly that it was hard for me to concentrate on driving. And of course, it made his skin so much worse. In the end, we realized he needed to be treated with cortisone. And not just cortisone cream, which is a fairly common treatment for neurodermatitis. He needed systemic cortisone therapy, taken as liquid.
The problem was that Ruben would scratch the itchy areas until they bled. That led to fresh infections, which would then in turn itch and lead to more scratching. Ruben's doctors hoped that systemic steroid therapy would interrupt this vicious circle.
His skin did improve somewhat. He started eating and drinking a bit, but he still had flare-ups when it became worse again. And the cortisone caused side effects too. He developed what's called Cushing's syndrome, a bloated, round moon face, which can happen in children.
So much for such a little one to deal with. I always said I wish I could have it instead of him, but of course I couldn't.
The Allergy Center team had to reconsider.
We thought about other kinds of interdisciplinary approaches. Were there other possibilities? And then the team discussed a biologic treatment as a possible alternative.
Biologics are a new class of drugs that target specific aspects of the immune system. Ruben gets an injection of one of these drugs every 4 weeks. It's not fun for anyone, but the benefit is huge.
Before we started this therapy, Ruben had spent a good part of his young life in the hospital. Since starting it, he hasn't been in the hospital at all.
It's like he's a totally different child. All the side effects of the cortisone, which took months to get under control, are now gone. It was so good to see him starting to eat again, to enjoy food, and to grow.
Ruben's height and weight are now normal for his age.
We're so lucky that he's such a cheerful kid. Last year, when we had our first 3-week hospital stay, he went through a lot. But he coped really well and he was always in a cheerful mood. He made all the nurses and other staff happy, got them laughing. Things would have been harder on me if he weren't such a cheerful, happy-go-lucky kid.
Yeah.
Anyone who has an allergy knows they should avoid the triggers, although that's often easier said than done. And a lot of people suffer from a whole range of allergies. Certain medications can provide welcome relief. And one form of treatment can get rid of an allergy entirely. Desensitization is a useful and effective treatment, even for mild allergies. It's also a way of preventing secondary conditions. For example, someone with hay fever reacts badly to pollen, dust mites, or mold. They sneeze a lot and have a runny nose. After months or years, this kind of allergy can spread from the upper to the lower respiratory tract, meaning from the nose to the lungs. The patient can then develop allergic asthma, a chronic inflammation of the bronchial tubes. And that can put a permanent strain on the heart and lungs.
Running after the ball without getting out of breath. For a long time, Dirk Böhmer couldn't even play with his children. He just couldn't get enough air.
I've never had a typical asthma attack where you turn blue or anything like that. I just always felt that my breathing was under pressure, as if something were on top of my lungs, and I had to use a lot of energy to take a breath.
Today, Dirk Böhmer can exercise again, and he's thrilled. He has serious allergic asthma, which got worse over the years, even though he kept taking more and more cortisone. Coughing, shortness of breath, and respiratory distress. For a long time, his doctors focused on treating the asthma symptoms to prevent them from getting even worse or life-threatening. But that approach is outdated, says Marek Lomacz, a pulmonologist who specializes in asthma.
The modern treatment approach is giving patients medicine that prevents the symptoms entirely. They have to take the medicine all the time, in as low a dose as possible. But they don't have symptoms. They don't have to go to the hospital. They can live completely normal lives.
Dirk Böhmer takes biologics, biotechnologically produced antibodies. The therapy is working very well. He only has to go for checkups twice a year. The nitrogen monoxide content in his breath shows whether his airways are inflamed. His readings are now in the upper normal range.
All in all, it's a really good outcome, clinically speaking and in terms of how good he feels. And he doesn't need cortisone anymore with all its potential side effects.
Dirk Burmer's lung function is somewhat compromised by his chronic asthma, but he feels healthy and his lung function results are stable. It's a big change from the time before he started biologics. He needed increasingly higher doses of cortisone in spray or tablet form, but he still felt unwell almost every day.
There were always side effects. I didn't feel good, my hands shook, I felt jittery from the high doses of cortisone. In spite of that, I still didn't feel any better.
Today, doctors know that long-term therapy with cortisone pills often does more harm than good. But corticosteroid inhalers are still part of mainstream therapy and help suppress inflammation in the airways quite effectively, along with biologics, if need be. That way, every patient gets their own treatment plan.
Nowadays, you have to say, this person has this or that kind of asthma. They have allergies or they don't. They have this biomarker and their entire history. They've been in hospital so and so many times, and their mother had it too. That, their history, their children. You have to consider all those factors together and come up with a tailor-made therapy for that patient. And that therapy will be very effective.
Dirk Burmer is happy with the new approach. 2 injections a month, which he can give to himself. These days, he feels a lot better.
I can play football, ride a bicycle, go jogging, just like regular people. Of course, I might not be able to exert myself quite as much as other people by comparison, but I feel I'm doing great. It's all good.
Time now for a new tip from Aurelia, who's here to guide you through another exercise, this time for your shoulders.
Hi and welcome. Do you feel sometimes tense in your shoulders or sore in your neck? I give you a perfect exercise to open up your chest and to have more flexibility in your shoulders. Let's go. For the exercise of today, you need either a pole, a resistant band, or you can take a scarf, just whatever you have at home. I'm going to take the wooden stick. Take your object, then have wide arms. Then first, lift your shoulders as if you wanted to say, I don't know, then over your head to your back, and then reverse. Please be aware, the arms are always straight. I recommend 15 repetitions every day. You will feel so much better in your shoulders and you will add it to your daily routine. If you want to intensify this exercise, bring your hands a little bit closer and do it again.
Have fun with that and see you next time on In Good Shape. Bye-bye.
How come say we all day my tie inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting, say the same people put on for way. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink. I say, myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry joins calls for a clear and reliable timetable to aid in their planning as a result of the ongoing intermittent power outages. We will be joined by the president of the chamber shortly. Also, this bulletin, implementation of tax on resident Ghanaians earning foreign income expected to start from next week.
We have specifically agreed with GOG, our mother ministry, and the fund to implement a compliance measure on foreign income. Foreign income on resident Ghanaians.
Is it the right time to implement this tax? We shall be finding answers. Plus, government urged to dispose of NIB after a successful restructuring to save the fiscals of the economy as government gets International Monetary Fund blessings to go ahead and recapitalize the bank despite an earlier pushback.
The IMF has given the blessings, but I believe sincerely that corporate governance is the root, is the mother of all troubles of NIB. And it must be looked at, not only the capital.
We have details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your time. I am Pius Kojo Baka. To our very first story, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has joined calls for the release of a timetable to aid their plan as a result of the intermittent power outages. Now, according to them, the frequent power outages have brought businesses to their knees, causing significant loss of productivity, revenue escalating operational costs, and damage to electronic infrastructures. Now, they argue the additional burden of investing in expensive alternative energy sources such as generators is also crippling their business financially, leading to both local and multinationals folding up. And the current power crisis, coupled with the country's current economic crisis, is a double blow that businesses cannot sustain. And we've been joined via Zoom by the president of the chamber, Dr. Clement Seyamuakon, for some perspectives on this matter they've raised. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to us here on Business Live. Now, it's been weeks, if not months, of power disruptions. How has the power outages impacted on your operations?
Thank you so much. The power outages have really caused a lot of problem to us as Ghanaians, as a private sector, as individuals. When you are a businessman and you want to go in and produce, and you know very well that it's the industry that drives the economy. So you go to your factory, you start production, and then all of a sudden there's power outages. You are moving with your employees to the site to work. And at the end of the month, you still have to pay them, no matter their power outages, because you cannot lay them off in the short run. We believe that this didn't happen overnight. It started a long time ago when they saw the signs. And I believe that people in charge must be very serious to act in the interest of the economy. When you realize that we are going to have those problems, you need to work against it and prevent it, rather than sitting there and allowing it to happen, and then we are losing most of our earnings. Now, revenues are dwindling. We are the cost of producing a commodity is very high now, because even if you want to continuously produce, you need to buy some generators, buy fuel. What have we seen now? Recently, fuel costs has also gone up, and transportation costs also going up. Last year, within the last quarter, we saw that unemployment rate had increased about 1.5 million people. And for us as private sector, we are trying very hard to support the government to create wealth and make sure that we employ them. In this circumstance, when we have high interest rates, even though the government have made some gains that we cannot run over it, we had inflation coming down to 25%, monetary policy rate around 29%. It is still very high relatively to our competitors. And so when we are struggling to put the economy on track, and then you go to work and you cannot even forecast and know how many employees are you sending or what to produce in a day, it's quite frustrating. I believe that the government must take the private sector very serious and make sure that they restore it. In the event of them not being able to do, and in the short run, if they have to put in some modalities, I should be able to walk into my production line in my factory to know that I can produce only today within the first 12 hours. So what kind of employees am I supposed to send? Am I going to run shifts with them so that when the power comes in, they can come to work? We need to plan. But you can't just go in and struggle with that. I think that the government itself is struggling with it, because the government will not be comfortable when there are power outages. The individuals go home and they are struggling. Workers are struggling. In this situation of global warming, it is not conducive at all. And I believe that for a nation to grow, to propel us into a developed economy, we need to be serious with how our industry will work and then produce goods and services for the use of everybody.
All right, so clearly you are suffering. Now, in terms of cost, what's been the impact, especially having to rely on generators and other alternative sources of power? How has that affected your production cost?
Generators for this year have started going up because of the power outages. Now, in addition to that, because you are not able to produce in full capacity, it's a cost on its own, because you go there, you'll not be able to produce and you have to pay your workers. So that is a cost on its own. Recently, like I told you, there's an increment in fuel. That also means that when you are going to buy fuel to produce a commodity that you use X to produce, now you're going to use Y, which is greater than X. And that alone is not helping us. And we believe that It's a country. We must be serious and be progressive. And as a situation where we have come from COVID and the wars all over and that we are struggling, I believe that the government must be able to sit up and restore this electricity program. The power outages that we are experiencing, we cannot allow it to happen. And it must be worked on as soon as possible to allow industry to work hard to create the revenue for the country to thrive.
And one key thing you are looking forward to seeing is a timetable. Now, what's going to be your next move if this schedule is not given?
In the absence, in the short run, if they could not do it, then the power, the timetable is feasible in that it can help us to plan. You don't go to your office only to find out the light is off. No, you must be able to plan. And like, just as I was telling you, you'll be able to manage your employees and know the kind of production you can do in a day and meet your demand for goods and services. And you can't just go in when you don't know what to do. And then the power outages come in and you'll be running around, employees sit down, and at the end of the month, you pay them. Mind you, we are also producing for the rest of the world. We are in an open economy. We are producing for other countries for which we have to meet certain demands. And if you are not able to do that, we will cut short your supply. And it's a loss of revenue to us. And I believe that this is not something that the government can joke on. If the timetable is coming, it should be very short in the short run. Believe that this is not beyond their strength to restore power to us. Every effort must be put in place to get us to be able to work in full capacity. Thank you.
All right, quickly before you go, Dr. Clement Samuaku, so I'm asking that if this interim you're looking at and you don't find a timetable, what becomes of your operations?
We'll move to government to make sure they do it. They must do it. I don't see the difficulty in coming out with timetable. If really you know the problem. It's only when you don't know the problem, you don't have solution. But they really know where the problem is coming from. They'll be able to tell us that within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we'll have the power. And so we are putting these modalities in place within the shortest possible time to restore power. But if you are not able to do that, it means that they don't have the solution to the problem, for which I don't believe so. So we insist that they go on and do the right thing.
Very well. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Clement Samuaku, President of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are indeed grateful speaking to us on Business Live. Now, let's move on to some other stories. The tax on resident Ghanaians earning income from abroad is expected to start next week. But the Ghana Revenue Authority has insisted that this will exclude Ghanaians living abroad. This follows special reports or the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program tax that is supposed to target Ghanaians living outside. Now, Julie Isiam is the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
The VAT, the loophole, or not a loophole, but the gap that we find with the VAT on electricity, we have specifically agreed with GOG, our mother ministry, and the fund to implement a compliance measure on foreign income. Foreign income on resident Ghanaians, and I want to emphasize this resident Ghanaians. Yes, okay. It's resident Ghanaians. By definition of the law, anybody who lives in the country for 183 days is classified as a resident Ghanaian. There's been a lot of questions on this measure from foreign nationals meaning Ghanaians who live abroad. This is related or relevant to resident Ghanaians, which is citizens of Ghana, obviously, who are here, and also individuals who currently reside in Ghana. This is not a new measure. This is already in the law through our voluntary disclosure program, etc. But its implementation has not been effective. We needed to put in place specific structures and measures to make sure that this is implemented in an optimal manner. And that is what we've done. We are so grateful and thankful to the OECD who have partnered us to bring this into fruition. We are also very proud to let Ghanaians know that Ghana is one of the only 5 African countries that have been approved by the OECD to actually have exchange of information on resident Ghanaians who have income overseas. So this is an applaud.
is the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and we've got to interrogate some of the pronouncements she's made. And let's get on Zoom and speak to tax consultant Francis Timoboy to help us understand some of these developments. Thanks so much, Francis, and agreeing to speak to us on Business Live. Now, we are told that the tax policy has been on the books for some years now, but was not implemented. Do you think that the time is right now to implement the policy?
Yes, Pius. If you look at the Income Tax Act, the Act 896 that we passed in 2015, Section 3 specifically says that if you are a tax resident in Ghana, anywhere your income is coming from, whether local or abroad, you are supposed to declare it so that we tax it. And if we say tax resident, we mean you are a citizen and maybe you have a home outside Ghana and you have stayed there for the whole of 365 days, then you are not the people we are looking at here. Or maybe you are not a citizen, but you are physically present in our country for more than 6 months, which is 183 days. Then wherever the income is coming from, you are supposed to, declare it so that we tax it. Over the period, the challenge that we had was, how do you identify the people, and how do you even determine the income that they've earned? So Ghana joined the Global Forum for Tax Transparency, which is about 160 countries, where they exchange information. So you may be in Ghana, and then you are earning income from either business, investment, or employment outside. So because of the exchange of that information, GRA in Ghana can determine whether you have earned some income. So now that that problem has been solved, I think this is the right time, because for me, January this year, the GRA even came out to say that about 70,000 accounts have been exchanged from 40 countries. And the value in those individual accounts alone stood close to $3 billion. And when they examined the information, about $1.6 billion can be collected in the form of taxes. And clearly, this is more than the VAT that we intended to collect from household consumption of electricity. So this is the right time, and I think it's the best alternative for government, better than the VAT on household consumption.
All right, grateful insight there. But some people believe that this new tax policy could affect the desire to earn more, when I say more, in terms of income from abroad by resident Ghanaians. Do you think so?
Theoretically, yes, but there's a solution in the law. Normally when people are subjected to double taxation, it discourages even workforce. So you may be earning income from United States. US will normally tax you. If you are coming to Ghana and we say that come and declare for another tax, that may discourage you. However, in the law, it is provided that if you have paid tax outside on that income that you are bringing to Ghana, we make provision for a credit to be given to you for the tax that you have paid outside Ghana. So there's a netting effect. If you have paid tax outside Ghana, we give you a credit. Other than that, I think that it shouldn't discourage you. Everybody's looking for opportunity to earn more. So theoretically, you can say yes, but where we have a solution in the law that you can be granted a tax credit, that should negate the anxiety of not, working more for additional income.
And looking at the eagerness, the Revenue Authority is willing to embark on this program. Do you think that this tax will rake in the needed revenue government is expecting?
Of course, if you look at the 70,000 accounts that the GRA said they've even exchanged as of January, and from 40 countries alone, it means that if we extend our tenterhooks, we can even get more. And the value of that amount standing in the individual accounts to close to $3 billion, and they can access about $1.6 billion as tax revenue. It doesn't really mean that that is the amount that the GRA is going to collect. Now that they have the information, they are examining it. So they'll be inviting people to come and justify or explain the source of that income. If clearly we are able to raise about 1.6 billion, Pius, you know that that is even more than the VAT on the household consumption. And I think that we just have to work with the international partners like the OECD and the Global Forum for Tax Transparency, whose objective is to fight tax evasion. If we're able to pursue this, it will bring a lot of money And besides, these people who are already in Ghana and any income from outside or foreign income, they are in the best capacity to pay the taxes. So we don't have a problem there. Mostly they are rich than the average Ghanaian who would normally be buying, electricity using 100 cedis or whatever.
So quickly, how can the GRA differentiate such taxes from remittances?
So Pius, the focus is not on remittance. Okay. It's about either you have earned the income from investment, business, or employment. But even if we look at a remittance normally come from close family members or associates. Granted that it doesn't even come from close associates. Remittances are generally gifts, and another income tax act, gifts are taxable. The problem is that mostly we don't see people going to declare these remittances for tax purposes. So the GRA will get information, they will examine it, and if it is gift and they think that it's taxable under the law, then you have to pay the tax. If it is from close relations and it is therefore not taxable as gift tax, then you go scot-free. But the main mechanism is the exchange of information between one tax authority and then the other. And that's why Madam Essien was saying that they are working with the DOG. So you may have earned the income in the United States. To them, it is an income that you have earned. And if that information is exchanged with the Ghanaian authorities, then that means that that income must also be subjected to tax in Ghana. And where you have paid tax in USA or another country, then we give you a credit for that.
Francis Timobo, we are grateful for speaking to us on Business Live. He is a tax consultant. You're still watching Business Live with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We are pausing for a breather. We'll be right back with more. Hello, welcome back to Business Live. Now, government has secured the blessings of the International Monetary Fund to go ahead and recapitalize the National Investment Bank. Well, this is what Joy Business has picked up from officials of the fund working on Ghana on restructuring of the financial sector. My colleague George Yafe has more.
Joy Business understands that this approval was secured when the IMF team visited Ghana earlier this month as part of the second program review. The decision on the National Investment Bank was part of a broad initiative under the IMF program, where the fund was looking at what can be done to firmly stabilize the financial sector, what measures should be taken to deal with other issues, including the second round impact of the recent financial sector cleanup on government's finances. The IMF officially wanted government to take what has been described as some decisive action on the financial institution, which included an objection to recapitalize the National Investment Bank. However, government was able to make a strong case for this financial intervention because of the role the bank plays in the economy. Joy Business understands that some support has already been advanced to the bank under this recapitalization move. However, some additional measures are being taken to ensure that this fresh level of capital support is able to put the bank on a strong footing whilst working to deal with some underlying issues facing the financial institution.
Meanwhile, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etuahini blames poor corporate governance for the state of the National Investment Bank. According to him, recapitalizing the bank would be futile when there is a weak control system. He therefore urged government to dispose of NIB after a successful restructuring to save the fiscals of the economy.
From my experience, and don't forget, I've worked there for a very long time, and I left the place about 20 years ago. Once upon a time, there was a fantastic corporate governance where the board was very up and doing, where the CEOs were tough, where management team knew what they were doing. Things could not get bad. Once upon a time, let me make a history of NIB. NIB was the first bank in Ghana to have structured letters of credit, cotton deal, $2.3 million, the first in the history of Ghana. No bank in Ghana has done the structured letters of credit for cotton deal. All these things have gone into drain. And I'm saying that as the IMF want to recapitalize it with Bank of Ghana, I urge them that They should strictly look at the corporate governance. Otherwise, no amount of money you put in, and you have a bad board, you have a weak internal control system, you have a poor management practices systems, you're going to have zero return. So I'm very happy that the IMF has given the blessings, but I believe, sincerely believe that corporate governance is the root, is the mother of all troubles of NIB. And it must be looked at, not only the capital. We are still unindustrialized. And I believe that if we can put the structures and the governance system very well, NIB can pursue the industrialization still. But if we want to play the game that we've been playing over the last 13, 14 years, I would urge that once they're able to recapitalize it and it becomes viable and profitable, I think the government have no option just to dispose of it so that we can reduce our physical side of the equation.
Let's stay a while longer in the financial space because the recent financial sector cleanup and the domestic debt exchange program have undermined investor confidence in the banking sector. However, the Chief Executive Officer of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, is suggesting that by re-evaluating policies and investment products, Ghana can rebuild its weakened savings culture, thereby strengthening the financial sector over time. He spoke in an interview with Joy Business on the sidelines of the Money Summit here in Accra. Here's a report.
The Money Summit 2024 was on investing for the future, rethinking investment and savings to drive economic growth and development. In an interview with Joy Business, the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, highlighted the importance of restoring confidence in the financial sector by encouraging customers to adopt a culture of prudent savings.
I am here, assuming I have $1 million sitting at home. The question is, which vehicle will be the best for me to invest in? Whether it's direct investment, is it going to be using one of the banks, invest in the banks? Where do I invest? These are very important questions that we need solutions to. Also, we should consider the fact of the high inflation we have. It is not good for you to put your money down at home, saying that, oh, it is secure at home. You have friends coming to visit you at home and at night, which is not too good. All right, so investing is the best way out. If you leave your money for a month or two, remember the exchange rate will eat away the money. Inflation is also there to eat away the money. So the best bet is to invest it.
The Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Ataya Bojan, encouraged financial sector stakeholders to offer alternative investment products to customers beyond traditional instruments to meet evolving needs.
As investors, we sometimes come across as following the crowd. We all chased one type of investment. We either bought bonds or treasury bills. But the reality is that we also have alternative investments. Alternative investments like real estate, venture capital, and equity investments, where you identify a potential business partner, and that can be a small business that is starting up, and it could be an informal sector, SME.
And that's it for the bulletin. I am Pius Kojobaka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Great stories there. Dumso has brought businesses to their knees. That's according to the GNCCI, expressing frustration at the ongoing crisis. Also on that portal, ASF supports ECG privatization to make its operations efficient. Great stories there. Do visit the portal and get yourselves updated. See you same time tomorrow. I am Pius Kojobaka. Bye.
am Anas Sabit on the principal streets of Techiman, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
You are what you repeatedly think about. So what do you repeatedly think about? Is it the stress from this economy? Good morning, folks, and welcome to the AM show. My name is Sweetie Abochi. Of course, I do this with Benjamin Akakbo. That stuck with me from my readings last night and some of the videos I watched from El Nightingale, and I thought I should share with you. So just think about it. You are what you repeatedly think about. So the more positive thoughts you have, the more positive experiences you will be having. But join me this morning for the news first on our list, and then after that, we get into the news review. Dr. Sharif Mohammed Khalid, he's the Associate Professor of Finance, will be joining us for the news review. And then after that, Muftar Nabila Abdullahi will bring you all the latest updates in the world of sports. Right after that, we pivot into our big stories. Now, it's getting heated as the Ejisu by-elections draw near. 3 political parties and 3 independent candidates who emerges triumphant amidst the trading of allegations of the NDC funding the independent candidates to water down the strength of the NPP. We find out more and ask why the NDC has elected not to contest the Ejisu seat. But that will not be all. Also, selective development in a fledgling democracy. That's a vote for a political opponent bar the constituency or the citizenry from benefiting from government's development projects. What should be the tenet of government? I'm sure you've seen the video going around. So we'll interrogate the issues and understand why a minister of government will say that if you vote for someone who's not from his party, the person will not have access to good roads. Also, cross-carpeting, is it the beginning of a political setback for the Butterfly, as a group led by Alfred Kumi say they have defected from the Butterfly back to the NPP? We'll delve more as the executives of the Butterfly movement, the Movement for Change, say he has no gravitas to merit their attention. So join us with your comments, with your thoughts by phone or all our social media platforms at JoyNews on TV. And let's get the conversation started. Welcome aboard the AM show. You're live on the Joy News channel for the AM show, and this is the AM News. Details now. Residents of the Upper West region have added their voices, urging government to come out with a timetable to enable them plan their daily activities. Business persons offering secretarial services, students and workers say the frequent and unplanned power outages are having an effect on their activities. They complained that the power outages have resulted in the gadgets being spoiled and students are unable to study for their exams. Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam reports from Wa.
Power outages and punishing high temperatures, making lives uncomfortable for residents of the Upper West region. For several months, businesses have been suffering as a result of the former, making residents struggle for survival.
Residents of the Walo community, by extension the Upper West region, are really smarting from the issue of power outages, otherwise known as Dumso, but locally here it's known as Kuchanyo. People who are into businesses, organizations, officers are really smarting from it. They are saying that it is not really helping them. Some few minutes ago, there were these two generators that were really making loud noises right here. So we are currently here to talk to the people who are managing these businesses and see how things are panning out.
Standby generators are often used, especially by few people, to run their businesses during the power outages. Others who cannot afford the services of a standby generator feel the pinch and pain and sit down like Egyptian mummies seeking for help. Lutfia Yahya is the manageress of Witness Ventures. They are offering secretarial services, sale of stationaries, and other office equipment.
The first effect of the light outs mostly is it spoils a lot of our machines. That's the first effect. And then sometimes when it's like that and the machine shut off without you following the normal procedure to shut it down, when you want to on it again, there's a code that will come that gives you a lot of problems. You rather will incur a cost of changing part of it or something. And then secondly, when the light went out off like that, we are forced to put on the generator. That is additional cost that we add to our business. But we still cannot increase the charges because cost of living is already high. When the light went off like that, the computer sometimes we just want to off it, then it come off on again. So it means that you have to call in a mechanic or send it to a mechanic to work on it for you. So that is another additional cost you are always incur. These are costs you don't even plan for. But they have come. What can you do? Because you can't shut off the place or close down the business. You have to incur. So at the end of the day, we are running at a loss. We are not actually making profit.
Adjacent Witness Ventures is the name Ventures who are also offering same service. Though the owner of the name Ventures refused to speak to us, the loud noise from an electric generator is evident enough of the inconveniences she goes through. Kenneth Ali Unwadi is a health practitioner residing at the extreme end of the Wakabanya enclave. He painted a mental picture of the struggle they go through with the unplanned outages.
Very, very, very horrible situation. Unexpected light off at night, in the daytime, anytime the light can go off. Otherwise, you don't have, if you plan to do anything, you can be affected negatively because the light will go off and then you get disrupted. It has since been so for a very long time now. The heat is so much, I'm highly affected. My children want to study and go and write exams. Their studies are disrupted. So they can't prepare very well for the next examination or the examination day. So before you realize, everything is off and everybody is in disarray. The heat alone will not allow you to sleep. It's very horrible. And in Upper West here, this is the heat period of Upper West.
Whilst Kenneth Ali wants the government to come out with a timetable for the power outages, Lutfia Yahya, however, wants the government to do the needful by attending to the needs of the power companies.
They should be honest with us and give us a timetable and prepare us so that we mobilize ourselves and organize that and get to know that at this hour of the day or this period of the time or this period we shall be having light off.
You owe them, you are all the time, you are lying. So they intentionally will put this light off, telling you that it's a fault. Meanwhile, it's not a fault. It's intentionally. Let's come out and face reality.
Students of the Simon Diodon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, SDDU-BATES, are also not left out in the power outage conundrum. The situation is even worse during the examination week, forcing them to use unconventional ways to study.
My hostel, we are about 7 inside. And imagine if lights up, how we feel the condition there. We are all crowded and no light. Some of us are using electrical gadgets to cook. We can't cook. We go through a lot through the Dumso.
Some students got bitten by snakes and other dangerous reptiles as a result.
If the movement of one place to another, especially from this place to campus, there is no even street light here, and also we are girls, the girls now, we fear, we are scared. So because of that now, we always come and hang around this place, sit, so waiting for the light to come back. We just sit and refresh ourselves and waiting until the lights come before we get to our hostel, because it's always warm inside.
When you start to learn, then the light is out, doom, so you get back inside and then it will come back. So you have to come down again and then go to class. You go to class and then boom, the light is out again. So because of that, people just say, oh, then it's okay, I'm not learning. Let me sleep, let me do this, let me do something else, let me come out and sit. And now too, because of the weather, the snakes and reptiles are always coming out. So if you don't take care, you can get bitten. The last time one lady got bitten while sitting outside because of doomso. If she was inside, this thing wouldn't have happened.
So what the people in the Upper West region are now talking about is that at least they want a timetable so that they can be able to plan their lives. So they are calling on the government to come to their aid, let them have a timetable for these lights out in the Upper West region so that their businesses, their children's school studies will not be truncated. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Right, from the Upper West region, let's now go to the Volta region, where the chiefs of the Asogli state have opposed the proposed renaming of the Ho Technical University to Ephraim Amu Technical University. At a presser in Ho on Monday, the chiefs argued that the decision was taken without due consultation, would hinder the progress of the esteemed institution, which is gradually gaining international recognition. Now, this follows an earlier objection by the Asogli state in 2018 when President Akufo-Addo hinted at renaming the university. There's more in this report.
According to the Asogli Traditional Council, the Holland government provided funding for the establishment of a technical institution on an Asogli land. The institution, which was then handed over to the government of Ghana, transitioned from the Ho Technical Institute to Ho Polytechnic and now Ho Technical University. The Asogli chiefs therefore found it irrelevant to rename the institution after a Ghanaian composer and musicologist, Ephraim Amu. The warlord of the Asogli state, Togbe Ajinlakle Housu XII, addressed a presser in Ho on Monday.
Much as the chiefs and people of Asogli state recognize the achievements of Dr. Ephraim Amu and his contributions to the development of the country, especially in the area of music and culture, these achievements and contributions, though laudable, have limited relevance to the academic programs and mission of the Ho Technical University. We do not understand the motive behind the rush to rename the university and cannot see any serious justification for such a move other than for political expediency. We wish to re-echo our total objection to the attempt to rename the university. Our position is that the name of the institute should remain Ho Technical University. This is our position, and we firmly stand by it.
Togbe Housu led a delegation to present a petition to the Volta Regional Minister, Dr. Archibald Yaolecha, the Ho Municipal Chief Executive, Divine Borson, and the management of Ho Technical University. The Registrar of the Ho Technical University, Dr. Christopher Ameho, who received the petition, however, indicated that the university has not received notice of the proposed change of name of the institution.
Government de jurudu fedo lawe nehe le supwa takpom le fia ni senya de kreu cho nya mi cover bi fia e jo po baba bele to begle no atemi ga sebe wona ye ye de kele ji mu abele o over Naminya Fiana. I quick now.
Fred Kwame Asari, Joy News. Oh.
Now, the Member of Parliament for Suame, Osei Mensah Bonsu, has been explaining why the construction of the 4-tier Suame interchange project in the Ashanti region has been delayed. The project suffered several delays after appearing in the national budget 3 times, and President Akufo-Addo in October 2022 cut short for construction to begin. But Mr. Mensah Bonsu, who has been lobbying for the project, says Ghana needs a clean bill of health from the International Monetary Fund before accessing funds for the project.
The Suame Interchange project, being constructed in 2 phases within 30 months, will comprise 5 overpasses at Krofrum, Abrepo, Anumanye and Magazine New Road, as well as Abusiankruwa junctions. The completion of the project will ease the burden on the traveling public as sections of the Kumasi Ring Road will be widened and the Offensive Road upgraded into a 3-lane dual carriageway. An additional 15-kilometer stretch of local roads would be developed as well. In 2022, Parliament passed a loan agreement totaling 156 million euros between the Government of Ghana and the Dutch Bank. But despite Parliament's approval, funds were not readily made available to the contractors from the funding sources. MP for Suame, Osei Mensah Bonsu, says he is looking forward for the project he lobbied for. He has been explaining why the project has suffered delays despite Parliament approving a loan deal.
Maybe the one facility that I've been lobbying for all this while, the Suame interchange, which has not yet materialized. We've started, and then we're hit by the aftermath of the COVID, then our engagement with the IMF, slowing down what ought to have been done. We now need a clean bill of health from the IMF to enable us to be able to assess the facility. It's a bilateral thing that Ghana did. That loan, Parliament has approved of it. Assessing it now has become difficult because of our engagement with the IMF. We hope to God that we'll be able to come out clean pretty soon in order that it will come. So I do know that it will come off. Now we've taken some monies from some other facilities to begin the project. We've seen what is going on. Yes. But if we had the full complement of the original facility, we are going much higher than we are at now.
At least 4 constituencies, Bantama, Otafo, Suame and Menchia South, would benefit from the Suame interchange. In bowing out of Parliament after 28 years, Mr. Osei Mensah Bonsu says the project would complete his achievements for Suame.
I've not disappointed myself. In the process, I've served Suame effectively and efficiently to the best of my ability. I've served Kumasi, I've served Ashanti, I've served Ghana. In terms of facilities, in terms of projects, because you use the word project, I think the one outstanding will be that. And you see, people even forget that the location of the interchange is not within Suame constituency alone. Yes. There are 4 contiguous constituencies. You have Bantama, yes, which ends at the interchange at the Suame roundabout. We have Menchia, which ends at the interchange. We have Tafo, which ends at the interchange. But because I've been a loud voice on these matters, right, nobody is talking about, and because of the name Suame roundabout, now Suame interchange, people seem to think that, oh, it is within the belly of Suame. So it should be the effort of Chairman Bonsu. Nobody is talking about Asenso as a member of Parliament. Nobody is talking about Dr. Martin Prempe, even though all of us, my constituency ends at the roundabout, his constituency begins at the roundabout. Now Vincent, all of us, we coalesce at the roundabout. But I don't regret what I've done. Having spoken loudly to it, and now, by the grace of God, it's on stream.
The Suame Interchange project is the first ever 4-tier interchange in the Ashanti region. From Kumasi, for Joy News, Oyemi Teria reporting.
In today's filth exhibition, we take you to the Akwetia Line community in the Shanti region, where residents live in a self-created, filth-infested neighborhood. My colleague Clinton Yabwa sheds light on the alarming situation, highlighting the unsanitary practices that have become the new normal in the area. Here's the report.
This and many more unpleasant to eye activities go on here at the Akwetia Line slum. The neighborhood sits between Abuabo, New Zongo and Asim in the Ashanti region. This enclave has colliding wooden structures serving as home and shelter. So when you enter Akwetia Line, specifically the Akwetia Line Zongo, you would realize that many people have turned wood structures and kiosks into homes and shelter. That's not the only thing. The gutters here and open spaces for water have been blocked. Somehow, the people who live around here have managed to turn these gutters and open waterways into dumping sites and defecation hubs. The small paths between hanging structures called homes are full of trash, dirty and messy drains, discarded electronics, food packages, empty plastic bottles and glasses, leaking sewage, rotten food scraps, fruit peels and other biodegradable materials. Twist through the maze of houses. Open defecation, once an abnormal necessity, has become an accepted norm. Residents in the vicinity have expressed growing concerns over the deteriorating sanitation conditions plaguing their neighborhood.
The filth is made by the people who live around here. They sneak through waste in the gutter at night and dawn. They also defecate here. Meanwhile, we have a dumping site just close to the Abuabo station. It is very worrying. When you say it, they will insult you.
Unity oil, medical, and almost from Bababe. Bababe twice in Ababu station. I show me
Local workers around the area echoed similar sentiments, revealing the challenges they face daily due to lack of proper waste management.
Nti yabo kono obansa ngofo kutokoto asi amuko toilet ewianse wasi a omu bie toilet na namunso inusa.
We close at 7 p.m. and even before it's dark you can spot people defecating in plain sight. And when we open the gutter, all the waste run through here. The scrap dealers have also turned here into a dump site for their unwanted waste.
Mompano, our banner of a yatmu, your company, Mukamu video on ma, above 7 Mikofia, or Koto, Adena on the soil toilet.
Unfortunately, the canker does not end in houses and workplaces. Now, when you walk 3 minutes from the gutter, which has been filled with waste and stagnant waters, you can see a congregation of women here gathered to prepare meals for public consumption. Although most of them have denied interviewed with us, some of them who talked with us are complaining bitterly how this is affecting their business and activities here.
The filth starts from the far end. We have no control over it.
As concerns mount, residents and workers are calling on local authorities to enforce regulations and hold offenders accountable.
But the residents seemed unperturbed. They should set up a task force purposely for this to punish perpetrators.
The Ashanti Regional Fire Commander, ACFO Henry Fatai Giwa, highlighted the security dangers when the condition remains the same for a long time.
Seriously, I don't think when there's any fire outbreak over there, we'll be able to do much. Just because when you look at the materials over there, most of them are
highly combustible materials and class A, meaning as soon as the fire starts, it will just spread like that. So you can just imagine, you might even have to lay about 5 or 6 hoses before you can get to the nearest structure. So it is going to be difficult, and you trap a lot of water in the hose. So then that's where you say, oh, we came and we didn't come with water. But these are the challenges. So I also want to crave the indulgence of the assembly and the authorities to also do something about it.
While some residents seem unperturbed and indifferent, the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly Chief Executive Samuel Pine has disclosed the Assembly lost over 30,000 cedis to drench waste from the gutters in the neighborhood every month. He says the Assembly will model the vicinity into its urban development policies to deal with the waste conditions of the area.
We've been battling with waste management at that area, especially to the Wayek end. Every month that you go to do cleaning, it costs the Assembly more than 30,000 Ghana cedis to do that. We did that on a monthly basis, and it's just a hell on our finances, especially when there's a fire outbreak. There's a potential area for criminals to be hiding. The health implications to people who are preparing food from that area that they sell to the public, and the cost of bringing about diseases and health issues to the municipality and beyond was immense, and therefore we decided to go there as the Regional Security Council today to assess the situation. This is going to inform us on how to deal with the sanitation situation there, also deal with the security implications and the health implications, definitely how to model that and work it out into our urban development policies, especially of the assemblies and possibly to the national government, so that when we are planning for slums, we know how to go about it.
Reporting for JoyNews, my name is Clinton Yeboah.
Now, for our final story in this bulletin, the wife of the Vice President, Samira Bawumia, has lauded the Carnival of Pearby Cups, organizers of the Inter-School Reading Quiz, for igniting the passion for reading among Ghanaians. She made this statement in a speech read on her behalf at the closing ceremony of the UNESCO's Accra World Book Capital 2023. Joy Prime's Emmanuel Jivenu has more in this report.
The term carnival is inspired by the Ga word cani, meaning read, and the English word carnival. Carnival was a year-long program to promote reading for fun among Ghanaian children. The initiative saw digital libraries set up in both public and private basic schools. This helped cultivate the value of reading among pupils while making materials readily accessible to them. In a speech read on her behalf, the wife of the Vice President, Samira Bawumia, applauded the initiative for transforming young minds into reading enthusiasts.
It has been a time to celebrate our rich literary heritage and share the power of Ghanaian storytelling with the world. Promoting creative skills to address unemployment, substance abuse, truancy, and teenage pregnancy among the youth. Indeed, initiatives like the Carnival campaign by Pearby Cups, the Know Your Mother Tongue, organized at the Makola Markets, and the Zongo Read Project at Mamobi Garlic Community Library fosters a love of reading within the community.
The mayor of Accra, Elizabeth Nasaki, revealed plans to construct an Accra Legacy project at Mamprobi to further promote literacy in the country.
A 5-acre land located at Mamprobi Simpe had been earmarked for construction of the Accra World Book Capital Legacy project. This project is expected to provide an accessible space for utilization by book writers and other related professionals to promote writing and reading.
The chief director at the Education Ministry, representing the sector minister, acknowledged the significant progress made in promoting a reading nation. According to her, reading materials were distributed to schools and communities across 12 municipalities.
We saw the promotion of reading and lifelong learning as communal, involving the efforts and contribution of everyone in society. Together with our partners, several reading promotion activities were undertaken in 12 municipalities in the Greater Accra region and its environs.
UNESCO commended Ghana for a solid reading foundation for the country while reaching out to the marginalized groups.
Accra World Book Capital 2023 has reached out to marginalized groups, including women, youth, migrants, street children, and persons with disabilities. Commitment to lifelong learning has led to reinforcing school and community infrastructure, ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of knowledge.
As the sun sets on Accra's reign as the World Book Capital, it is with hope that the flame will continue to ignite the passion of reading. Emmanuel Jivenu, Joy Prime.
Well, that ends it for the AM News on the AM show. Now, the conversations begin. Stick with us, starting with a news review.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into the news review. It's brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. And as always, they're offering you, if you're a man, prostate screening for free. If you're a woman, fertility screening for free. You can reach them at any of their branches. Let's start from right here in Accra. They can be found at Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. Then there's Kumasi Kronoma here, behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Energy State, Tema Community 22, Tichiman Hanswa, and the Siama and Zemal. Their call lines 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sweetie Abochi and our main guest for the morning, Dr. Sharif Khalid. He is Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance. He joins the conversation this morning. Well, here we are. Before we get into it, how's the doom so? Doom
I asked you
so
how close
treating
you
you
were to tears yesterday.
this close.
Because
this
yesterday I cried. Listen, I have this tiny electric fan.
Which type of crying? Is it the or the?
I mean, I was like, I heaved a sigh of relief and then I just like shed a tear or two because I got home to no lights. I thought,
yeah, same here.
Please help me.
Power was out.
So this is the only thing I could find in my closet that didn't need pressing. And when the electric fan finally gave up on me, I thought, God, I could.
Is it the rechargeable type?
The rechargeable.
You felt you were safe, eh?
This still seems a very middle class conversation.
Oh my goodness, Benjamin,
Right.
we need solar panels and.
Charlie, this morning has been rough for me. I mean, it's just.
Anyway, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Well, I am, but I don't want to say anything. What can I say? Right, because it's very erratic. You can't plan. Right, sometimes you have lights out. You get to the office and there's lights out. So what do? You just spend your day in a coffee shop or a restaurant where you're not really very. So I'm really wondering how businesses are going to be faring, because if all of us are trooping to the coffee shops and the restaurants, what it means is that they are running gensets.
Yeah.
And before you realize, they'll start shifting the cost of running their gensets onto consumers. And you could see petrol is also going up, diesel is going up. So it looks like from both ends of the energy divide, it's trouble.
You see, that's the trend now, eh?
Yeah.
I know people who, once the light is, here's the routine.
Mm-hmm.
The person calls home. That is for those who have people at home, or a neighbor. Is there light? No light. Charlie, they'll roam in town now.
When I'm driving home, there's a junction I get to. When I see there's lights out there, then I just make a U-turn.
I can tell from the traffic light.
Yeah.
When I get to the traffic light, or I get to a certain neighborhood, and then I know that, this one.
But you see, interestingly, I mean, it's the annoying bit in all of this is you have certain suburban areas within Accra where allegedly big men live around, and I understand Doomsor is not as heavy as it should be over there. I don't know how true this is, but I think...
It is true.
It is true.
In
but
some of these neighborhoods, it's not so...
It's not,
and you see, it's also about... And that's why sometimes I feel it's targeted.
Yeah.
Because I know people who live in certain areas that are, you would call the armpit of town. When they say somewhere is the armpit of town, they're like, it's not. And they constantly get power outages. And other places that I sometimes pass through and practically never would you find the lights
because I understand
off. And I'm talking of plusher areas.
Dansuman, what do you call this? Cantonments, Laboni.
Do you know my confusion, gentlemen?
Yeah.
If, from what we are gathering are the facts, Gridco is the one turning off some installations to prevent the grid from tripping. And they don't
not always.
Unable to isolate critical areas like hospitals and military bases and the rest.
ECG
so how are they isolating the so-called big men from this power outage?
No, it's
the control room.
It's a cluster.
It's a control room, and they have all the...
They say they cannot isolate the critical installation.
But how are they able to isolate areas that they're able to turn off?
No, so here's the thing.
So technically, if you can turn off an area, you can literally
Ben Wachi of ASEP says when Gridco, let's say you have 200 megawatts that you must trip down because else the system will shut down nationally. They will look for a catchment area which can take that load off. So maybe it is Medina, some estate somewhere, or a whole community. Pam, you are off, and that's how they reduce it. If it is happening like this, the segregation then would not be from them. Because let's say if Roman Ridge Airport, it means likely that area will go off together.
But you see, what
if these are happening, it's either ECG is behind it, or maybe the transformer issues they've been talking about. So it's not all. Of these that necessarily come from.
You see, the
Gridco.
point is, all of these excuses. Well, I'm not even putting on the doorsteps of Gridco, right? ECG has a mandate to maintain transformers, to replace faulty transformers, to replace obsolete transformers. What have been happening in the last couple of years? So if we say we are not in Doomsor, right, yet they are broken transformers or they are obsolete transformers, what are we in? When you say you are having energy crisis, it's not just about power distribution. It goes across the entire value chain. So if transformers are an issue, it means there's something fundamentally wrong somewhere, and someone should be answering a managerial question.
Anyway, let's get into the papers. But before we do, there's this quote from Prophet Dr. Kofi Oduro. We put it out, and he says, "We pray for you, we trust God with you, and speak positively that things will be better. And you people are there enjoying with your families. When the lights go off or go out, and we are in the heat and darkness, your generator starts automatically, and we pay for it." So that's why, sometimes when you are talking about these things, they don't have a real feel of it, because guess what? The genset will kick in and you and I will be sweating bullets.
You see, it's all about geographical issues as well in terms of community designs and where our buildings and all of that. What I keep saying is that we've pushed majority of the population to what I term the dangerous periphery, right? And the dangerous periphery, you usually would not have policymakers, big decision makers, politicians living in these areas. Now all politicians are clustering around Labone, Chado, and all of these places. How many ordinary people, right, are within these places? You have people driving from Amasama and Kaswa, even beyond Kaswa to all of these places. And you would see, one mistake we make is that you look at the geographical layout. Kaswa and its environs are probably one of the most dense populated areas, not just in Ghana, but West Africa.
Right.
Now, if we are plunging to power crisis within these areas where we have issues of crime and all of this happening, what kind of a society are we building for ourselves?
Well, that's the situation. We have limited time. Let's quickly get into the papers.
Starting with the Ghanaian Times newspaper. The front page says, World Bank, IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C. Ghana's economy gains momentum towards stability, according to the finance minister. VIP outlines education policy proposal to CHAS. Man, 50, impregnates 14-year-old junior high school student. Victim sacked from school. I want to start with that story because
victim sacked from school.
The victim is rather sacked from the school. This is the Ghanaian Times newspaper, and the story is on page 3. It says a 14-year-old junior high school student, name withheld, who was defiled and impregnated by a mason, only known as Kobe, believed to be in his 50s, has been dismissed from the school. The authorities of South Lane Lakeview School at Kasua Hideout in the Ghana South municipality of the Greater Accra region sacked the victim against policy guidelines of the Ghana Education Service. The student, who was initially denied registration for the upcoming Basic Education Certificate exam, was said to have been finally registered only after persuasion from a friend to the grandmother of the child. So the GES, with support from UNICEF and other partners, have since 2018 been implementing a re-entry policy for pregnant girls. It is within this policy context that a back-to-school campaign was launched in 2021. This is disturbing, that the victim of an abuse should be sacked from school.
That's quite interesting. It just tells us
I don't know whether the right word has been used or whether the person is being... You see, sometimes they would let the person, to protect and let the person go through psychological, whatever. I don't know what is happening. But if sacked is
our
it...
educational system should have this support system. So why do you have to go and sit at home to do that? Right. But then again, I'm probably behind this. I haven't checked what the code is. It's been a while. But what I'm expecting is that what kind of a support system do we have?
Wow. I need to chip this in.
Okay.
A letter addressed to the 14-year-old girl signed by the headmaster of the school, Mr. Shadrach Bokete, indicated that the school was focused on providing a conducive environment for studying, therefore permitting a pregnant student to continue her studies in the same classroom as other pupils would hamper teaching and learning. Quote, as an educational institution, we are committed to providing an environment that fosters academic growth and personal development for our students. However, your current situation requires us to take this action. There you have it.
Well, I think GES ought to give a response to this so we can have clarity. But again, as I said, it's at the end of life if someone really is pregnant in school. We're not saying it's the best, but if it does happen, what support system does our educational setup have? And this brings me to a very important point, which is so dear to my heart. I keep hammering. Look, we have some students that have learning disabilities like dyslexia, among others. And we have teachers pulling them to the front of the classroom being hooted at because they are not really doing well, when we ought to be creating support systems, right, to actually even give them extra time, extra tuition and support. But our educational system appears rather it's built to destroy. So you can imagine the number of students with learning disabilities that have not been diagnosed that we treat this way compared to a situation like this. So I think that, yes, GES ought to speak to this, and also some of the unions as well ought to be speaking to this, because I really find it difficult. Is it a case of suspending her or maybe truncating her education such that when she put to birth and she's probably strong enough to return to the classroom, she comes back to continue her education? But being pregnant at 14 should not end someone's educational...
I just have to add this very briefly. We have it completely wrong when it comes to rape and dealing with it in this country, because someone gets raped, for example, sexually assaulted, and most of them would not even go to the hospital. You know why? Because now to get those forms and get the medical test run, you go to certain places, what ordinarily should be free, and now you're expected to pay and all of that for the swabs and everything. And some people can't get it, so they can't get evidence early enough. I mean, the whole system is chaotic. It's probably...
Now, the former PPA boss has been granted 4 million Ghana cedi bail. 3 in court for allegedly robbing victim of phone. I'm just doing the headlines, and then if you want to react to any of the stories quickly, we'll get into it before we move on to other papers. EC clears 6 to contest a Ejisu by-election by April 30. Ghana's economy gains momentum towards stability, according to Finance Minister. That's an interesting one. We saw our very own... Work begins at Amensie West Road project. Minister hands over 70 units at J.A. Kufuor Housing Estate to GIS. Doc, any of these stories you want to react to before we move on to other papers?
Well, maybe I would get into page 13 of the Daily Graphic, because it's tied to the first story you spoke about, the PPA boss, Ajanim Boateng, Ajay. So, former Chief Executive Officer of the Public Procurement Authority, Ajanim Boateng Ajay, has pleaded not guilty to the fresh criminal charges filed against him by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. The charges, which were filed at the Criminal Division of the High Court in Accra last Wednesday are 8 counts of using public office for profit and indirectly influencing procurement processes to obtain an unfair advantage in the award of procurement contracts. I mean, we know the story. I've forgotten the name of the entity, but he, together with some relative, and creating this entity that was getting contracts. And, you know, he was put into the role, placed there because he was, you know, seemed to be one of the big brains, not just in Ghana when it comes to public procurement and everything in between. I'm not accusing him of anything, but we know the tale of the tape. His accounts, bank accounts before taking office and after taking office, and the millions that were found, and the investigations and everything, and why this shadow company was getting so many contracts. The facts accompanying the charges are that by a letter signed by his secretary, President Akufo-Addo referred allegations of corruption against Ajay to the OSP. The referral was on the back of and based on an audio-visual documentary titled Contracts for Sale. That is when this came up. And until now, it is what it is.
Well, but I mean, interesting.
You know, the fight against corruption has really done well. You know that there's such a forceful, rigorous, vigorous, boisterous, buoyant fight against corruption.
Has it been? Well, the point is, I mean, let's compare.
Talk of irony and sarcasm.
I know. Like, let's talk of the comparison to these cases, right? It looks like probably he's not in the good books of the Flagstaff House or possibly the.
No, this is not even now.
No,
it has to do with earlier.
I'm even comparing the case to Cecilia Dapa's case, how it's been handled, right? And they are like diametrically opposed.
The one whose integrity was seen to be.
Yeah, to be. And you saw how the president fought tooth and nail to protect her, and she's still being protected. And for me, again, all of what this has done is it has desecrated an independent created office such as the Office of Special Prosecutor and demystified it, right, and taking off the strong powers it ought to have had. When I saw the Special Prosecutor in near tears before national TV on the Dapa case, was quite worrying, because in other jurisdictions, when you have special prosecutors, what it means is that you have extra powers to do what you have to do. And when they stand before podiums, right, they drop indictments.
Whether the ombudsman or special prosecutor,
they drop
whatever
indictments.
name you want to give it.
Yes.
And this is the second time this has happened.
They drop indictments. And we have hours before us in near tears, helpless.
And this is the second time Martin Amidu got to this point and left.
Yeah. So Martin Amidu has been vindicated in all of this. Right. I mean, and we all know also Kisi Ejaben, very astute lawyer. So we all have big expectations. But has the presidency been supportive of his office? That's an interesting one. We tend to see green, powerful letters fly in the play all over the place, other than the right to be done. So, and sometimes embarrassing, like when you travel abroad and they mention some of these cases. Oh, are you from the country where the minister put millions under her bed? And how do you defend?
Oh boy.
Yeah, you hear all of these.
The minister did.
Millions of dollars under her bed, and you hear all of these issues.
It's totally unheard of, right?
Right. More so when you're under an IMF program, where going after similar amounts or close to that, when you could see all of these things.
But do you see how quickly they serve justice to this man who crashed the train?
Yeah, I raised it on one of your sisters. On City that I did, because I was like, why the rush? Like, it didn't add up. It's bad. And it goes to feed into the conspiracy theory that maybe this was planned, whatsoever. So you're really wondering. But I asked myself, was the vehicle even insured? Is the train insured? So are the repairs going to be done via insurance? We don't know all of these questions.
You're even asking yourself whether we have to bring some Poles from Poland to come in. Oh yeah, it's a valid question.
No, it is.
In Ghana, it's a valid question.
And another fundamental question I ask myself is the regulatory authority.
No, I'm only saying that we have to look into it, because
the
for all you know,
authority, Railway Development Authority. I'm wondering, what expertise they have in this regard, what statement they've issued to assure the public, because you realize that most of us are stuck to our vehicular traffic issues, and even trying to convince people to get on trains, safety issues are a concern. So if you're having a test run and this has just happened, it deters people from,
that test run on pony, and you get me there.
Test running,
and if the pace of the train is anything to go by.
And you ask your question, communication and surveillance, what happens in this regard? So what it simply tells us is that our rail system really needs to be looked at.
Let's get into some other stories very quickly.
Do that.
So, North records high free SHS enrollment. Education Minister says so. The way we are so enamored with, the numbers are shooting up. We are, I'll not use that word. Let me keep my thoughts to myself. CITA gives government May 31 to implement NLC awards. And then financing electricity, water extension, consumers can claim a refund. That's according to the PURC. So let me do this one, then I'll just touch and go on those stories and we can call it a wrap. Utility consumers in the country who are able to finance the development or extension of service to their properties are now entitled to a refund of their investment. For instance, property owners who buy a pole or more to extend electricity to their facilities can claim a refund for the expenses. This followed the introduction of a new regulatory requirement by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission called the Capital Contribution Guidelines, or the CCG, document. Now, the document, which is to operationalize the legislative instrument 1816, otherwise known as Electricity Supply and Distribution, that is Technical and Operational Rules 2005, was designed to offer customers a refund of up to 60% of their contribution in the form of cash or materials towards extension of service. But is that what we've seen? So if this is going to happen now, well, we thank God for that. And Dr. Ishmael Aka, Executive Secretary of the PURC, pictured there. Doc Twaso. Then let me go to page 13, and then I'll cap it off. Page 13, the story there. The College of Education Teachers Association of Ghana has expressed its frustration over the government's non-compliance with the National Labour Commission's compulsory arbitration awards to members of the association and has issued a 1-month ultimatum for its implementation. It warned that if the outstanding awards were not fully implemented by May 31, 2024, CTAG members would take matters into their own hands. And one, Mr. Obinghima, said that and he is president of CTAG, said CTAG embarked on an indefinite strike in August 2023, which was later called off due to the intervention of the NLC. However, the employer's failure to comply with the awards has led to a deepening of the crisis, and so they want what they feel they deserve. And the final bit, well, I've mentioned it. North records high free SHS enrollments. Maybe I should just give some. The 5 regions of the North have embraced the free senior high school program than anywhere else in the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Yawase Edichum, has said. For instance, he said, out of every 100 students who qualified for SHS in the northern region, 95 of them enrolled in the schools, adding that the figure was one of the highest in the world.
But I don't get...
Why are you guys not clapping?
No, but I
one of the highest in the world.
I don't get this one. You
come on, let's clap. Let's clap for the...
Benjamin,
I'll indulge you.
Let's do it for the... They are making great strides.
I'll not join in this deception. No, but the point is, look, can we start having decoupling this? Right? When you say higher rates of enrollment in free SHS, is a higher rate of enrollment in secondary education or free SHS? I don't get it.
It's free SHS.
No, everything must be, everything at that level must be tied to, it's a program. Yes, it is.
No, come on. Can we be,
please, let's give some life to the program, let's accept where credit is due.
Saying the policy
right. We're not saying it's a bad policy, right? It's about the quality of it.
It's like when you have a good cause, right?
Yes.
And then you are over. It's like, we know that, I have wronged Sweetie, and everyone is saying, Sweetie, you are in the right. And then Sweetie just goes on and she wants to punch me, and then everyone is like,
you know what I'm expecting from the minister? How long have we had free SHS running? For over 5 years, right? 5 years into a program. It's enough to have a review or an assessment, an impact. We should be having that report rather than telling us that you've had the enrollment that's the largest in the world. Right? Back in the day, if you went up north, education was a bit of a struggle because there were fewer schools. Right, so more schools have been put in the last couple of years, right? So whatever you expect is that you would have more enrollment in secondary education, right? Or at that level, or in high school education. So is it a case of high school education or enrollment of free SHS? That's the fundamental question we should ask. In any case, in the last 5 years, what has been the improvement in the literacy and numeracy skills, right? We've been talking about PISA rankings and all of that. How are we getting closer to all of these issues? This should be the fundamental debate around free SHS, not just enrollment. And they should learn to decouple between, enrolling in high school education or whether it is actually for free SHS. What assessment has been done to say, okay, well, it's because it's free education or because it's free SHS, that's why we're having this enrollment. And if you have a minister who is like the highest policy-making persona in this regard, start to speak this way, then you would appreciate what information is going to be cascaded down the educational value chain and how we're all going to feed into it. Then at the end of the day, you'd realize that. You see, Benjamin, when we talk about all of these issues of, I was just having this a few friends of mine from Holy Child and Wesley Girls, the so-called grade A schools. Yeah. And one of them said a very fundamental statement. She was like, look, after having seen free SHS and some of the happenings in the schools that they found pride in, she's never thought for once that she would never sit somewhere and say, or she'll ever sit somewhere and say, oh, I'll never allow my daughter to go to Holy Child. But now she's beginning to think so. Or I'll never allow my daughter to go to Wesley Girls because she's beginning to think so. It's not what it used to be, because they've gone to see what the quality is in terms of, students' support systems that have been left and the kind of burden free SHS has put on these first-class institutions. So I think that this is where the stakeholder debate should be happening. It's been long overdue. Can we have an engagement? Can we have an impact assessment? Publish that data. Let's engage with that and distill it. That's where we can begin to talk about impacts and enrollment of free SHS.
I was just reading the fact because I wanted to be sure that I saw it. The fact check we did a fact check on free SHS. And it turns out they are bloating the numbers even. It's not...
Well, you're talking of the...
I didn't even think about it from this
perspective. The performance tracker, right?
I just wanted to get the figures
well, we exposed
right.
that. We exposed that.
So, instead of they are saying that, quote, today some 5.7 million children who are our own children, brothers and sisters, have benefited from the program. But the difference in the numbers has raised suspicion regarding the actual number of beneficiaries under the free SHS program. And some 503,000 difference. So they're bloating the figure by 503,000.
But sweetie, my point also here is this.
And you say that it's the highest in the world, and so we should clap.
The highest in the world, by which comparison? My minister shouldn't be speaking this way. But what is he comparing it to? And you look at these things. It'll be interesting to know where Edichum's kids are, whether they are within free SHS system or within...
you don't even have to think about
it. But
you can't even speculate.
Yeah, so again, the question I ask is, you even look at internationally, how we fit into the international educational system. Right, even now, these days, again, I stand corrected. I understand that the West African examination,
WAEC,
I think WASI, they write different kinds of exams because, like, I think some countries, I don't know if it's Nigeria or other countries would have questions or standards different to what we will be having. So I don't know where this segregation is coming from. Again, this is something we have to look at. And those of us within the international educational setup, you would see it's hardly would you have people from a free SHS system qualifying to get into international educational system for undergraduate degrees, because most of them are looking at GCSEs, IB, which is International Baccalaureate, and GCSEs, which we had before. We sold it to the rich. And now to have access to it, you pay an arm and a leg for it. So now you ask yourself, well, how many of us have our wards within the free SHS system, right? Bar those in supposed A-class list schools like Presec, maybe Opokuwari and the likes of that. You have other people just putting their kids in the likes GIS, Lincoln, and I'm not saying if you can afford it, why not? But again, you'd realize that there's something fundamental happening. We're talking about free SHS, Doomso, and all of this. There were times in this country when you say when the roads are bad, you buy a 4WD. When the lights are bad, you get a genset. Right? When the tap is not running, you get a polytank. We've reached a stage now where none of these mean anything to us.
Well, we do have to go. We have to go now. I think how things are going, it's got to comical levels.
Yes,
and you must either find humor in there, or you'll crash. You will burn out. I have an interesting comment coming through. There are so many of them, but I want to address this person. We're so hypocritical in this country. Yeah. One Nana Prempe comes through, and some people are addressing him and dealing with him, but I just want to say, we are part of the problem. Yeah. Nana Prempe says he's asking whether I am political or a journalist because I always have issues against government. Nana Prempe, should I have issues against the opposition? Is the opposition in power? Think about it. I'm actually fighting for you. No. And if you don't realize that, then I don't know what thinking cap you're wearing, Nana Prempe. And it's not to insult you, but yesteryear, when the other administration was in power, and I was giving them a proper haircut, Sakura, did you think I was being political then? Think about it. Just reflect on it. Give it a good thought. Those are my final words. You have people like this who would come through from time to time when an NDC man is here or woman is here and you give them a hard time. Oh, this person is from that side. When an NPP person or we are discussing issues of government, oh, this person is from the other side. Without thinking, sitting down to think that it is in their interest that we speak. So when you have a population like this...
That's the plurality of society.
Actually, the politicians are not the worst problems.
Yes.
People who think like this are the worst problems.
Yeah, but Benjamin, that's what I'm saying. That's the plurality of society, and your job, you should develop a thick skin for this because...
Oh, I mean, these things...
Yeah, but your food for thought is... I hope he's got the listening ears. That's if the person... It's not a studio account. So we don't even know whether it's a he or a she because you have all of these happening in the social media space.
Yeah. Anyway, we're grateful for your time this morning. And I wish you light today. I pray for light for you as well today. Yeah. And for myself because...
That's what we should start wishing each other.
That's a big prayer.
You know someone said something. I think I took a screenshot.
My goodness.
A friend of mine who has had to relocate to the UK. Let me just see whether I can find the image. But he suggests that when you get to the point where you begin praying for things as basic as light, like you're praying when you're leaving work that, oh, I hope there is light at home, then, he says, when you see people thanking God for having electricity for the night, you understand why in Africa we worry God by praying for things that are not problems. No, the things that we should use our heads and solve.
At the weekend, I went
praying to God about
family. And when my cousin was not home, I asked why. He said, well, there's doom, so he's a lawyer. He was working from home for a client, and the lights went out, so he had to look for somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
He has to drive 2 hours plus to go to a friend's house to sit there and get the work done. This is where we are, but we're still living in denial.
I wish you like. Please, we have to go.
At least let's get the basic minimum right for everyone. If we get the basic minimum, then we can start to talk about our luxuries.
Sweetie Abochi, thank you. Dr. Sharif Khalid, Associate Professor, actually, of Accounting and Finance. Thank you for joining the conversation. Right before we go, this segment is always brought to you by Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. As always, they are offering you prostate screening for free if you're a man, fertility screening for free if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches. Here in Accra, Spintex opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi, Kronoma Bwehia behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Anaji State, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, and Esiaman Zima. You can reach them on 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Sports is up next. Do stay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to AM Sports here with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Dreams FC, they are at the verge of making it to the final of the CAF Confederation Cup in their maiden participation in this CAF Interclub competition. The Still Believe boys went to Cairo and secured a 0-0 stalemate in the first semi-final of the ongoing competition, and they will be hosting the second leg at the Bawayara Sports Stadium on Sunday. Head coach of the team, Abdul Karim Zito, he says that Zamalek struggled to cope with their strategy.
Before you go into any game as a coach, you've got to ask yourself what you need in that game. And then when you come to compromise, you come to conclusion that this is what you want, then you have to prepare towards that objectives. So I think I'm very happy I told you, at least we are going in for a win. At least if we don't get a win, the draw will be better for us. That was the promise I gave to you. So we welcome it, and then we went there. I know you were training. You saw how we were seriously working on that issue, because when you look at Zamalek, the combination of play is very fantastic, and so you got to plan how to stop them and then stop them. So I think we were lucky we had our own game, and then so we are coming to work harder than what we did to face them.
On Sunday,
yeah.
How difficult is it?
No, it will be very, very difficult, because they were surprised. You know, sometimes I say there's positive and negative about all issues in the world. When you look at our position in the league, it will give you different impression about Dreams. So it was like, who are these boys, blah, blah. And you see us, small boys. So before they realize this is what they wanted and they could not get it, they have to push, fighting the referees and so forth. So I think we've all seen it before. We relied on information, but now we've seen it live. So we have to plan seriously how to face them and then we'll change the party anyway. I will not sit back, because 1-0 is we all have the chances. But the advantage we are having is we are playing home, and they don't have the number 12, because seriously, what we saw there, it was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck to you. Brazil.
Now let's take a look at the results of the Ghana Premier League, as some matches happened on Monday. So we now have the complete results after match day 27. Legon Cities 1-2-0 against Heart of Okayala, 1-1 against Accra Lions. Heart of Lions 3, Nations FC 0. Real Tamale United 1, Instructman 2, Kotoko 1, Samatex 0. Turnover for Accra 1, Bechem United 1. Bibiani Gold Stars 1, Ediana Gold Stars 0. Ediana Stars, rather, and Brekum Chelsea 2, Mediama SC 0. So Brekum Chelsea versus Mediama SC. This was a game that happened on Monday as the competition enters match day 27, gradually getting to its latter part. And this is the table. Samatex, they still sit at the top of the Premier League table. They have 5 points more than second place team Nations FC, and the Ediana Stars are third with 42 points. In Suatruman, they have got 41. Brekum Chelsea 41. Accra Lions 40. Bechem United 39. Mediama SC 39. Bibiani Gold Stars 38. Kotoko 36. So Kotoko are 10th on the league table. Accra House of Oak, they occupy the 11th position on the Ghana Premier League table after match day 27. Their supporters confronted their head coach after they lost against Bibiani. After they lost against Legon Cities at the Accra Sports Stadium. The FA Cup final will happen between the Manchester club, Manchester City versus Manchester United. Manchester City, they defeated Chelsea 1-0 to make it to the final. And Manchester United, they needed to go to a lottery of penalty shootout to edge Coventry to secure a ticket to the final. Head coach of Manchester United, Eric Ten Hag, says that the most difficult thing for his team right now is to be in winning position, but he's confident they've got what it takes to win the FA Cup.
Yes, I see that similar. So we can play on very high levels, but in the same match also we can go very in low levels in the same game, and that's not explainable, but it has to do with manage the game, of course, take responsibility, take each other in the responsibility, so keep organized and make the right decisions. And I have to teach my players, clear, and we have to do better in such occasions. But also I have to say, the most difficult we can do to put ourselves in a winning position. And the last thing is much easier. But we, on several occasions, we let each other down and we let the result slip away. But today we got away with it.
Eric, how do you explain that lack of game management? Because there are some experienced players out there, Onana, Maguire, Fernandes, Casemiro, Rashford even. You know, that's not a young side. And it's been 2 years now, so surely they should be able to see out a game from 3-0 up.
No, it's clear, and we can talk about it, and it's true. Right? But I see also the flip side, where we are 70 minutes, we're playing to good levels. I see also the flip side where we 2 times in 2 years we are in the FA Cup final, and is now take advantage from this. That we have to go to that cup final and have the belief we can win, and we can do it. We showed lately in the Emirates, where we put ourselves also in a winning position, where we could have scored a second goal. We showed last season in this cup final that we had a really good opportunity to win this cup final. But we play against probably the best team in the world. So you have to play 90 minutes and extra time to your highest levels. Otherwise, you don't have a chance. And so we need a team, put a team out who taking that responsibility, and we have the players to do it. But they have to believe from the first whistle till the final whistle.
There's a massive London derby coming up as Chelsea comes up against Arsenal. Manager of Arsenal is Mikel Arteta. He says the game is a very important game for his side. While Chelsea, they might be reeling the absence of Cole Palmer, a gentleman who has been one of the star players for the Blues this season. But head coach of the team, Mauricio Pochettino, believes that other players are available to step up to the plate and produce the results Chelsea fans will be seeking for.
Huge improvements. I think they deserve to be in a much higher position in the league when you look at what they've done and what they produce in games. They have reached a final, they have reached a semi-final, they could have been through. So I think what Mauricio is doing is really impressive, and I'm sure that he's going to get them there. I have to play against him, he needs to play against me. It's huge clubs. It's a London derby. It's a massive game for us, and we have prepared the best possible way.
Today, no. We'll see tomorrow. We need to assess tomorrow morning. But today, no. Today, I don't believe that can be involved. But we need to assess him tomorrow, and then we will decide. But even if he will be good tomorrow, maybe he's not in a condition to play. I hope he's recover from this situation, and as soon as possible can be involved again with the team.
Is it possible to beat Arsenal without Cole Palmer?
Well, with and without, always we believe that we can win. The most important is the team. The most important is the collective. Of course, he's a important part of the team. He's doing fantastic for us, but I think that is Chelsea, and of course plenty of players that can perform and to do the job also.
And last night, the 2024 Laureate World Sports Awards happened. Jude Bellingham, he was given the award for Breakthrough Star of the Year, while Novak Djokovic was awarded as Sportsman of the Year.
The winner of the Laureate World Breakthrough of the Year award is Jude Bellingham. Well, in the first place, I would like to thank the Laureate Academy for inviting me to present this award, and congratulations to Jude for winning it. I won this award last year, and it was truly special for me, because legends of the Laureate Academy vote for it, and it gives an international recognition to all sports. Talking about Jude, I'm really happy that he has won this award. I think he represents a lot of positive values for the young people, inspire a lot of athletes, including myself, and sets an example for everybody around the world. It's truly amazing to enjoy your game and hopefully enjoy your game here in Real Madrid, building your legacy here, and enjoy the time. Have a good evening, everyone, and congratulations to you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your time. Your time.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good evening. Yeah. Thank you.
I think you have to hold it.
He's
right?
kept it for another year. No, thank you, everyone, for coming, and it's a pleasure to be amongst you all. And yeah, have a lovely evening.
Welcome back to the fan zone. Now, you might be able to hear the noise levels and the excitement from the fans about the company at the moment. Without doubt, one of the biggest talents in world sport right now, our Laureus World Breakthrough Award winner, Jude Bellingham. Jude, this pretty much, as a 24 hours, sums up the start of your life in Spain. The winning goal in El Clasico and then getting your hands on a trophy. I mean, what does it mean to be honoured this evening by the Laureus Academy?
Yeah, it's obviously been an amazing 24 hours, a great week really for myself and the club, and yeah, to be here with so many amazing athletes and so many amazing and inspirational people is a real pleasure, and then to win something is even more special. So yeah, really enjoying the evening.
Novak Djokovic, he was awarded the Sportsman of the Year for an impressive performance that saw him equal the Grand Slam fifth consecutive time.
Welcome the winner of the Laureus World Sportsman of the Year Award, Novak Djokovic. Greatness is a word that's used quite a bit in sports, but tonight it's the only word needed to describe Novak Djokovic, who I'm truly delighted to congratulate as Laureus World Sportsman of the Year. We could also add historic when we look at all of Novak's success on the court over so many years. He set an amazing benchmark that may never be matched. And in the spirit of a true champion, Novak has let me know that he's not done yet. As athletes, we understand the sacrifices, the hard work, and sheer determination it takes to get to the top and stay there. That's why the Laureus Award means so much, because the members of the Academy who decide this special honor have all been there themselves. They're champions in many different arenas, and they know what greatness looks like. And tonight, Novak, your peers recognize the work you put in to arrive here. You've added so much to our world. This is our way to say congratulations and thank you. Novak, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's thank you so much. Appreciate it. It seems surreal that I'm receiving this award from you. You've been my sporting hero and also a great friend and someone I look up to in life as well. So thank you for being here tonight on stage and giving me this award. It's a great honor to receive it from you. I've had for over the last hour and a half, goosebumps watching incredible athletes that are present here in the room, of course, and all the other athletes in the world of sport globally that have made a huge impact on the world of sports in general in 2023, and keep inspiring people around the world, youth around the world, with every single move, word, jump, or pass, or hit, or stroke that they do. So I just want to acknowledge all the athletes who are here and congratulate all the nominees and, of course, the award winners tonight. So congratulations, everybody.
About a week ago, Bayern Leverkusen, they won their first Bundesliga title with 5 games to spare. Well, in the Serie A as well, it has been wrapped up. And guess where it happened? At the San Siro, when the 2 Milan clubs, Inter Milan and AC Milan, squared off. Inter Milan defeated AC Milan to win their 20th Scudetto. Also, in the other game, there was Bologna versus AS Roma. This is our wrap-up AM Sports here with me, Muftau Nabila. We appreciate your time.
Di Marco with the outswinger. Pavard's flick on and Acerbi scores!
The former Milan player gives into the lead. And Francesco Acerbi perhaps moves the Nerazzurri to within sight of that second star. In front of the Curva Sud, it's Francesco Acerbi, the Inter goal scorer. Thuram's pulled away to Di Marco's left. Here he is now. Thuram. Di Marco on the overlap. It's his cross, and Lautaro Martinez has missed a sitter. Musa, Rafael Leao, 1-against-1 with Acerbi. Rafael Leao, it's a save by Sommer, and he needed Pavard to help him out. Thuram, Di Marco wants it through the middle. Thuram goes the other side. Barella, Thuram! Almost 2-2 for him in the derby, but Inter just can't find the second goal. Rafael Leao trying to make something happen. Loftus-Cheek allowed to turn. This is Musa. Calabria, what a save that is! Sommer to the rescue for Inter. 2-against-2 here. Lautaro Martinez in support. Thuram, it's behind Lautaro Martinez, but this is Mkhitaryan. And Maignan stands tall and makes the save. Thuram holding it up. Mkhitaryan running beyond him. Thuram, he can hit them from there! A score in September, and once again he makes his mark tonight, with his father watching on from the San Siro stands. Marcus Thuram with another beauty in the Derby della Madonnina. Calabria. Chukwueze bends it in. Rafael Leao back across, and Gabbia. In it goes from Tomori. Milan have halved the deficit, and perhaps this is not the night when Inter win the Scudetto. Fikayo Tomori with a huge goal for the Rossoneri. Now Theo Hernandez, he and Dumfries have previous. A red card in the direction of Denzel Dumfries and Theo Hernandez. Now Calabria is putting himself about. He's gone charging into Fratesi. Benacer bends in the corner, cleared by the first man, Mkhitaryan. Inter are champions. Inter win the derby. Inter win the Scudetto. Number 20 is no longer a dream. It's a
Aside from the former MP, Kwabena Osu Adiomi, the NPP's Kwabena Boateng has to beat 4 others for the party to retain its seat. Estelle Say of the CPP, LPG's Beatrice Boache and Joseph Atakra as independent candidates. Ohineba Fredua Ajiman is another independent candidate seeking to break the NPP's monopoly.
The People's Representative Bill. When you go to Parliament, the law over the government is People's Representative Bill. But nowadays, I've observed that it's becoming party representative. All those who are electing them into the Parliament go there with their party ideology and other thing, not the people. So I've observed all these problems, and I decided to come out so that I'll go and represent my people, not any party.
Former MP Kwabena Osu Adiomi served 3 terms in office as Ejoso MP. In 2016, he won the seat with over 83% votes, setting a record in the constituency elections. Mr. Adiomi says the grounds are fertile for his return as MP.
Na sani adodo no epese du mi ba no na e bia me ka twa se fom ye e bi se mi no metin chen kwa na se mu ikra nya maye no da bia me ko bia no de me man fo kan se du mi se wa ma abakra ye ntu bi da.
Mr. Adiomi's campaign, though silent, is catching up with the grassroots.
Omuba
Ediomi started these road projects in Ejoso. They can construct the road to Yakwe. We will vote against them.
Chief, the American say,
during Ediomi's term, NDC was in power, but he did his part to help us. Big works in the NPP are leading the party's candidate in various towns for campaign. Party General Secretary Justin Kodia and organizer Henry Nanabuache have shown support. Minister for Roads Francis Asenso-Boache has also been to the constituency. As we speak, government has a candidate on the ground. If you vote an independent candidate, how does he come to me to lobby for roads?
That's another party, MP. Now, Parliament, lobby for roads. What to me? Ain't happening.
The NPP candidate, Kwabena Boateng, is already making promises in his campaign. I promise to get good roads for the constituency. The chief spoke about nursing training college. It is among my priorities. Considering the size of Ejoso, I think we need one. Though the NDC has refused to participate in the election, the NPP will have to fight an enemy from its fold to retain the seat. For JoyNews, Nana Ojima reporting.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into our big stories, and we're going full steam into that by-election come April the 30th. I'm talking about the Ejiso by-election, and lots of questions to ask. Now, there are major contenders, some of them independent candidates. One of them, Mr. Ediomi, who is actually a former MP for the NPP end, who has now gone independent. Why is the NDC not contesting, and what is the story behind the different dynamics? Well, this morning we'll be engaging a raft of guests as we seek answers to these. Starting off with Dr. John Osai-Kwapong. He's a CDD fellow. He joins the conversation. And in the studio, Mustafa Gbande is Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. But let me start with Dr. Osai-Kwapong. Doc, good morning.
Good morning to you, Benjamin.
It's good to have you join the conversation today.
Thank you.
When you look at the dynamics so far, the vetting, as far as the NPP is concerned, then the selection of a candidate, and now the different stories that you've heard emerging from Ejiso, what do you make of them, just to kickstart the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to see how competitive the election, the by-election is getting. In fact, when the NDC decided that they won't participate, and I could understand. I mean, it's a constituency that I'm sure everybody could bet 99% that it was going to be an NPP seat anyway. But it's sort of starting to feel like an NPP primary, phase 2 of an NPP primary. Particularly if you look at not just the NPP candidate who won the primary, but also the former NPP MP who was also going as an independent, and then the dynamics that that is beginning to create. it'll be very interesting just to see how that, plus the other candidates, does it then weaken, the chance, or does it actually make it even more competitive than the person who had originally won the primary had thought the race was going to be. And to see some of the party faces and voices, like the Minister for Roads, the National Youth Organizer, going full force behind him, and sort of creating this impression that he's the candidate who can actually make things happen and facilitate things. Otherwise, being able to bring any sort of development to Ejiso will be extremely challenging or impossible. Goes to show you that they do recognize the stiff competition that he's facing.
Interesting thoughts. Let me come into the studio now. Mustafa Gbande is also here, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. Thanks for joining the conversation. Let me start off with what your reading is of the situation so far in Ejiso and why the NDC is not contesting.
Well, thank you very much. I think basically the NDC reserves the right to decide which election it wants to participate in and what political advantage that will be to us and how that, gets into the bigger picture of our ultimate desire, which is to be in power come December 7th. What's happening in, we went to Asay North by-election. We resolved that we wanted to make a statement to tell the people of Ghana that the MPP cannot fail and also win an election, any competitive election. We went into that election against state machinery, went into that election against physical sharing of money, and we won that seat because we resolved to participate. We went to a Kumaru by-election. Our intention was to make a statement to tell the MPP that even in their own backyard, the Ashanti region, which is their vote basket, they have not done anything that impacts in terms of development in the lives of the people. We made that statement vehemently clear. And in the issue of Asay North, just right now, we have clearly not less than 10 months to go into a general election. That seat was held by
the
MPP. So it's not the same like Asay North where we went there to defend our seats because we were holding that seat. The MPP won.
But the point to be made is that when it's a by-election, every party can contest. You have contested.
That's right.
In general elections, you have contested. So the question is, why are you not contesting now?
Yeah, that's right. The dynamics is that when you are holding the seat, somebody is trying to take from you. It defines the equation. In Asay North, we were holding the seat. And we wanted to prove to
But that does not fully answer the question because there have been other areas where you have contested. There have been other areas where there have been by-elections and you have contested. I mean, let's take our minds back to Ayawaso West Wuogon. I don't want to remind us of the dastardly acts, but you contested. You put a foot forward. There was this other area as well, in the Ashanti area. You contested that seat as well. And the fact that you don't have a member of parliament there is no explanation to say that, because we don't have a member of parliament here, so we're not going to contest. I want some clarity on why.
I'll get to that level. I believe that, yes, so quite apart from the fact that Ejisu is held by the MPP and we have just less than 10 months to go into an election. If we go into that election, coupled with the fact that it's an MPP 100% constituency,
not 100%.
Well,
you get some votes there.
An MP, we get some votes, yes. And
the MPP gets over 70%.
If we participated, we believe that we could win that seat. But
you believe?
Yeah, we could win.
If the NDC participated in this by-election, you could win the seat.
Yes, we could win the seat.
And you know the numbers in Parliament where you need about one extra member of Parliament, and you know this, and you are not contesting.
But yes, but you see, we have less than 10 months into an election. So whoever wins, we have to immediately start campaigning for another election. If you win the by-election, it does not exempt you from being a contestant
of the 2024 election.
But if you win the by-election, it puts you in pole position. I'm not getting the
even with the,
the understanding from this.
Even with the hung parliament, this government have done the worst already. Even with the hung parliament, where the numbers are equal, you expected that the numbers could be used to check government in terms of its conduct and actions. The worst have happened. The ultimate is that Ghanaians are waiting for a change. And the NDC wants that change ultimately in December. A win of an AGC seat does not bring that ultimate aim, which is December 7th. And again, what is an in-house warfare of the MPP? So how they undo Alan Kojo Chirimantin's party there, how a former member of parliament, a deputy minister for that matter, decide to file or to contest on independent is enough statements of the disorderliness, disorganization, and disorientation at the MPP front to say that, look, people in Ashanti region are not happy with the government. So therefore, you have the road minister who has become a contractor himself, supervisor. He is in the constituency 24/7 constructing routes for the purposes of a by-election. Even in the case where NDC is not contesting, they are still throwing projects at the people of Ejisu in the name of trying to win the seat.
So let me make this clear for me.
Yeah.
In other words, are you saying, and corroborate if I am right, that, they are fighting, we are going to leave them to fight, and then whatever happens in December, then will come. Let them have their intra-party stuff. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But, I mean, for every strategist, in my own opinion, if my enemy is at warfare, I would rather supply them arms to finish themselves so that my warfare with my enemy will become easier. In fact, the front, Alan Kojo Chirimantin's party is a baby of the MPP.
A baby of the MPP.
Of course, I mean,
he has dissociated himself from everything.
The people, the membership of Alan Kojo Chirimantin's party are fully MPP people, plus Ghanaians who believe in his vision. That is where it's coming from. Alan Kojo Chirimantin, until recently, was a cabinet minister of President Akufo-Addo. He claims part of the glory of President Akufo-Addo's government. The independent candidate, who is a former member of parliament, is a blooded MPP person, a former minister, a former sitting member of parliament, who is now desirous of running on independence, made us he's campaigning against his own political party. So it means that there's a lot in that constituency as far as the MPP itself is concerned. When you look at even the suspected or alleged circumstances surrounding the death of John Kuma, how it arrived, how the party handled it, government's own attitude.
How did the party handle it?
Well,
and I hope you're not going to...
We are not going to go there because of...
talk about allegations of because we have an autopsy report and details in there. I don't want any, any of such...
I wouldn't even go there because...
Conjecturing.
In the first place, it's highly condemnable that a sitting deputy minister of finance dies. And you have the same political party, his own government's party members, making all sorts of statements about it in public. The NDC didn't say this. The NDC didn't say anything. We rather felt that John Kuma was part of the generation of the young people coming up. Very brilliant. God has elevated him through President Akufo-Addo. It was good. The MPP, at some point, even his name popped up as a possible candidature of running mates in the MPP. And so his death sent some level of sadness that why should a young man die suddenly like that? But you have people within the MPP coming to radio stations to make all sorts of statements. Then subsequently, MPP hierarchy itself, led by the chief of staff, who is a citizen of Ashanti region, and then their campaign chairman, the Honorable Dan Botwe, leading a delegation to Ashanti region to call those individuals into a meeting to try and settle peace. What are you smoking? What peace pipe are you trying to smoke? Members of your party who have misbehaved, discussing the death of a deputy minister in public. You haven't reprimanded him. You haven't punished him. You rather call him into a meeting, file delegation meeting to try and
we can leave those issues.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the substantive matters.
So these are evidential characteristics of the disorderliness of the MPP in that constituency.
Okay, so that is why you're not going to condemn.
That is not that. Again, I have stated that looking at the timing, that we already have a parliamentary candidate there who have been campaigning. I mean, we're preparing him for December 7th. And then this unfortunate truncation of John Kuma's reign happened. So if he goes and he wins, within 7 months, immediately he wins, he has to start another campaign, logistics. Why don't we wait and win in the next 8 months?
All right, thank you for those points. Let me come to Dr. John Osai Kwapong and just find out from him as well. So here we are. We have a very interesting story. You have Kwabena Boateng, who has won on behalf of the MPP. He won that primary. Then you have a former member of parliament for Ejiso, who also has been cleared by the Electoral Commission. He's a former deputy minister for roads and highways. And that's of course, I'm talking about Kwabena Owusu Eduomi. And he also says he is actually going to contest. He's going independent. Some feel he's going to claw a lot of votes from the MPP. Those are signals that have come to the fore. And then there are some other independent candidates. In fact, the last time I had an interaction with Dr. Abu Sakara Foster. We'll just try to clarify on that. He was even suggesting that the ARC, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, was going to field a candidate and that it could be one of these independent candidates. So it's quite a mixture there, and some would say that the only party that is likely to lose in this is the MPP, looking at the different elements. But what is your understanding? What is your reading of the Ejiso by-election ahead of it?
I mean, so if the former MP, former deputy minister going independent is an MPP person, I therefore assume that even if he wins, he'll still caucus with the MPP and he would still give his vote in Parliament to the MPP. That's my assumption. I'm just curious as to the circumstances that led to his loss of the seat, and even more curious as to why he didn't participate in the primary the primary that selected the party's candidate for the upcoming by-election. I'm just curious as to why he didn't, and then post that primary now he declares his candidacy for the seat as an independent, and what that causes for the internal dynamics of the party, right? Because then now it's splitting the votes between the party's candidate who won the primary and this independent candidate. And as I said earlier on, then what does that do for the chances of the government's preferred candidate or the party's preferred candidate, as per some of the things that Honorable Asensu Boachi said? So it would be very interesting how it all turns out. But I believe that even if he wins, Eduomi wins as an independent candidate, I would want to assume that he's still an MPP person, and will therefore caucus with the party, and should matters come up for a vote, is likely to vote with the MPP, and therefore they may not necessarily lose that one vote. What I find concerning, though, is some of the statements by the Honorable Asensu Boachi, which says that
let me just contextualize that, because I was about to pose that to you, but since you're going there, what Francis Asensu Boachi basically says that, look, if you go for any independent candidate, how can the person now come to me and lobby me, right, for roads, among others? I find that crucial. We'll be playing that video, but I find it crucial because, mind you, The president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, some time back said the same thing about the Fomena MP who went independent. And guess what happened? He won. And then they had to make him deputy, second deputy speaker and do all sorts of gymnastics to get him to caucus with the MPP. It would appear there have not been learnings in that. But let's watch the video and hear what the minister had to say. Francis Asenso watching.
As we speak, government has a candidate on the ground. If you vote an independent candidate, how does he come to me to lobby for roads?
That's another party, MP. Now, Parliament, lobby for roads. What to me?
I don't know what it is with our politics, but Dr. Osai Kwapong, your thoughts?
So, yes, on the one hand, one can say that, he made that statement as a way of, jeering, pumping up support for the party's nominated candidate, etc., etc. But I think for me, that is, it is quite concerning to create, the impression that development is partisan, right? That if you want development in your area, if you want good roads, that you have to be aligned with the government in power. And that if you are not aligned with the government in power, then you don't get development. That, if someone were an NDC MP or, an NDC person in the constituency wants something that is good for the benefit of the entire constituency, that because of their party colors, they won't be able to get access to you, they won't be able to meet with you, they won't be able to put a petition, a plea, a concern, a request before you. That, for me, is not how development is supposed to work, even in an environment of multi-party democracy, right? I mean, once election is over, we move beyond, at least in principle, you want to move beyond party colors, and it's development for all. So if you're saying that, an independent person cannot come to your office to lobby for roads for the constituency, I find that very concerning, because the person is not representing independence. The person is representing the people of Ejusu, right? And if government's interest is in promoting development for the people of Ghana, of which the people of Ejusu are part, then it shouldn't matter who is representing them in parliament. And that, for me, is not how we want to do development. I mean, if that's how we want to do, we don't even want to do our politics that way. But yes, as part of political campaigning, maybe you want to throw in some things that may cause voters to rethink a choice that they want to make, because they are thinking of, well, what is going to be the potential consequences if we go with an independent candidate for the development prospects of Ejusu. But even beyond that, for me, as a matter of how we prosecute the national development agenda and how the people of Ejusu get represented in parliament, then it shouldn't matter, whether it's an independent candidate representing them. That if they have development needs like roads, it has to be met. And so to say that it shuts the door to them, for me, is both concerning and a rather unfortunate statement.
Let me come into the studio. Haruna Mohammed, who is Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, is also here. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you, my brother.
Right. I want to start off from there. We'll come back to other surrounding issues. But, I am wondering, when Papa Kwesi Ndum was Member of Parliament for KEEA, I wonder whether some would have said that, he ran on the ticket of X party. It's not an established party, so he can't lobby for roads. When Samia Nkrumah, who represented the CPP and won the Jomoro seat in 2008, I'm wondering, just on this trajectory, how do you react as a crucial member of the MPP to Francis Asenso Boakye's assertions, especially as I made the linkage, what President Akufo-Addo said before the Fomena, election, which led to, guess what? Honorable Esiama becoming MP. Why do we say these things? Are you in favor of what he said?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to say good morning to your cherished viewership out there, and then my colleague in the studio from the NDC, and others who are on Zoom doing this communication with us. You understand that in politics, there is always a way of communication. And I've not had the opportunity to listen to the full video, the full fact of.
Did you watch what we played?
Definitely, there will be portions. You know, I entered late to the studio, but you would be playing portions. Yeah,
what he said in respect to this is what we played.
It remains a portion, but if you are able to take a conclusive idea of listening to the entire tape, you may be able to appreciate the point or the angle of which he came from. Notwithstanding that fact, we always have what we call the comparative advantage in communication. If you are going into an election that you have a candidate and apparently you have another candidate from the other party, you don't go speaking to say, even if the other candidate is represented, my party, my government will be able to do what the other party actually needs. So he's speaking as a warrior in front representing his party. So when he speaks that way, it does not negate the fact that development is spread across all political divides. Because he wants to be represented, he wants to lead, he wants his government to be there. Whilst he wants that, he wants his members of parliament who will ultimately support the idea and the agenda and policy direction of government. That does not mean that you are throwing tantrums or insult to the other competitors in the race, because it is a competition. You've never had a perfect competition anywhere before. So any other comment or comment that is made, be it the president or be it what Asensu Bachi has said, definitely is not an insult and it's not directed to undermine the integrity of competition and to affect development.
Quick question. So in selling the MPP's candidate, Kwabena Boateng, he couldn't have found any other way of doing it without coming through with something like this, where political partisanship must come to the fore, so much so, even if blindly so, that, oh, don't vote for this person, because in the end, if you vote for this other person, the person can't come to me and develop. How does that even start to make sense?
You see, it depends upon how you understand the entire concept. If I'm a friend to you and I am coming to you for development, or I'm coming to you for something, somebody is not a friend to you, but he's a participant and he's a citizen. When I come to you, the way in manner I will interact with you from point of go, it is going to be different from the new person that you don't know at all. And remember, this is a competition that all political parties have representation. His party has a representation. Another party or another body has a representation. So where you have a representation, you have to protect your territory to ensure that your candidate wins. And that is what I've told you. You have an advantage of how to play. If you are in a boxing ring, and I know that if I knock on your chest, I get a point. If I knock on your face, I get a point. Or I knock on your shoulder, I get a point. It depends upon the angle at which I will knock to get a comparative advantage of you to be able to take the day. So I don't think that Asensu Bachi meant anything negative when he spoke in that particular direction. We all know he's an MPP member. We all know he's a minister. We know what he can do. So he has to come forth to be able to convince, to be able to push forward, but not a derogatory statement. This is a statement that politicians make over time.
I see. A statement that politicians make over time doesn't necessarily make it correct. I'm wondering when politicians will learn. But you've actually exposed something. Do you know what you've exposed? You've exposed the thinking, warped or otherwise, of politicians. And I blame all of you. because you exhibit it in different ways. But hold. Let me moderate this. Let me moderate this. I'm the moderator here, gentlemen. You've exposed something, and it is this. I don't know whether you were listening to yourself, but if someone comes and the person is my friend and someone else, what does friendship have to do with... Hold for me. What does friendship have to do with your role as a minister? Your role as a minister has nothing to do with friendship. In fact, that is where the corruption starts. It starts with being responsible regardless. What does the Constitution say? Regardless of where the person is coming from, regardless of who they are, regardless of their religious background, regardless of whether the person is light-skinned or dark, be fair to that person and do your work. If you are not my friend, how does that even factor into the equation?
You get the whole thing wrong.
Explain better to me.
Please. I did not use Asenso Boachi as a friend. I use you as an example because you are not the minister, right? I am saying that if there is knowledge before, like you know me before, that is why I use friendship. But you know very well that Asenso Boachi is not an NDC member. You know he's an MPP member. You know very well that even these were the appointments that even the NDC were even against. In terms of vetting and in Parliament. You know, we had to, all our ministers, we had to find our way through to get them in this particular hung Parliament. So definitely, you know, this is politics. It's not about anything that we do. But in terms of development, he did not say he would not listen to the person. He says that if it is my member that I have put forward for election, it is absolutely going to be the smoothest, because that is why we have political representation.
All right, point made.
That is why we have political representation. It doesn't mean that you would not listen. Go to Volta region and look at the development projects that we are doing. Look at the road infrastructure we are doing. Look at the Agenda 111, those hospitals that we are building. Are we doing it because they voted for us? We are doing it because we have a social policy with the people of Ghana.
Right.
Whether they voted for you or they don't vote for you, you develop the country.
Okay.
Spread it across. And that's what governance means. But
just a quick reaction before we delve further into Ejiso. The whole bit about... But anyway, we'll leave it there. Interesting thought, though, for you to digest. When the president went to Mepe and said what he said in relation to what you're saying now, what did he mean? And someone, I don't know whether you would volunteer, I've forgotten the constituency, when the family members, purported family members of former President Mills went there, and the president said that, I'm not developing this place because, I had a deputy minister there, MP, and you didn't vote against the person, Inti. What does that connote? But let's come back to Ejiso. You have quite a hurdle. You have former member of parliament, also a former deputy minister for roads and highways, Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, gathering traction on the ground. The thinking is that he could upend the opportunities of Kwabena Boateng, your representative in the by-election, in a few days' time. There are other independent candidates. There appear to be a number of fractures within the MPP, and some are wondering whether you can come through unscathed in the by-election. Your take. And of course, there's also the Alan element. Alan Chemating,
have they picked forms?
Well,
I've not been
I have heard a thing or two, but what is your reaction to that? Are you threatened?
Oh, no, not at all. We are not threatened in these particular elections. And we are not underrating any competitor at all in these particular elections. You remember, our main competitors have chickened out of these elections. And this is not the only elections that they have chickened out. You remember?
You're referring to the NDC?
Yeah, the NDC. Right. The by-election in Ayawaso West Wogom. They started nasty things and they had to chicken out. And we are absolutely not using Ejisu as a standard for 2024 general elections, because we, as a party, we encourage competition, and the NDC have decided that they are going to chicken out of this particular competition, because they are...
But if I may just briefly, I think it is a bit inappropriate to use whatever other parties may have done in Ayawaso West Wugon, especially when you know what happened.
No, and that's what I'm pointing to.
I think Ayawaso is a bit of a. If you want to maintain that,
they started the whole thing, and then they realized that they would not be able to stand it, and they chickened out of that.
Okay.
They came out. They started it. They brought boys from the north, which we are clearly identified them. Okay, so they brought them, they started an act, and they could not withstand it, and they had to abort the whole thing. Going into Ejisu by-elections, the NDC have absolutely told the people of Ghana that they are not ready. If you sit down and say that you have an election in 2024, and then the number of months that is left, and then you have to elect, the person has to come back, we are talking about representation. Is it telling us that the NDC, if they had this particular one in addition to their numbers, they will not be happy? Please. They've done their research, they've done their research to realize that they would not win. If you look at the result pattern in Ejisu,
it is clear, isn't it?
Yes, it is very clear that you are not. So you don't sit down and then give reasons that are unattainable, that these are the reasons that you are going in. But let me tell you, the former MP who is contesting, remember, all the elections that he has won, the 2 or so elections that he has won in Ejisu, he stood on the ticket of the MPP. He stood on the ticket of the MPP. The MPP ticket itself has his own value and brand. Today, he's going into an election that he's not standing on the ticket of the MPP. So these are clear, different politics scenarios that we are giving.
We've seen this pattern before. We saw it in Formena.
If you look at the 2012 and look at the 2016 and look at 2020, the performance of the MPP tells you that the MPP absolutely has nothing to lose when it comes to elections in Ejisu. But
Kwabena Boateng is a first-timer.
Yeah, he's
in this position.
He's going on a ticket. When
Kwabena Owusu Ediomi has been there twice. He served as an MP and deputy minister. He has the upper hand in terms of experience.
When he was going in 2012, he won by 51,976. He was going as a first time. But he won. Do you get the point? So it doesn't mean whether there is a existing brand for you, and that is the New Patriotic Party. We are not going to attack his integrity or any other thing, but we are saying that we encourage competition. He wants to contest. He has triggered an aspect of our party constitution to go independent and forfeit his membership. He's going into the contest. We are going into the contest. We go in and we are sure that we are going to annex that particular victory. There is one misconception that I want to correct. I've heard him make some number of statements out there that Mr.
Who is this?
Yes, Ediomi. Okay. That the MPP hasn't done anything for him. He has rather done a lot for the MPP. The MPP did not send him to school and what have you. That point of correction, my brother here, hasn't he sent him to school?
Yes.
For us, the party doesn't send people to school. Even Akufo-Addo, the MPP never sent him to school. Not me, not my boss, not any other national officer of the party. The party doesn't send people to school. Everybody went to school and came to serve the party. You are fortunate the party has sent you to school. The party doesn't send people to school. All the expertise, all the experts.
Your colleague is saying something.
But you're using scholarship secretariat.
The point is that
but you're using
my brother, but your own people, Mukhtar and the rest of the people went for scholarship. Scholarship is for the nation. It's not for the party. You see, if you are doing it for your party members, we are doing it for the people of Ghana. Anybody that gets scholarship and in this country got it as a citizen, not as a political card-bearing member. Every citizen has the right to scholarship. Every citizen, be it an NDC, be it an MPP, be it a PMP, be it whichever party. But I want to put it on record. The MPP has never sent anybody to school. Yes, even Akufo-Addo. The MPP never sent Akufo-Addo to school. But Akufo-Addo is using expertise to govern this country. The MPP did not send Odami to school. All the ministers we see, nobody has been sent to school. Okay. So to sit and say that the MPP has not sent us to school, you are an engineer by profession, and we have several engineers. You go and look at Kwabena Japan. He's an engineer. He served this party well. The MPP did not send him to school. So if you're talking about benefit,
right.
See, many people have served this party and continue to serve this party. They have not been lucky to become ministers. They have been lucky to become a deputy minister. You say the MPP has not rewarded you?
Hold for me, Haruna.
So the people have been
let me also bring into the conversation. I guess it also feeds into our beneficiary politics and how people feel entitled because of the terrain we've created. But let me bring in Nanaose Bonsu. He's aide to Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, who is going independent. Nanaose, a very good morning to you.
So, cherished listeners and viewers as well.
Right. I don't know whether you followed the conversation to some extent, but just walk us through what the state of affairs is with your candidate, Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, on the ground. What can you share with us? Reception, the campaign ahead of the by-election.
Okay, so election is scheduled to take place on the 30th of April, which is in a week's time. At the ground, I can assure you, it's very fertile. The grounds are very fertile. The people of Ejoso are solidly united behind Honorable Kwabena Owusu Eduomi. And I can assure everybody that we are going to emerge victors of, by-election. We've heard... Hello?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, and so that's the state of affairs for that's how far the preparations for now.
Let me ask you, based on what exactly is Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, you know, what wave is he riding? Why does he think he can be MP again? In the studio, Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, has said that, listen, the 2 times he won, okay, he won on the ticket of the MPP, and that the ticket of the MPP itself comes with certain clout that he will not have this time round. So what is it that he's riding on that makes him think he's going to beat Kwabena Boateng, who represents the MPP?
Okay, so Mr. Owusu Eduomi is well known across the constituency. As a matter of fact, even the people of Ejoso who called on him for his comeback. And we are convinced that on 30th of April, they are going to vote massively for him. We are focused. And we will not be distracted by the conversation, that by a commentary that it is MPP who has made him who he is, and that but for MPP, he wouldn't have had anything to campaign on. We are focused, and we know we are going to win the election. We are not going to be distracted by this commentary. We'll have a talk, we'll sit and have a conversation with them after the election. But for now, we want to focus on campaigning.
Let me ask you though, some have said that you're just doing a hatchet job for the NDC, that you are being influenced, sponsored by the NDC. That's why the NDC is not contesting, but they are using you and your candidate to achieve their ends. How true is that?
Oh, that is very funny. That's very funny. I don't know what is inspiring that kind of argument. That the NDC is behind Kwabena Owusu. He served the party for 12 years as member of parliament for the Ejoso constituency, and I don't know when he came into the realization that he has been a stooge of the NDC. You see, it is election, and it is campaign time, and so people can say all sort of manner of things. But we, as I said earlier, we are very much focused on canvassing for food, and will not be distracted by some of these things.
Let me ask you, based on the reception you've got, are you confident of winning the by-election? What margins are you looking at? What percentage of the votes?
We're not looking at anything less than 80%.
You're not getting what?
We're not looking at anything less than 80%.
Wow. That is very optimistic, isn't it?
Sure. Ejoso is going to make a bold statement on 30th of April.
So you mean
is going to make a bold statement. You see, Ejoso mind has already decided. This decision was taken long ago. And 30th, it is only going to be manifested on the 30th of April. The advice I would want to give to party, the MPP leadership, is that they should relax. Usu Diomi is one of their own. And they should be very careful with some of the commentary that they are making now, because it will come back to them after the election.
Do you think what happened in Fomena could happen again?
Exactly. It is happening in Ejoso. That I can assure you. I have an extruding confidence that Ejoso Mine are going to vote for Honorable Kwabena Usu.
Well, thank you very much for joining the conversation, for enriching the conversation. That is Nana Osei-Bonsu. He is aide to Kwabena Owusu Duome. We'll be bringing in others into the conversation as well to find out what other dynamics there are. But let me come into the studio first to Mustafa Gbande. Haruna Mohammed has suggested that, listen, you are not contesting because you know you're on the ground. I mean, what are you? You can't even rise. And actually, when you look at the percentages, the last time an NDC candidate, contested, you're looking at the 2020 results. It was woeful for the NDC. In fact, George Kwame Huze got 17.17% of the votes, a paltry 14,164. While Dr. John Kuma, may his soul rest in peace, secured 68,326 of the votes, accounting for 82.83%. It's obvious that you don't have a following in Ejiso. So why the pretense?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me de-associate myself and other political, practitioners who are not on this discussion from the fact that politicians make all other statements and they go, they make away with it. One, particularly where citizens of this country like yourselves, who are not in the sphere of any political party, you may have your affiliation, but practically you are independent, you are a floating voter. People are looking for political parties to now begin to merge so that we can have a one-path nationalistic development agenda. The statements by the Minister of Roads, learning from the President himself, defeat the purpose of that public conversation, that development should not be partisan. In fact, the President said, even in his predecessor's constituency, that I'm not developing the place because you don't vote for me. He reiterated same when the dam, the spillage occurred in the Volta region, affecting several thousands of people, displacing them. The President went there and said, you don't vote for me. I'm not here because you vote for me. And so, Asansu Boakye is one of the close trainees of the President. So he just demonstrates the mentality of the President, the mentality of the MPP, which their Deputy General Secretary just endorsed. But we don't work like that. Number two, Ejisu is an MPP stronghold. One would expect that on any day, without contradictions of disenchantment and apathy, NPP should win an Ejisu seat. As it stands now, within their same home, until last week or so, Eduame was a standing member of the MPP. In fact, a former appointee of government, the same government in power. In fact, I'm not too sure whether he has resigned from your political party yet, because he hasn't resigned. He's still a member of the MPP.
Well, if he's going independent, their constitution makes it clear automatically, even without any action, automatically he's not a member.
That's what I'm saying, that until the last few weeks, he was a member in good standing of the MPP.
Your point is?
My point is that you don't need the NDC to influence high-ranking, good-standing members of the MPP to go and contest independent candidate. Number three, did we also influence Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen's political party to go and contest in that election? Of course, they will be contesting. I have made it very clear that the reason why the NDC will not participate is because of the timing. The timing is just a period of 7 to...
The other reality is that you would have lost anyway.
The other reality is that we would have made a statement.
You would have lost anyway.
Well, we may have lost, but I know that if we contested this election, we would win. Because
you would win.
Because you see,
You
today,
see, Mustafa, that is what I do
let me
not
tell
get.
you today.
If
Let me
you
tell
knew you would win and
Let me
you
tell
have the numbers you do in Parliament, and that would give you an election, an advantage going into election
Let me tell you.
2024, I
Let me
can't
tell you.
understand why you would tell me you would win and you would not go for
the
this.
hardship in Ghana today, the people of Ejisu are not an exception. In 2016, if you took 10,000 cities, you're going to buy a lot more bags.
The hardship you speak of, precisely why you should have been contending.
No. So wait, let me make my point. I'm saying that the hardship in this government, that today, in 2016, a bag of cement was 40 cities. Today, as we speak, a bag of cement is 100 cities and counting. The people in Ejisu who build are faced with this difficulty. The people in Accra who build are faced with this difficulty. So the difficulty is all over the place. Are you saying that because they're an MPP stronghold, they are not facing the unprecedented hardship? That the people of Ejisu do not detest the level of corruption in this government? That when they have said, we have done developments, only to wait, by election, then you have a road minister permanently stationed in the constituency. You can see, shamefully, a parliamentary candidate's car with posters following a construction machine. I mean, clearly, this is a government that haven't done anything there. So until the by-election, you wouldn't see the seriousness of government constructing roads. And the people of Ejisu have been affected. The number of vehicles that have spoiled because of bad roads in Ejisu, would they go and compensate everybody? Probably the number of people who have died because of bad roads, would they compensate them? Were we waiting for John Kuma to die only for us to move a whole minister and his ministry to become construction engineers?
Do you realize, Mustafa Bande, you're still not answering the question about why you are not contesting?
The reason we will not... You want me to tell you everything that we want to do to win the election?
I see. Okay. Let me bring in Dr. John Osai Kwapong. Having listened to the different angles of the conversation, we've listened to Francis Asenso-Boakye and his regrettable comments. We've listened to Haruna Mohammed in the studio justifying those comments and giving the political reasons for them. You've listened to the NDC's Mustafa Bande, who says they are not contesting for reasons that do not wash with me, but those are his reasons. You've heard from Nana Osei-Bonsu, the aide to Kobna Owusu-Eduome. What do you make of the picture we are seeing in Ejisu, and what then are your expectations ahead of the by-election on the 30th? Hello, Dr. Osai Kwapong, you would have to unmute. Hello, Doc, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Osai Kwapong?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't hear you, so did you get the question?
Yes, I got the question.
All right, please go ahead.
All right, so then I quickly took during the other submissions, I quickly took a look at the results, previous results in the Ejisu.
Right.
And then I went back to look at the 2020 primary, in which the late Honorable John Kuma won and defeated the incumbent. I want to know, I'm still curious as to why he, as an incumbent, he lost the 2020 primary, and if that has any impact on his prospects in 2024, going back for a seat, not that he lost even in the general election, but he lost to the late John Kuma, in a primary. That for me would help me gauge what the voters, and yes, maybe 2020 is not 2024, but what was it that was going through the minds of, well, then again, that was also delegates, right? This is, the overall, the entire constituency. But again, I wonder what was going on in Ejisu in 2022 that led to the defeat of the, incumbent in the primary, and how that shapes or does not shape his prospects, going into this election, as an independent. But for me, as I mentioned previously, to see some key figures like the Honorable Asensu Boache, the National Youth Organizer, some of these very faces and voices of the NPP going into the constituency to campaign hard and vigorously for Mr. Boateng is an indication that they do expect a tough race. One of the things that, for me, some of these elections or some of these by-elections or even some of the primaries have taught us is that regardless of who the main party people want to back, that voters have shown us, whether it's the party delegates or whether it's the voters in the constituency, have shown us that by and large they would still vote for the candidates that they want to vote for. And I just hope that it's also one of the angles that all those campaigning for a given candidate are keeping that in perspective, that eventually people would still vote for who they want to vote for.
Doc, thank you for those thoughts. Now let's focus on another crucial angle to all of these discussions we're having. There is Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen and his Afa Franto movement for change. Now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, because it's brought on board some 9 groupings, and he is hoping to make a dent, an impact as far as election 2024 is concerned. But interestingly, in Adenta, we have a situation there where a stalwart of the MPP, or at least someone who has been in the fray, who defected to Alan Kyerematen's movement, is now defecting back to the MPP and carrying supposedly thousands of voters. My colleague Sweetie Abochi was there yesterday and came through with this report, after which we'll delve into the issue.
It has become evidently clear that we made a mistake. And I'll repeat, it has become evidently clear that we made a mistake that we humbly admit and ready to work to ensure that its dire effect is reversed or averted. Since the 7th February 2024 speech by His Excellency the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we have been asking ourselves questions that borders on the future of this country and the very Ghana that we young people want. It has become unarguably clear that amongst all the political leaders, Dr. Bawumia has so far been the one who has clearly articulated the Ghana story. Where we have come from, where we have, what we have to achieve. In order for us to realize the dream of seeing the Ghana we want or seeing Ghana grow, we are left with no other choice than to rally behind. You know how difficult it is when you go and you are coming back. Some people will not be happy, even though some people will also be happy. They have a manner, and they are expecting us to be confident in anything we are doing and just always think clearly and also always think twice about every decision we want to make. I'm saying on authority that nobody has bribed us and nobody can bribe us. I don't know what me as a businessman, and I don't know who can tell me in this country that they've held my hand to any length. You can't bribe me. We are doing fine. We are perfect where we are. But the time comes, you need to rethink your decision because it's all about the future of this country.
So you heard there Alfred Abebio Kumi with the MPP. Then he decided to go along with Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen. And now he is saying, we've seen a few things and we have thought through the matter and we are coming back into the fold. Are you happy? I mean, these are some members coming back into your party. Those are votes, more votes that you have secured.
Every party's constitution is what governs the political parties. And every party looks at numbers. It is numbers that wins elections.
True.
So definitely if people are coming into your party, you have to be happy. that if they have taken a decision in the past that they have seen that, no, it was a wrong decision, and they have taken another decision to go back to their roots, I believe that it is something that is very welcoming. I've heard them talk about having re-engagement with leadership of the party at the constituency level and other leadership of the party.
But a quick one, lest I forget. You know, your party's constitution is clear. Once they defected, they ceased being members of the MPP, right? So now what is the process?
The same party's constitution gives you the window to write to the party requesting a comeback. So if they have said that they have had engagement with the leadership of the party in respect of this particular direction, I mean that they have triggered another aspect of the party's constitution to get back to where they rightfully belong.
So can we say currently, on the back of that presser and everything, that they have been reinstated as members of the MPP?
I can't indicate this perfectly because I have not been engaged in this particular process, but the party works...
But you know what the constitution says?
Yeah, the party works in different structures, from the polling station to electoral area to constituency to regional and then to national. So these persons might have engaged the constituency. I've heard them because I was on one of your media stations in multimedia, where they were called, they indicated the engagements that they have done within the party leadership. And I believe that once that one is also triggered, it's a valid point within the statutes of the party's constitution, of which they have to be given an amnesty or be re-engaged in terms of their members.
So in other words, Moyo Omawawa too, you're welcoming them back into the MPP?
Definitely those leadership at that particular angle, if it be it the constitution.
No, I mean you're happy, right?
Yeah, but I haven't put, I expect numbers.
Okay, all right. Let me bring in Courage Nobe. He is Deputy Director of Communications with the Movement for Change, now together with the other entities, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Courage, good morning.
Good morning, Ben.
It's good to have you join the conversation. Here you are, you had some support. It appears some of your support base is breaking away. He's popularly known as Adenta Kumi, Alfred Abibio Kumi. He says the decision to come along with Alan Chemating was not a good one, and based on what they see, they are reverting to the membership of the MPP. How do you feel about that?
Thank you very much, Ben. I think I'll begin with this quote from our first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who says, "Revolutions are brought about by men who think as men of action and act as men of thought." So when we began this in September 2023, we're clear in our minds that we need certain caliber of people, particularly men of conviction, to be able to drive this home. In the excitement of the moment, we knew some would join our ranks who may not have the cojones or the stealth necessary to go the full haul. So we've been expecting this.
You were expecting defections. You were expecting it.
So we are expecting that a few of the people who do not have the mettle to go the full haul will fall off. Because whereas we agree that politics is about numbers, weaklings don't add much to it. And they're actually a disadvantage. It's a disadvantage to have weaklings in your fold. So if by the grace of God...
So you're referring to Alfred Abibio Kumi as a weakling?
I'm stating our position on all that is happening. That the men who would see this revolution come to fruition, like the likes of Dr. Abu Sakara, the likes of Duke Sasu, the likes of Bishop Dr. Samuel Ninoy Mensah, and a host of others.
The likes of ODK.
Yes, thousands spread across the country who have seen what we are trying to do to move this country from poverty to prosperity, supporting a candidate who has a solid track record of performance both in private and public sector, who has the most important characteristic of the president who can build a nation, integrity on his side, whose character is without blemish. That is what we are about. Thousands of young people, see what we are trying to do, and they've come on board, and a lot more people continue to engage, some with their own political entity. So that is what we are building, and that is what we know. In such a move, trying to unseat an establishment that has taken center stage of Ghana's politics, the entire Fourth Republic, for 32 years. It is not something that you can do with weak links. And so we knew that when the heat gets on and the task begins to look as daunting as we know it is, some who don't have the capacity will fall off for convenience. And so some of these things, for us, I think it's a gain for the move out some of these.
You think the departure of these numbers, Alfred Kumi together with his cohort, it's a gain for the movement? In other words, is this good riddance?
Absolute good riddance. And it is not any number. Alfred is supposed to be part of our communicators. Find out the last time he spoke for or represented this movement everywhere or anywhere. We had been aware, long before, that there were some attempts to literally bribe back some of our people into the fold of the NPP, and we'll be monitoring it closely.
Did you say bribe? Did you say bribe?
Oh, yes.
There have been attempts from the MPP end to bribe some of your members to get them back into the MPP.
Yes.
I see. And based on what is your evidence, though?
We've been monitoring that development closely, for close to 3 months now. So that is the extent to which this does not surprise us at all.
So your suspicion is that these people have been influenced?
How does it sound, to you, the kind of reason that is being adduced for this? I have heard elsewhere that one of the reasons why Mr. Kumi says he's left is because on his birthday, Alan Temati did not call him to wish him happy birthday. Certainly, you cannot have a revolution with people of such mindset.
But you don't know that for a fact. You say you have heard. Let's be fair to the other person. You don't know that for a fact.
Because in his attempt to get some of the people to follow him, when he called them, they asked him why, he had to give reason. And what he doesn't know is that as many people as he was calling, they were calling and informing us of his actions. So he called me, he said, ABC and D, what is happening? He said, don't worry, it's the main count. So when you interview him, there were very interesting things that some of our people told him. Asked him to report on it. Even the supposed elected to follow him, ask him to name 30. He should give you just 30 names. Because we have a robust database of our volunteers. We know everybody, who they are, where they are, and what they are doing for us. So if he says 6,000 of our volunteers have followed him, he should name 30, not 1,000, not 100, just 30 on your show.
So you doubt the numbers he's putting out, the 6,000 and all of that. You say you're not challenging him to name even 100. He should name 30.
30. It is a joke.
Okay, all right. Just clarify this for me, though. The last time Dr. Abu Sakara Foster came here, he said something to the effect that, the ARC, or at least the movement, was going to have some representation in the Ejiso situation. What's the status of that? I just want clarity on that.
No, I mean, as a serious movement, we analyze every situation and decide to have a strategic engagement on it. At this point, I think it will be premature to state any details. It's just that it is a development that we are monitoring closely.
Are you hoping to field a candidate?
We are not fielding a candidate, that I can tell you for sure. But it's a development that we continue to monitor.
Thank you, Courage Nobi, for joining the conversation. He is Deputy Director of Communications, Movement for Change. All right, so let's wind down on this conversation, gentlemen. Interesting dynamics from different angles. But for you, you've made it clear that the NDC is not fielding a candidate in Ejisu. But what are your expectations?
Okay, so just a little bit about Movement for Change and its cluster of other interest groups and how deflections are occurring. I believe that the MPP is acting like any other superpower that would crash in a breakaway. I mean, it happens in political environment, and so it's not strange for our brothers to want to do that. The NDC was faced with NDP. You remember, Nana Kunadu's party when we were in power. I mean, so these things will continue to happen. If you listen to the gentleman who supposedly have joined broken away with Alan Kojo-Chimantin to form his new political party, or a member of the Alan Chimantin's party who is now coming back. Clearly, there were meetings with MPP leadership. Clearly, he's a business person as opposed to a political activist. And we all know that fundamental characteristics of business people is remaining to be business. Now, the movement for change has now grown from just a breakaway of other political parties coming together to join. If you look at somebody like Abu Sakara, he's run before for presidential elections. If you put him in terms of credibility and integrity, if you put Abu Sakara and you put Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, I would go for Abu Sakara. I mean, if you look at the MPP in terms of scheme, you will always know and realize and agree that Alan Kojo-Chimantin is senior to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in terms of political experience, in terms of pedigree of performance. We all know that. But for money, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will not be able to even contest Alan Kojo-Chimantin in any election any day, except that he's supported by the president. Everything Bawumia is doing, President Akufo-Addo is behind the shadows. He is the one remoting the political ambition of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's political ambition now is an extension of Akufo-Addo's presidential ambition.
Okay, I need to bring in someone else. So quickly, just summarize.
Now, so having said so,
I mean, we've concluded on the key points.
Having said so, the NDC will not frame a candidate, possibly, as I've said.
Right.
But it is important that I remark that the MPP should stay our political party from the conversation of Ejisu, because we are not there. Why are they scared? It's an easy election. Clearly, they are struggling. They are struggling because it's a very difficult election for them. If they claim that the statistics will work, why are they not sleeping to say that, it's our stronghold, so they will vote for us?
Thank you. I'll come to you. I'll give you your fair share. But let me also bring in, I'll come to you, Haruna. Let's also bring in Hansen Date. He joins the conversation via Zoom. Why are we having a conversation with Hansen Date, who says he is the diaspora youth organizer of the MPP? That is who he is. And he says he has defected to the NDC, okay, because the MPP has lost its values. And he joins the conversation. Hansen, good morning.
Yeah, fine morning, sir.
It's interesting having you. Up until now, I've never had a conversation with you. So where exactly are you based?
Currently, I'm based in Barcelona, Spain.
In Barcelona, Spain. Okay, right. And how did you become the MPP's diaspora youth organizer? Was it through voting? How did you become that?
Yeah, it's through voting, the normal process.
I see. So the MPP caucus in Spain, in Barcelona, or which?
In Spain, in diaspora, and in Ghana, they are aware of it. They know.
I see.
Process.
I just want you to situate. I just wanted you to situate it from that angle so that we can know exactly what clout you carry, who you are, and what you represent. And you're saying that you've defected to the NDC. Why?
Because even if you have just said it, I said the MPP has lost its values. And, you know, everybody have a choice of joining a party. I joined this party since 1996. And looking at the things at this particular moment, I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of different ideologies, which was not part of our founders' ideology. I'll call it a foreign ideology. And these foreign ideologies, I don't buy it. So this makes me to take such decision.
What are these foreign ideologies?
Well, the main ideology of MPP is to fight against corruption, but currently the foreign one is to promote corruption under Nana Akufo-Addo government. Because if you look at the establishment of a special prosecutor, you will witness with me that it is not meaningful to do that because we are not seeing any impact of this institution. It's like a scam. We are just wasting money on those institutions, you know. And then fighting against corruption has become obvious plain that it's not a sin or it's not anything. We all knew that before Nana Addo became into power, everybody knew him that he hates corruption. He doesn't like it. So we were 100% sure that he will surely fight against corruption, but you witness of it. You are in Ghana, you know how Ghana is moving now. Even currently, if you send goods through the port, there are a lot of taxes called COVID tax. But let me ask you a question. Even how many COVID cases Ghana reported? And even the whole world, which country is now talking about COVID? Why still Ghana we are still paying a COVID taxes at the port? Bills, light bills, electricity, and other issues. So in fact, if you look at the way my president, Nana Akufo-Addo, when he assumed into office, the way he talked, Ghana beyond aid, the way he preached, you see, now he's no longer saying that. You understand? And the party, there's a disunity in the party now.
So these are the reasons. These are the reasons for which you are defecting. Are you defecting on your own? Are you coming with a group of people? Is it just you, Hansen?
Oh, it's not only me. There are a lot of people. I'm coming with a lot of people. I
see. About how many people are we looking at?
Oh, currently not less than 100.
Not less than 100. But
here,
are you people? Are you?
And beside that, here, through my deflection in Ghana, back home Ghana, a lot of people have changed their mind.
I see.
To go to Sudan West, yes, of course.
A quick one. Will you be coming to vote in the 2024 elections? I don't know about, I mean, we have mechanisms, but sometimes they don't necessarily. Will you come to Ghana to vote, or do you have any plans of voting?
Yes, of course.
So you will come to Ghana and vote in election 2024?
Yes, of course, if God permit.
I see. Just hold for me. I don't need any further engagement, but I'm coming into the studio and maybe they may say something you may need to react to. That's why I want you to hold for me. Haruna, do you know this gentleman, Hansen Date?
I don't know him.
You don't know him?
I was trying to go through the diaspora executive list, and it looks like it's not on my phone currently. I don't know him, and I need to verify whether actually he's even a youth organizer of our party in Spain.
Diaspora youth organizer.
Yes, I need to verify that. But I must say that maybe he has lost touch with the values of the New Patriotic Party. None of the values of the New Patriotic Party has been lost. One of the values is competition. And the New Patriotic Party has always encouraged competition. We went through the polling stations, went through the electoral area, went through constituency, went through the regional elections, went through national, went through parliamentary, went through the presidential, we encourage competition. The MPP believe in property-owning democracy, where we encourage and support businesses to stand on their own.
I know where you're going with this. He spoke about. I'm just trying to draw your attention to something he said. He spoke about the values in terms of fighting corruption. Do you still believe in the fight against corruption?
I'm giving you all the values.
Right.
I'm narrating the values.
No, just stick to that one. Do you still believe in fighting against corruption?
Fighting against corruption is a policy direction of the party, but not a core value. That is what I'm telling you. So he doesn't know.
That's why there's corruption.
These are the values. The values are a bigger picture where you are able to draw up activities in terms of fighting corruption, in terms of developing the capacities of the people, in terms of spreading support to every citizen of Ghana.
Let's cap off the conversation.
Yes,
final thoughts
of the values of the party.
All right.
And my final thoughts here are that the MPP is ready for election 2024.
Right.
And we are going to make sure that everything that humanly possible that is hinging on the rights of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, that we are able to do to make sure we get the votes of the people of Ghana. My brother was talking about hardship. If you ask the entry point of a teacher in 2016, which was about 12.1, level 12.1, the person was taking somewhere 799. The person could only buy 26 bags of cement. The person could only buy 42 gallons of diesel or fuel. Today, the entry point of that same level is 3,087.75 Ghana cedis. The person can buy 44 bags of cement. The person can buy 49 gallons of fuel. So this tells you that, yes, we are not going to stand at the same place. We have not provided everything that the people of Ghana need. But we have demonstrated that when given the opportunity, the length of time, we'll be able to make sure that the citizen of Ghana get the needed support that he needs to get. We are going to make sure.
I think the point is made. Thank you, Haruna. Just a quick one, though.
Yeah,
Mustafa, do you know this gentleman, Hansen Date? I'll be asking him shortly just what he thinks about it.
No, but we welcome him. Just that I'll be quick to add that we are still in touch with our values as a political party. We welcome him. But in our party, you have to go through the rules. He has to join a branch, apply to join a branch, and the branch will have to admit him as a...
The way you are eagerly, like immediately, you are recruiting the gentleman.
Of course, I'm recruiting, but I must say that we oppose the system. Our principles work. So there are things that you need to do. You have to join a party. The rules are completely...
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mustafa. Hansen, your party member here, he's Deputy General Secretary. He says he doesn't know you, that he's checked his list and you don't... on the pink sheets, there's no evidence that you exist.
Yeah, no. The issue is there is a branch here in Spain. So after contacting back home, they said I have to join the branch here, and this branch have to contact the back home of the head office. So just recently, I spoke with them, and then they accepted my letter, and they have my letter.
Yeah, thank you.
Who has your letter?
So he have to. Is what the current chairman of NDC here in Barcelona is having my letter.
So the defection is complete.
It's complete. He called home, and then they said he have to keep the letter. So I think he can verify that in moment from now.
I see, but in the MPP's books, have you ever been on the books of the MPP?
What?
The NPP. You say you are a diaspora youth organizer, or you have been. Yeah. Have you ever been on the books of the MPP as such?
Yes. Even if he checked...
For how long? For how long?
This last election, 2000, just ended the election, the presidential election. You could see even my name. You could see my details. You could see my picture. If you say no, I can even send it after this conversation. You can go back to the director of MPP International Affairs, and ask him and verify this. So this tells me that he doesn't even have a link with the international affairs, or he doesn't know much about the MPP diaspora.
All right.
I must tell you that.
But he did though say that he wasn't in the know. It didn't say categorically that. Per the information you have.
I was looking for the album to check on him.
All right.
You asked me personally whether I know him. I said I don't know him personally.
So thanks for the clarity. That's to be fair to him.
The guy cannot take the corruption again. in this government. He can't.
Thank you, gentlemen. Dati, we're grateful.
No,
our time is up. Our time is up.
A president who could not even answer whether he took corruption, he was corrupt, whether as a human being. Because he was, you are talking.
So those who joined us for this all-important conversation, we'll see how things go in Ejiso come the 30th. Those who joined the conversation, we had... Gentlemen, please. We had Nana Osei-Bonsu aide Kwabena Owusu Ediomi. He is aide to Nana Osei-Bonsu, who is aide to Kwabena Owusu Ediomi. Then there's Alfred Kumi, leader of the 50+1 movement, who says he has defected to the MPP. Courage Nobi is Deputy Director of Communications for the Alliance for Change, which is now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, or the Movement for Change, which is now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Hansen Date joined the conversation, diaspora youth organizer of the MPP, who has now defected. Haruna Mohammed in the studio, Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, and of course, Mustafa Gbande on the other end, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. Gentlemen, thank you once more for joining. Stay with us. There's still a lot more coming your way right here on the AM Show. We'll be right back.
You're still watching the AM Show. From the defections to welcoming defected parties to other parties, let's now focus our attention to something more musical and entertaining. I'm talking about the Harmonious Chorale GH. I don't know if you've been following, but I've listened to them a couple of times, and if they serenade you, you feel like the angels themselves are singing for you. In the studio with me this morning is Amanda Ifo-Abrakwa to tell us all about the Varick experience.
Hello.
Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. You look very lovely.
Oh, thank you. You look good yourself.
Thank you so much.
And in about 10 minutes when we conclude this conversation, I'm hoping you can serenade me before you go.
Well, you know, when the discussion we had downstairs, I said I usually don't sing on Tuesdays.
Just like I'm only married on Mondays. Okay, you can make it work. Anyway,
thank you for having us.
It's good to have you in the studio. So what's the latest on your plate? I know you have some calendar activities.
Yes.
So what's happening with
do.
the Harmonious Chorale?
You know, one thing about Harmonious Chorale, for the past 17 years, we have dedicated our time, our skill, and everything to remaining relevant in the music scene on the African continent and in Ghana and in the whole world as a whole. So every year we have certain calendar events marked for the whole year. We have about 3 major events marked on the calendars for the whole year. And this year's is no exception. We are starting the year big with the Festival of Praise and Worship, which is one of the major calendar events on our calendar.
And you're calling that the Varick experience. Is that in any way connected to James Varick Ama, the founder of...
You are too smart, yes.
Tell me about it.
So the Festival of Praise and Worship itself is a major event on its own with the choir. But this year marks 40 years of James's life on this earth. I mean, his contribution to music and everything, he's one of the most prolific composers that we have here in our country. And he turns 40 this coming Saturday. So we are using the opportunity, the Festival of Praise and Worship 6 opportunity to celebrate him. We've dubbed it the Varick experience because when you come to the venue on Sunday, you're going to listen to just his music. All the choirs, all the artists that are coming are going to sing his music throughout the concerts on Sunday.
Does he have that much songs?
He's written a lot of songs. I mean, he's very young, but he's been blessed in all ways music, and he's composed a lot of songs. Some of the songs we sing that we don't even know that he composed them. Yes, you'll be surprised to hear a lot of them when you come to the event.
And you said it's the Festival of Praise and Worship 6.
Yes.
Is that the 6th edition or the 6th year?
This is the 6th edition. Okay. We have done it a couple of years. The first time was when we're celebrating our mother, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, when she turned 70, about 8 years back. That was the first edition. So we've done a couple of them, and this is the 6th edition.
They say life starts at 40. I hope someone can serenade.
Well.
Right. So what's happening, where, and when?
So on the 28th of April 2024 at the Accra International Conference Center, the Harmonious Chorale is presenting the Festival of Praise and Worship 6, that's the Varick Experience.
Okay.
So
what time?
It's at 5 p.m.
Okay.
on the dot. Not even 01. I mean, one thing about Harmonious Chorale, we stick to our time, 5 p.m. sharp, we are done. We're collaborating with a lot of other choirs here in Ghana. We're having the Akosho Choir, they are from Winneba, and we are also collaborating with the Evergreen Winneba Youth Choir. We've invited Kofi Owusu-Pepra. Ife Grace is on the bill as well. Neo Kind and Virtue Music, they are on the bill. And Lodina the Soprano is on the bill as well for the night. And
Did
then
you say Kofi Owusu-Pepra?
Yes,
I heard Kofi Owusu-Pepra.
he's on the bill. Lodina the Soprano is on the bill. And then Team Eternity Ghana is on the bill as well.
Okay.
So it's going to be fireworks back and back, celebrating the goodness of God for 40 years for the founder and executive director's life. And then also a way of joining with Ghanaians to corporately give thanks to God for the first quarter of a very fast year. It's been a very, very eventful and fast year. So
time flies when you're having fun or
I
doing
know,
something
right?
meaningful.
I know, right?
I'm glad you also think it's fast. It means
It's
you're
going
doing
very
something.
fast,
Yeah.
yes. And it's been very eventful. A lot of things have been happening, but look at God keeping us through it all.
You also mentioned that there's some 17 years anniversary in there somewhere.
Well, this year, the choir turns 17.
Okay.
Yes, we've been in existence since 2007 when the group was launched. So, I mean, we've been keeping it going. We've been pushing the agenda of choral music here in Ghana and outside there as well for 17 years.
Congratulations in
Thank
advance.
you very much.
So, are tickets for sale? Is entry free?
No.
Okay.
I mean, arts music is relatively expensive here in Ghana.
Okay.
So we are selling tickets. Regular tickets go for 100 cedis.
Okay.
And then the VIP goes for 200 cedis.
Okay.
As far as our VIP is really VIP. So we've already put out a communique there on what you stand to get when you buy our VIP tickets. But every member of the Harmonious Chorale has tickets for sale.
Okay.
But then if you need tickets, you can call 0276 389 747. 0276 389 747 or 0245 875249. Or in these days of digitalization, you can go online and dial *713 *33 *000 hash.
Please take that again.
*713 *33 *000 hash.
Okay.
And purchase a ticket for yourself and your loved ones.
Now, let's pretend today is not Tuesday and wrap it up with just a bridge of one of Varick's songs. Just one. To build up some sort of excitement for those who want to purchase a ticket. What are they coming to see? Just show us something.
let me just make sure my pasta is not watching.
Let's get into it.
But Diana Minfanda Yehoah Asi Wani Yemamida. That song was composed by James Varick. Yes.
Thank you.
As Papa Biamati, Oye, all those are compositions of our founder and executive director, who we are very proud of, by the way.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you so much.
I feel like it's Monday all over again. Amanda Efua-Brakwa is part of the PR team for the Harmonious Chorale GH, and come 28th of April at 5 p.m. at the Accra International Conference Center. You want to be there for the Varick Experience, songs that elevate you to angelic status. There's still more coming up on the AM show. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. All right, we'll be right back. In this age of reality shows, you want to stay updated with what's happening, what's interesting, and who is doing what. It's time now for us to talk about I'm in Love with Bomaye. Now, a little background. I think I was about 16 or 17 years old when I first heard about this I'm in Love with Bomaye, and I thought I was so confused why a lot of women lined up to select one man. And so many years later, this is the second season. In the studio with me now for this conversation is Joe Parker, the Bomaye II, and Nee Shed, the coordinator for the show or the program, I'm in Love with Bomaye. Gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
You are the coordinator.
Yes, please.
Why has it taken so long to come up with a second season?
Only
because I'm familiar with the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Then lucky you.
Ah.
So that means anybody who's not familiar with the show is I wouldn't say not lucky, but the opposite of what I just said.
Go ahead.
Okay. It has taken quite a long because, anytime you want to come up with something very huge, it needs a lot of preparation. Right now, we have people on board who comes out with something which is not well matured, like it hasn't taken the time to grow. Okay. And you realize that in the course of it, it collapses. And by the grace of God, we have a backbone like Mommy Hannah and Reverend Purity and Greg. We have people, Auntie Nadia, and people who are holding this thing, and which by the grace of God, it can never collapse.
Right.
Yeah.
So just let's get into the details. How many women are participating in this competition to get the attention of Bomaye number 2 before I come to Bomaye?
Okay, actually, initially we wanted to give 5 or 6 women, but our king is so strong that 5 to 6 women can't actually handle him. And he's so handsome that he has to, the women has to go through the process of struggling emotionally, rationally, just to make sure that they win the heart of this beautiful king.
I have my own reservations about all that you've said, but
okay.
Bomaye number 2, how are you feeling?
Steve. I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did you become Bomaye number 2?
Okay.
I thought the first one was because the man was actually called Bomaye, right?
No.
Or it was just the name of the show?
Yeah, that's
so how did you become Bomaye?
Sorry, any of our king is Bomaye. So he's Bomaye the second.
That's fine.
Sure.
So Bomaye the second.
Yes, please.
How did you become Bomaye the second?
Okay, I became Bomaye the second after a very vigorous audition process.
Oh.
And here I am, lucky to bear the name Bomaye the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how would you describe yourself to someone who doesn't know? Who's Joe Parker?
Okay, so Joe Parker is a young, dynamic, calm individual. I'm a journalist, a trained journalist for that matter. Yes, I am 100% Ghanaian. A lot of people think, a lot of people think I'm not Ghanaian, but I'm 100% Ghanaian.
Okay.
I am an Anglo from Kleko in the Volta region.
Asavagba.
Masavagba.
That's right. Okay. All right. So, what do you look out for in women, and why did you choose to do this show, to be the king, cutting the attention of so many women, so that they can win your heart? Okay.
So, personally, I believe that a king shouldn't have a designated place, or no king has been given a specific place to find his queen. So, anywhere or how far the search can take him to find his queen, there are no limits.
Okay.
He has to go ahead.
Is this fun for you?
Of course. I envisage a lot of fun going into the show. You know, it's something that is going to catch a lot of attention.
Right.
Once Joy Prime is on board and then everyone is going to watch, it's going to be a lot of fun, attention. We are going to learn a lot as well. People are going to learn a lot. And it's going to be an opportunity for people to also, progress.
Have you seen the ladies?
Yes, I've had the opportunity. Yes.
You have an eye out for one already?
Everyone has a chance. Everyone has an opportunity to be the queen.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Coordinator of I'm in Love with Bomaye, what should we expect on the second season of the show? Okay.
The first one went amazingly well, and the second one is actually going to be the best of it. In fact, we are the only reality show, in fact, the reality show that feeds people emotionally, rationally, and spiritually. We are going to give you everything. Everything which makes someone, dope when it comes to relationship. We are going to give everything to you. And we are promising our audible audience that whatever they are expecting are going to be served.
So, Humomi, what is the criteria for eviction? Because out of these 13 women, you'll be dropping them along the line as the episodes progress, right?
Sure.
What's the criteria for eviction?
Personally, everybody has the chance of winning, like he said, but then 30% will have to do with us, but 70% is with the audience, because we respect the views of our audience so well, and it's going to be through vote and anything which is admitted to winning. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what else do you win aside the king? What's the winning prize?
We have a lot of things. We have a lot of packages which we don't really want them to know. Mostly people, we don't want people's attention to go to the materialistic stuffs, because this is something we don't want to take for fun. You have to win the king, and it has to work well. It shouldn't be about you winning the king, then, you know, we have people who come just
Are you
because...
saying that at the end of the show, you're expecting whoever the lucky lady is to actually marry the man?
I wouldn't say we wouldn't force you into it, but that is our anticipation, and we are not going to force you into it. Okay. But our anticipation is that whatever we are doing here shouldn't be out of fun. Because Mommy Hannah is a very busy woman, Reverend Purity is a very busy woman. In fact, everybody on board are very busy, and we wouldn't just come on board just to get a woman for a king.
So it's not just show business?
No.
Joe Parker, is this not show business for you, or you're actually looking for love?
this I wouldn't say, if we say it's out of show business, it would be a lie.
Okay, I want to hear from Joe Parker. Okay. Joe Parker, is this show business, or are you looking for love?
It's not show business.
Okay.
Okay, so as the name of the show is, I'm in love with Bomaye. Bomaye is here.
Okay.
Fight for his love. Let's see who wins.
All right. Any final words before we wrap this up?
Okay, my final words. We'll have to give a big shout out to Joy Prime. They have been the biggest platform and the biggest support for this, and other social media partners. We would like to thank all the board, Mommy Hannah, Reverend Purity, and our king. We would like to thank him also. At least he's been a very amazing person, very humble. We'd like to thank all the 13 maidens, and then we wish them the best of luck. And we thank you, beautiful too, and the board.
Thank you.
Sure.
Bomaye the second.
Hello, sweetie.
Final words. Aside, I don't want the final words to be Bomaye is here, I'm the king, earn me.
Okay. So yes, we are very grateful to Joy Prime for giving us this amazing platform. Okay. And we want to assure our viewers that Bomaye, I'm in love with Bomaye season 2 is going to be one of the best reality shows that has ever happened. So they should keep their taps locked, and then we'll give them the best.
All right. So look forward to the show. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out to my wife. She's been the inspiration, because working with the theme, sometimes I have to come home very late, yet she understands everything. And a big shout out to my wife, she's Sandra.
Congratulations, Sandra. Your husband is giving you a big shout out. But that's how we're wrapping up on this belt of the conversation. I'm in love with Bomaye TV show, reality show, where 13 women compete for the love and attention of the king, Bomaye II. Stay tuned. There's still a lot more coming your way.
Welcome back on the AM show. We tell you about the United Nations Development Program and, of course, the Innovate for Clean Agricultural Technologies. That is InfoCAT. And we're hosting in the studio to expand on that, give us all the nitty-gritty. Dr. Ferdinand Tonye, he is a research fellow with the United Nations University and the INRA. Doc, thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
So this is rather, you say innovate for clean agricultural technologies. It's innovative, and there's a whole lot to it. I know there are different angles to the conversation, including sustainable energy, innovation in agriculture, among others. But let's take them apart, starting with why this initiative in the first place.
Okay, good morning to all who are watching. And greetings from the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa. With headquarters based in Accra, University of Ghana campus. So this initiative is an initiative that is within one of our core mandate, looking at managing natural resources in Africa, doing research, and then providing policy direction to, or suggesting policy to policymakers to be able to change some things that could help the continent. So Innovate for Clean Agricultural Technologies is an initiative that have identified some gap when it comes to innovation in Africa. A lot of young people have very great ideas, but they are not able to have funds to be able to implement those ideas. So from our previous research, we realized that there is funds limiting a lot of innovation in Africa. And then we've also realized that agriculture is mostly more of whole and tool cutlass kind of sector.
So it's not mechanized?
Yeah, it's not.
Still using basic tools?
Basic tools. And for us to be able to come out of that and empower the agriculture sector, there must be mechanization. And then we can't say we want to start from just at the high top. We need to start from the smallest ever machines that you can think of. So this initiative is looking at providing funding for innovators, young innovators, and our focus is also on the young women innovators, to empower them with funds so that they can be able to develop a technology or an idea they have and be able to pilot it in communities, in agricultural communities, and then to help women to be able to maximize their production and then improve the economic livelihood. So,
and now that you're talking about women, at least as far as the smallholder farmers are concerned, they form the majority.
Sure.
Smallholder farmers, a little here, a little cassava, a little maize, plantain, 80%. And of that number, the majority are women.
Yes.
Is that why you're targeting women in this?
Very, very much. And then we've also, from our previous research, we've also identified that women, when it comes to this green technology space, few women are found there. A lot of businesses are owned by men, and but they are huge when it comes to the agriculture sector. So as we talk about energy transition or green revolution, we cannot leave the women behind. We need to empower them. So that is why this initiative is looking at young people, young innovators, but with more focus on women. It doesn't mean that men cannot benefit from this program, but we'll be giving privilege to women to come up with their innovation to solve problems that a lot of women find in the various agricultural value chains.
So interesting dynamics. We've spoken about women in agriculture. And what other findings did you come up with that maybe you'd like to share with us before we move on?
Great. So one of the findings we've also come across is a lot of young innovators have ideas, not specifically maybe gone through the normal education system, gone to university, done engineering or whatever, but they have very nice ideas in their small corner. So they need that mentorship. They need to be helped to fine-tune the ideas. So with this program, when an innovator is shortlisted for his nice ideas, he wants to develop a technology, what we do is that we partner you, or you form a team with an expert from the universities and the research institutions, and they will help.
Universities where? In Ghana? In that country?
In Ghana. Okay. In that country. The project is being done in 3 countries, also doing it in Cote d'Ivoire and in Ghana.
Right.
Experts who will help you fine-tune your technology. You'll be taken through a lot of training, and then after that, the expert will be part of your group to be given a challenge from the farmers, the women farmers. This is the challenge. We harvest granite, and we spend a lot of hours to pluck the pods, when you could use a machine in just 30 minutes to do that. But they spend many days. So we present you with the challenge, and when you sit with the women and then come out with a technology that will be able to solve that. But that technology must be green. What I mean by green, it must be powered by a renewable energy source.
Okay.
And a technology that will not depend on, in quote, dirty fuels like diesel, petrol. No, we are looking at going into the green revolution, looking at a technology that will be a standalone technology that you don't wait, you don't receive bills from ECG or any power selling company.
Okay, so mechanization to do more. So you're targeting sustainable agriculture through mechanization. You're also looking at sustainable energy.
Yes.
How are you going about that?
All right. So currently we've engaged a lot of stakeholders. We've engaged entrepreneurs, policymakers. We have a partnership with the Ministry of Agri. They are women. They have a division called Women in Agri.
Yeah.
So they are on board. And then we're currently going to roll out a call for innovation, which will be up by next week. All innovators, all interested parties should be looking out for that. And the call will come out, and then we'll shortlist. We do a vetting, we'll go through a vetting process. We shortlist some number of innovators take them through another training for them to go back, come and then present their technologies again when you are shortlisted. We are doing 10 for Ghana.
That is after the fine-tuning?
No, they just, they need to get the understanding of what we are looking for, these innovations we are looking at. So after you have been shortlisted, you are taken through some 2 days training.
Okay.
And then you come and pitch. So the few shortlisted, about 20, 30, they come and pitch because we are picking only 10 for Ghana. So you pitch and when you are lucky and your technology comes up, 10 of them will be funded. You can have some funding for up to $7,400 to pilot the technology, design and pilot it. And then those 10 who get the opportunity to receive that money each would pilot it, and we do research, technical appraisal of the technology. Is it working? Are people liking the technology? If there's something you need to fine-tune, we support you to go and fine-tune it. And the best technology in each country will be given some seed money to expand his business, to be able to expand business and do great business and employ more people and then provide service to the agriculture sector. So that final person is receiving some money close to $37,000 US.
I
So
see.
That's a good money.
So that means the ultimate beneficiary would have got 7,400 initially for the piloting and all of that.
That's right.
And then an extra 37,000 plus.
When you win, the best in each country.
Yeah, I see. Right before you go, just very briefly. So what else must someone like this know? How do people get involved? Very quickly, and then we can wrap.
Great. So as I mentioned, you can be checking for the adverts on the www.justice.africa.
www.justice.
Justice spelled Justis.
Okay, Justice.
Yes.
JUSTIS.
Africa.
Africa.
Yes,
Okay.
you can. The call will be. It's even up there, but the main form will be out by next week. And then you can also look for UNU, INRA.
Okay.
United Nations University Institute for Natural Resource in Africa. On various social media platforms. Facebook, you can look for us on even on our website, and this course will be out there for you to try. So all innovators who have great ideas, this is a big opportunity for you to fine-tune and pilot your ideas and win a good money to expand your business.
Thank you, Doc, for coming through and for these opportunities for young people, for women, and for those in agriculture. And that has been my conversation with Dr. Ferdinand Tonye. He's a research fellow at the United Nations University. And we'll be capping off the conversation, everything we've been doing today, shortly on the AM show. We're bringing you our photo of the day. You want to stay for that as we wrap.
Welcome to the end of today's edition of the AM show, but you know why we are here. It's because of this photo you can see on your screens by the colored Mensa, and he captions it, "Don't worry, be happy, child beggars captured at first light." Benjamin, how does this make you feel?
Happy and sad. Happy that they are smiling, and I see a lot of them sad because these street urchins have no business being there and selling anything, but it's because of the failures of our system. But it's good to see them smiling. You know, children have this, they don't see life take it as seriously as we adults do. And sometimes you see them smiling, laughing through situations that are not laughable, but they are innocent souls. Let me just put it that way.
This is a little song I wrote. You want to sing it from
note to note, but don't worry.
Hey.
Bobby McFerrin is not in the building, but we wish you happiness.
We
like
wish
I said,
you light.
Oh yes, I was about. Yes, we wish you light wherever you find yourself. We wish you the best of the day. My name is Benjamin Akakpo, and
I'm Sweetie Abochi. Thank you so much for watching. We're back again tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's bye for now.